wild in here. Woo!
Once you do that, it's Talladega Night shit. What if I hit you with a Ric Flair chest slap? Right at the end, huh?
I'll jack you up on Mountain Dew.
Woo! Like that, like keep it for a week.
Just straight red across.
Where's it show? Where's this show? How many we got? I'm curious.
Adam, to where is the camera? Actually, we can see it. So it doesn't. Show. All right, so hey, thanks for you guys for being here. Again, taking out your Saturday. We always appreciate that. You could be anywhere else, but you're here learning, and that's one of our things that we wanted to do with these workshops is give you our best stuff on topics. Today, Fit for Life. Obviously, you guys know why you're here, but again, it's all about you, so you get as much out of it. This is all applicable stuff, and we wanted to bring the three of us together and talk on this topic. Again, what I wanted to also share is like today's kind of, I would say, schedule, right? So we're going to start off just with doing a quick introduction. Joel's going to go first and kind of go with the big theme of what we're doing and some of the science behind it. From there, Mike will go into R7. I'm going to finish off connecting all the dots of how to implement these things into group training, large group training, small group training.
I'm also going to jump in and go back to metabolic conditioning. So,
correct.
Me.
Okay, so
me.
Joel, Mike, Joe,
Luka,
all of us,
yeah.
and then we're going to do a Q&A at the end.
Yep.
And so I would love for all of you guys to stick around the whole day, the whole time. If not, and if you have questions, drop them in the chat, please. And again, if you can't be around, Des will be putting some of those questions down to ask us at the end. So everything that you learned from this today, whatever you want to ask us that's, again, more specific to you, please let us know, and we'll answer those questions.
Yep, so we're all glad you're here. This is an important topic for all of us. I mean, we're all getting old, unfortunately.
Whoa.
So, yeah, so, like many of you out there, we started with a strength and power mindset. At least I did, and I know Luka did, and you were a power lifter.
Yeah.
And over the years, as we've aged and as we've seen the people around us age, we've shifted our focus a bit, not only personally with how we approach training, but with how we approach coaching and helping people improve their own health and fitness. So this is an important topic, I think, in fitness today. I mean, that's why we all got together. We wanted to share what we're doing in our own lives and share what we're doing in our own coaching businesses, because whether you're a coach or not, you're training either somebody else or yourself. So in a lot of ways, everyone is a coach. And at the end of the day, if fitness is not making you healthier and you're not getting paid to perform a sport, you're kind of missing the point of it. So we're hopeful that by getting this information out there, we can really help people use fitness as the potential powerful tool that it is to improve health and longevity. So the other thing is, in between our talks, we'll have a few minutes for a break. So
Probably
if you,
like 5 or so.
5 or 10 minutes, you need to run to the bathroom or grab food, something to drink, try to wait till those breaks if you can. Obviously, if you have the recordings, you can come back, you can watch these again and again, you can go through them however you want. But again, welcome to the presentation, and anything you want to jump in and say before we get started, Mike?
No, man, I'm ready to go. Excited.
Sweet.
One quick thing, guys, we'll mention this throughout. What we decided to do too is we're going to give a whole bunch of bonuses if you end up purchasing, say these recordings. We're going to give, for instance, I'll do 3 months of my small group programming done for you. We're going to have a whole bunch of stuff that we add to this, so you guys actually have resources that you can use on top of all the information that you guys will get, right? So just wanted to let you guys know that if you get the recordings, you get all those bonuses. And we're ready to rock and roll. So Joe's going to take it away.
Real quick, I did see a question that's relevant is, how long is this going to take? That's a good question. We expect around 4 hours. We didn't time this down to the minute. We're just trying to share as much great information as we can. Each of us is going to talk somewhere for an hour to 75 minutes, Q&A at the end for some breaks. So I would plan for around 4 hours. Again, we'd love to have you stick around from start to finish. If you can't make it, you can click that QR code that's in the corner of the screen. That'll take you to register and get the recordings if you haven't already done so. And so if you are forced to leave or miss some of it, that's going to be the easiest way to get access to everything. And throughout the weekend, it's just be $97. You will get CEUs for this if you're a coach. You really can't beat the cost of 4+ hours of us putting this on for us. And this is just to recoup our cost of putting this together for you. So plan for around 4 hours, something like that. Maybe shorter, probably not, knowing the 3 of us, probably be longer. But you guys ready?
Yep, let's go.
All right. All right, so I'm going to kick things off here. As I mentioned, this is a really important topic, and personally, back in 2008, my mom had a stroke, and that was the beginning of my real-world experience of seeing the downsides of what happens if you age in an unfit state. Now, the interesting thing is my mom was 105 pounds. She didn't drink. She didn't smoke. She was clearly not overweight. She didn't have any of the classic symptoms that we think of as someone who's unfit or unhealthy or unwell to have a stroke in her early 60s. But that led to the beginning of a very difficult period in her life and mine, because we went from doctor to doctor to doctor for 10+ years. And really their only prescription was take this medicine, or we're going to up this dose of this drug, or we're going to try some new drugs. That was really all medicine had to offer. And while it slowed down the progression, it didn't really improve her quality of life much. In the last 10, 15 years of her life were not amazing. Her mobility was reduced. She didn't feel good. She was unhappy. It was really not something I wanted to watch, and certainly not something that she wanted to live. And look, the reality is this is something we see all the time. We see people age who might look reasonably healthy, but ultimately they get heart attacks, they get different types of cardiovascular problems, they get strokes, they have dementia. There's all kinds of things that happen to us as we age that limit our ability to live longer, but also, most importantly, limit our ability to live well. And ultimately, drugs are one answer down that path that can provide some resources or some assistance, but they're not the best tool. They're treatment. They're treating the symptoms. They're slowing things down a bit. But exercise and fitness and health and the way we approach this is the most powerful thing we possibly have to slow down the aging process. So what I want to talk about in this talk is why that is the case. Because I think we all know fitness is good for you. Working out is healthy. No shit. Everybody knows that. But the question is, why is it healthy? And is it always healthy? Is everybody who's fit going to live a longer life? And if not, why not? So I want to frame that problem and talk about that context, because if you don't look at fitness through the lens of health, it's easy to use fitness in a way that's not the most conducive towards living a longer, healthier life. So first of all, here, the bigger picture in fitness is people care about this stuff now more than ever. All right, this is from a survey I sent to my email list, I believe about a year ago. And I asked people to rank essentially what their primary fitness goal was. And you can see there I asked them to rank if it was health and longevity, if it was performance-based, or if it was body composition-based. Now, I think historically in fitness, a lot of people went to the gym, lifted weights, did cardio because they wanted to look better, right? They wanted to lose fat, they wanted to gain muscle, they wanted to have the look of a fit person. And that's still the case, I'm sure, but we've seen people's priorities shift a lot in the last few years, probably in response to COVID, probably in response to a multitude of things. But you can see that people picked health and longevity by a landslide. 60+% of the people selected their number one goal as health and longevity, and only 10% roughly selected physical or physique-based goals as their number one goal. So people now care more than ever about health, and that's why they are training. So if you're a coach out there, you've got to understand programs have to help people improve their health. And if you do it correctly, they will have a huge impact on this. And that's the question again is why. So what we want to talk about and what I want to open with here is these three questions. One is, how are health, fitness, aging, and longevity connected to one another? Because again, we take it as a foregone conclusion that if I work out, I'm going to be much healthier. But I know a lot of people that have spent their lives working out that unfortunately had cardiovascular disease and heart attacks in their 50s and 60s. I know people that have worked out that have been debilitated and unable to move very well as they've got older because they had chronic injuries. So we have to look at how are these connected. Number two, we have to understand what does it mean to be fit for life? What does that mean? How do we develop fitness to live a healthier life? And then number three, the most important is how do we actually build programs? How do we build workouts? How do we increase our health span, increase our lifespan as a result of what we're doing in the gym and the lifestyle that we're living? So if we can answer these three questions, I think we've given you a lot more context for how we're going to put all these pieces together. So let's dig in and talk first of all about what is health, because I think this is a really important question. Now, if you look up the WHO's, World Health Organization, their definition of health is more or less lack of disease or disability. And that's one definition, but I don't think that underscores the actual way that we want to look at health and the way that fitness impacts health. Because you can be free of health and disease, but I would say not healthy at the same time, because you can be progressing towards those diseases much faster than you should be, because that health isn't what it should be to prevent that from happening. So in the way I view health and the way we can discuss it in this talk, health is the capacity of your body's energy systems or biological systems to regulate your internal environment, which is homeostasis, to sustain life and adapt to your environment. That sounds like a mouthful, but basically it's how well all the cells in your body are functioning. And your body has to regulate itself internally to meet the demands of the environment externally. So life is this process of going through the world that we live in, and this world we live in is constantly pushing down on us, which I'll talk about. Health is how well our body can push back, how well our body can fight and resist against the world around us. And all of our cells throughout all of our different systems, our cardiovascular system, our metabolic system, our immune system, all of these things have to do the job that they're designed to do effectively in order to meet those demands, in order to keep your systems running effectively and thus keep you alive. So we have to look at that as the greater context of health. The better your body can do that, the more effectively those systems can all work together as one to resist the environment and to keep you healthy, the better off you're going to feel, the better you're going to ultimately look, the better you're going to perform, and the longer that you are going to live. And this ultimately comes back to one big word that I use all the time, and you need to understand it, and it's stress. So when I talk about stress, it's anything that is from the external environment that has a direct impact on your body, and your body will respond to your internal physiology. So it's anything external that's going to cause your body to have to react to it, which is a huge range of things, because again, we are going through life and our genetics are interacting with our environment, and our body is constantly adapting and responding to it. That is the only way that we got here. That's adaptability. It's survivability through adaptability. It's the only way that human beings have evolved and gotten to the point that they are. We had to be able to adapt and survive the environment we've been over generations. And that fundamental physiology is the same underlying physiology that either uses fitness to keep us alive longer or falls apart faster if we don't take care of ourselves, because the environment is always pushing in on us. So there's 4 types of stress here I'll talk about. And fitness has the potential to improve our body's resilience towards all of them, all right? So the first is just environmental stress. This is the heat, the cold, the sun, the pollution, the noise. All of these things impact our internal physiology. Our body has to deal with heat. Our body has to deal with cold because it has to regulate itself internally to keep our body temperature at a fixed temperature no matter what the external temperature is. And if our body temperature goes too high or too low, what happens? We die, right? Pollution has an impact. Noise, pathogens, the viruses, all the things out there that our body has to deal with on a daily basis are environmental stressors. 2 would be physical, all right? So anytime we're moving around, we're working out, we're doing anything that's causing us to use our muscles to resist gravity, that's causing a physical stress on our body because we have to produce force and power. That causes our metabolism to crank up, our hormones to crank up, and that causes a stress on the body. So there's a lot of physical stressors that we face that can make us stronger and more resilient or gradually break us down. The difference is how we do it. 3 is a huge one, all right? It's mental stress. Mental stress is just as impactful, if not more impactful, because it can be spread out over so many hours and so many parts of our life. So this is the work, the family life, the social media we get into, the financial stress. This is just the stress of life in general that we talk about from a big picture. Anything that causes our heart rate to slightly elevated, we sit there and think about something stressful. Anything in society that impacts our physiology from a mental stress standpoint has a real impact on all of our physiology. And this is a big, big factor what causes us to age. If you have not read the book, Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers by Sapolsky, I would highly, highly recommend that book. I give everybody that I trained for many years that book because it's such a key piece of understanding the role of stress within our lives and its impact on our biology and our impact on our health and longevity and everything in between. So if you have not read that book, Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers, highly recommend it. And last but not least is nutritional stress. All right, food, alcohol, stimulants, hydration, everything we put in our body has to be processed by our body. And that in itself is a stress. Metabolism as a whole is a stress. So if we look at the stress of life, these are the things that gradually wear us down. And this is a lot of what aging is, because these things are always bearing down on us. We can't get out of having to internally regulate our body in the face of hot and cold and deal with UV rays and everything else. We can't stop moving. We can't stop digesting. We can't stop living in the world of stress. All of these things are bearing down on us. And our job is to use fitness to help our bodies become better at that, because ultimately it's about metabolism. And when we talk about metabolism, I want to go into a little more detail because usually people just think about calories. Metabolism is just burning calories. Well, yeah, it is, but the question is, what is the point? Why is it doing that? And so to understand that, we have to look at how metabolism drives health. The biggest thing is we have to understand that we are just energy. Like 99% of what we are is stored energy, information, and water. That's literally 99% of what human beings are at the end of the day. And we have energy and information stored in 4 compartments here. Well, energy in 3 and information in 1. We're made of fats, proteins, carbohydrates, and nucleic acids, which are the building blocks of our DNA. Now, ultimately, our body has to figure out some way to take the food that we eat and turn it basically into our body, into stored information and stored energy in that capacity. And that's what a big part of metabolism is doing. It's taking the food that we eat, it's breaking that food down and turning it into energy, and then it's being able to store it back in these different forms. So first, how it does that is it breaks those things down into fatty acids, amino acids, glucose, and nucleic acids. So it's taking the things in the food we eat, it's breaking them down into smaller molecules, and then it's doing that through this catabolic pathway. So it's taking everything, breaking it down to its constituent pieces, and then it's building it back up and using the anabolic processes to store that information, store that energy in our bodies again. So it's a weird thought, but we literally are what we eat. Our metabolism is literally taking that bread or taking the apple or the protein, and it's turning that into us, all right? It's increasing protein synthesis by upregulating enzymes and metabolic processes and everything else that cause our muscles to gain protein. It did that by digesting that egg and breaking down amino acids and then storing it as protein in our muscles. So literally metabolism is everything involved in that process. It's not just burning calories, it's turning food into human beings. That's ultimately what metabolism is, and it has to do that in a way that keeps us alive. It has to turn on the right protein synthesis to keep us alive and to adapt to the world around us. So everything we talk about in health is really largely about metabolism, because it has to be able to do that job of keeping us alive by creating the energy and by using that energy to create us and adapt to the world around us. So if we lift weights, we want to produce more muscle mass. Our metabolism has to take the food that we eat and increase protein synthesis to build stronger, bigger muscles so that we're now more adaptable to the world around us. When our metabolism does that really well, our health is high and everything is good. When we lose that capacity, we become unhealthy and we gradually lose our ability to resist the environment, which we'll talk about. And a lot of this I'm going to talk about in my section on metabolism and metabolic conditioning comes down to the mitochondria. And this is probably something you've heard about. It's not too uncommon. We talk about the mitochondria as the energy producing parts of the cell, which they are, but they do a whole lot more than just produce the energy. They actually act as regulators of how our body is adapting to all that stuff we talked about is thrown at it. They integrate the information that comes in from the environment, they integrate the information that's coming in internally, and they coordinate the response, not just through the energy production, but also by communicating with other parts of the cell. The mitochondria are what determine how much energy gets into what cell, which areas are prioritized, and how the body responds to stress as a whole. They are this integrated network, and you can look up mitochondrial stress response network. It is this vast array of signaling and different processes that happen as part of metabolism that keeps us able to adapt to our environment, because adaptation and dealing with stress takes energy. And again, because they are the core producers of energy, they're in every part of the process, from immunity to energy production that drives our movement to cognition to really everything. And a big part of what fitness is doing, as we'll talk about later, is improving our mitochondrial function. It's a huge part of this. But what it comes down to is the more your body is under stress, the more important it is that you can deal with this effectively. And it's why the more important it is that your metabolism is able to do the job that it needs to. And when we look at the different numbers related to health, mostly what we're looking at is metabolic numbers. So when people talk about health often, they're talking about different markers of ultimately metabolism. This is some examples of some testing I've done on myself. This is Inside Tracker, and if you start actually digging into what the numbers that people talk about from healthy ranges, from triglycerides and glucose and insulin, what are all these numbers? These are metabolic numbers, because the healthier your metabolic numbers, the healthier, more effective your metabolism is, the more it's going to be able to adapt to the world around you. And if you haven't looked at these different tools that are out there today, a lot of them will take your blood blebs and they'll look at your different metabolic markers and immune markers, all these things, and they'll give you a biological age. So they'll say, based on your blood markers, based on your metabolic function, this is where you are in a biological sense. This is your age. And this is a test I did about a year ago. It shows I was 33.2, even though I was 43 roughly at the time. And this is, again, why do we use metabolic markers as aging markers? Because our metabolism is so central to the aging process. And it's an interesting exercise to do this if you haven't done it yourself, or you have people that haven't done it. It's a valuable thing to just see where all your different markers stack up in relation to other people at your age and how the metabolism is aging relative to what you want it to be. And this, to me, is a good general gauge of health. It's not perfect, it's not exact science, but generally speaking, all of these numbers will relate to how your metabolism is functioning. And if it's functioning like a younger human being, chances are you're going to be healthier than if it's functioning like an older human being. So the question then becomes, what does that mean? What does it mean to age? And what is aging? How does it happen? And how does it impact our ability to adapt to stress? This is, again, we don't want to age any faster than we have to. We want to slow that process down. So what does that mean? Well, the first thing is we have to understand that as we get older, literally every major risk factor for diseases increases. So aging is always going to be the #1 risk factor for getting disease. The older we get, the more likely we are to get cardiovascular disease. You can see there, for whatever reason, cancer seems to kind of peak out there in your 80s. Maybe if you make it past that, you just don't have the genes for cancer, or who knows, there's a moderate decrease there. But in general, as you get older, you are progressively more susceptible to disease, particularly cardiovascular disease, which kills about 1 out of every 3 people in the US. The other thing, it takes longer to recover from every type of stress. So if we do a workout, somehow that workout that we used to feel great from the next day, 2 or 3 days later, we're still sore. Our sickness, if we get a cold, maybe when we're in your younger ages, we get over that cold really quickly, not a big deal. We get older, suddenly that cold or that flu or that whatever, that COVID, takes a lot longer for our bodies to recover from. Injuries, right? Little nagging things that would pop up and be gone in a week, now they're sticking around. They don't want to go away. They turn from something small into something that you can't get rid of. Alcohol, takes you a lot longer to process alcohol. What you did in your college years is probably not what you're able to do in your 40s and 50s because your body takes so much longer to process that. Jet lag, travel. And the point is, everything that we do that impacts us more as we age. Working out, traveling, poor nutrition, all of these things impact us more. They have a greater impact on our body, and this is the result of the aging process. We lose muscle mass, we lose endurance, we lose strength, we gain body fat more easily. This is what happens just with time. We can't stop these things from happening, but we can certainly slow them down. And the question is, well, again, why do they happen? And the answer is a lot of things, but number one, we see changes in hormones, right? So we can see as we age, both in men and women, our hormone levels change. We become less anabolic. So these hormones drive protein synthesis is a lot of what they do. We decrease our production of those. We see decreases in VO2 max. So we're driving less oxygen over time. We see ultimately our metabolism slows down. Now it doesn't slow down typically until we get into our 60s. This is a graph of just overall metabolic function. But just because we're producing the same amount of energy doesn't mean that it's not having a different cost on our body or that we're using the energy as efficiently. So one of the things that happens is even though our metabolism creates the same amount of energy, it uses the energy much less efficiently. And so things don't work as well because they don't have the same energy being distributed in the same way that they did previously. We can see this in a big graph here of HRV, or heart rate variability. Heart rate variability is a great metric, but one of the things it does is it gives you this big picture of your overall adaptability because it's measuring the autonomic function's ability to resist stress, to recover from stress, to turn off the stress response. So people with higher levels of average HRV over time are generally better at managing the stress that's imposed upon them. So it's a really good metric. This is the average HRV of different age groups taken from my Morpheus system. If you haven't seen it, trainwithmorpheus.com. But you can see that as you age, the averages that people see across their lifetime decrease. You see decreases in VO2, you see decreases in average HRV, we see decreases in muscle mass. So clearly we get worse in almost everything as we age. Our risk factors for disease go up, our ability to cope with stress goes down, all of these things happen. And again, the question is why? Well, the answer is simply that aging is a progressive loss of our metabolic function. Ultimately, that's what aging is. It's the result of our body's metabolic system and all the parts of that system not working as well as they did when they were younger, not working as well as they did 10 years ago. And that leads to a progressive decrease in our ability to cope with stress. So stress bears in and has a bigger impact, and our health suffers as a result. So that, to me, is what aging is, the progressive loss of metabolic function. And that metabolic function costs us resilience, it costs us adaptability, and it costs us our health. So when we look at the aging metabolism here, we basically see that we are less able to take the food we eat, turn it into energy, and then use that energy for everything our body needs. We get worse digestion, absorption, we get worse at metabolic flexibility and efficiency. Our overall cells don't function like they used to. That leads to greater oxidative damage. It leads to less immunity, more DNA damage, less autophagy, which is the house cleaning of cells, greater inflammation, worse mitochondrial function overall. And the problem is it's a giant cycle. So the worse our metabolism gets, the more difficult it is for our metabolism to push back against the environment, and the greater the impact of the environment. So it's a spiral. It's like once you start going down this hill, you speed up faster and faster the more you age because you don't have that resilience that you had. And once you don't have the resilience, everything is more damaging. And so that more damage causes less metabolic function. So it's a negative cascade of events that starts to snowball, and ultimately people's health deteriorates rapidly at some point, right? Most people don't kind of just slowly drift off in the sunset, unfortunately. They tend to get one disease, and then the disease, they can maybe stave it off for a little while, and then it starts really accelerating, then they're gone. And they can use modern medicine, and you can use drugs to slow the process down, which may prevent them from dying as quickly, but really often doesn't improve their quality of life like it did with my mom. And ultimately, our job is to prevent that. So we're going to do that by training people, by living healthier lives, and by using fitness as a tool. And if you haven't read this paper, this is a really important paper called The Hallmarks of Aging. So we need to understand what are the things that happen metabolically, genetically, and everything else that cause this progressive loss of metabolic function. And these are 12 different things that researchers have identified that are the primary underlying reasons that we lose metabolic function, that we lose the battle against time. And these 12 things, number one, they all have worse function over time. So, genomic stability, epigenetic stability, mitochondrial function, dysbiosis of the gut, all these different things you can see in here. All of these things get worse with time. All of them, they can genetically engineer and modify animals and see that if they make these things worse, that they age faster. And that if they genetically modify or use drugs or use something to stop the impact of these things from happening or stop the change, people age slower. So they know that there are these overlapping factors. They're segmented, but they're all connected. They know that these are the particular things that have the biggest impact on our rate of aging. So we lose proteostasis, our protein folding, the quality of our protein. We lose mitochondrial function. We have damaged DNA and shortened telomeres. Our epigenetics become less. We lose some of the epigenetic information that's in there is the easiest way to say it. We have inflammation that increases. All of these things are connected, and these are all the cause of, again, us losing metabolic resilience and losing the ability to adapt to the world around us. And these are what we ultimately have to prevent. And they can even specifically kind of trace this pathway here of what occurs. So as we have mitochondrial dysfunction, we're not able to produce energy, we're not able to coordinate that stress response. We can see very clearly how that leads to a loss of cellular fitness. We can see how all these other factors for nutrient sensing. So our body has to be able to figure out how much energy each cell needs. If it can't figure that out very well, in part that's the mitochondrial's job, then the cells don't get the energy they need. It leads to increased inflammation, loss of different cellular functions, and so on and so on. So all of these things are about the process of aging. We have to understand these factors because this is why fitness helps us. This is why training helps us. This is why metabolic conditioning is so damn important, because it's impacting all of these things directly. And that's what I'm going to cover in my next talk is, metabolically speaking, how do we develop a robust metabolic system that's resilient and slowing down all these things from happening. And I can tell you a shortcut before you even get there, it's the mitochondria. Okay, the mitochondria are the key to metabolic function, and they're the biggest thing that we can impact from our training, specifically from our metabolic training. It's where 95+% energy gets produced. It's why aerobic fitness is so important for everybody, because it is the key to a healthy, high-functioning, resilient metabolism. And if you look at these 12 hallmarks of aging summarized, and again, if you haven't seen this paper, you can just look up hallmarks of aging. This is just a new version that just came out, I think, last year. They used to have 9, they've updated to 12. But basically, they take all these different things and they can show you what the relationship is between these different factors that change over time and how they relate to aging. And I just highlighted in blue here, if you look at 2 out of 3 major things that all of these things do as a whole, they even tell you they maintain homeostasis, so they maintain the internal environment, you lose that ability, and they respond to stress. And those are the biggest things that all of these hallmarks of aging are doing. We just get worse at maintaining the internal environment, our cells get worse at functioning as a whole, and we get worse at responding to the stress of the world around us, which then impacts everything else negatively. So again, if we can do anything, we can slow down all of these factors of aging. And again, the great thing about this paper is all of these things have been experimented or been shown that there are ways to stop the process or at least slow down the process. These are all things that can be influenced through our actions, through our behaviors. And ultimately, that is why this is so important that we're here, that we talk about this, because fitness is the key to this. So what is that? Well, fitness is a lot of things, but it's specific to what we're talking about in a second here. But ultimately, it can slow all this down because it makes our body more resilient to the world around us. And what drives that? Let's talk about that. The first is our genetics, okay? There's no question that genetics play a role in fitness and in health. The second is environment. There's no question that where we live and how we live plays a role in this. And then there's no question that our behaviors, which is our lifestyle, our nutrition, our ability to have community, all of those things. So this is the intersection of health, longevity, and fitness, and everything else. It's our genetics, it's our environment, and our behaviors. Now, personally, I have pretty bad genetics. My mom had a stroke in her early 60s. My dad died in his early 50s. My grandpa on both sides died in the early 60s, all of cardiovascular disease. None of them are overweight. None of them particularly drank much. None of them are smokers. All of them seemingly fit. All of them died in their 60s. So genetics can be not so good. But the reality is they don't have to be death sentence either. So research on centenarians that was done fairly recently actually looked at how much of a role genetics actually play as you age. What they found was that about 25% of the factors that go into whether or not you will make it to 90 years old are genetic. So that means about 25% of those variables come from genetic differences. That means 75% do not. That means 75% come from the other two picture pieces, which is the environment and your behaviors. That's good news. Those are much more in your control than genetics. Now, if you start extending lifespan out and you go from 90 to 100 years old, then yeah, things change, and about 50% of that is genetic. So if you want to make it to 100, you need some pretty good genetics. If you want to make it to 106 years old, you need some really good genetics. You need to have about 75% of that is genetic. So the longer you go, the more genetic it becomes. But here's the thing. In the US at least, only 16% of men and 35% roughly of women make it to be 90 years old, despite the fact that we just said that 75% of the factors that drive that are in your control. They're your environment and your lifestyle, your behaviors. That's the biggest factor. That's 3/4 of the game right there of making it to 90 years old, and yet only 16% of men, in other words, 84% of men don't make it that far, and almost 2/3 of women don't make it that far. So even though we live in a world where most people could make it to 90 years old if they took care of themselves and they were in the right environment, they don't. Most of them do not. And that's a big thing that we can influence through training. And you know, it's also relevant to show you the environment thing here, because people talk about the average lifespan in the US. One thing I'll say real quick here is I'm talking about just age to death, not healthy years or health span, because we don't have that much data on how health span differs across different populations, because it's a newer idea and we don't necessarily track people's healthy years. But health span is ultimately what we're after, and the reality is if you live longer, generally speaking, it's because you lived healthier, but not always. But regardless, I want to show you this graph because in the US, the average life expectancy is like 76, 77. If we look at the average across the entire US population, but we see how different this can be depending on where you live within the US. And this is environment, and this is the interaction of society, this interaction of the behaviors in the environment, the foods, the culture, the community in different parts of the country can be dramatically different. And this shows you the impact of environment and really behaviors that result from that environment. So if you look at the southeast part of the US, you can see by and large their life expectancy is significantly shorter than in places like Hawaii. And then I've looked at the actual numbers. I mean, you can have 10 plus years of difference in life expectancy from one state to the next. In some cases, it's even slightly more. But that's a huge amount. That's greater than 10% difference in life expectancy purely based on where you live. Again, that is a huge difference in our life expectancy and the quality of life we're going to experience as we go through the aging process as well. So again, environment and genetics interact with your behaviors, and that is where epigenetics and the ultimate result comes from. So you have to be aware. These are things that we can largely control, not necessarily always where we live, but the environment we put ourselves in, the foods we surround ourselves with, the people we surround ourselves with, the type of weather and the things that we expose ourselves to. All of those things are things that we can influence for the better. And ultimately, that is the role of being fit. We want to develop fitness if our goal is to live longer so that our body is more able to deal with that environment, our body is more able to slow down the process of aging, and our body is able to resist all that it is that bears down around us. And again, as I mentioned a second ago, fitness is relative to what you're trying to accomplish. So if you look at these people here, you've got people with very different levels of fitness and different types of fitness more than anything else. You've got a power lifter, all right? Would we say a power lifter is fit? Yeah, of course they're fit if they're a good power lifter. They're fit to be a power lifter. We have an endurance athlete. Are they fit? Yeah, they're fit for endurance, but they're not going to go lift the weights of a power lifter. We have Usain Bolt, a sprinter. He's obviously fit, but he's not going to run a marathon, And then you have Mr. Olympia. Is he fit? Sure, he's fit to be a bodybuilder. So fitness is a very specific term. Fitness is relative to what you're trying to do. The way that we can define fitness is your body's ability to meet a specific fitness challenge, specific environmental challenge or event. It's how your body can meet a specific demand. So health is this broad term. Health is how does your body react to the environment and the world around you as a whole, and how are all your systems running to meet the demands of all the stress? Well, fitness is how can your body meet the demand of a specific type of stress. And a powerlifting stress to lift maximal effort is very, very different than a demand to go run 2 hours as fast as, or 24 plus miles, a marathon distance in 2 hours. It's a very, very different type of stress. And so fitness is really just the application of your body's abilities towards one specific type of stress or one specific environment, one specific challenge. Health is broad. It's the ability to meet all the demands we put under ourselves. And so we can develop our systems in a way that make us more fit for life itself, for the stress of the actual life that we put ourselves through. The daily challenges of the mental side, the physical challenges of being active and being around and doing things we like doing, the social stress, all of that stuff is what we want to become more fit for so that we can, again, live the longest, healthiest life possible. And so to wrap things up here, before I pass things off to Mike, is the keys to doing this. I'm going to dig in more in the actual next lecture, but the biggest thing here is we want to build, as I mentioned, a resilient metabolism. And that metabolism drives health, drives stress resilience as a whole, and it drives adaptability. That's the number one thing that we have to do as coaches or as individuals if we want to live the longest, healthiest life, because our metabolism is literally us. It is what's driving life. Metabolism ultimately is what separates life from death. Okay, if something produces energy, it's alive in some sense. If something does not produce any energy, it's dead. It really is the difference between life and death. And so the more that we can develop our metabolic function, the better off we're going to be for the entirety of our lives. Okay, 2, I'll talk about this more again in the next section, but the higher the level of VO2 max, the higher level of aerobic fitness you have, generally speaking, the better. Why? Because oxygen is the key to how our metabolism runs. The aerobic system is what our metabolism runs on. And being able to develop aerobically driven energy more efficiently, more effectively, and in a healthier manner and a less stressful manner on our metabolism is what's going to drive a lot of this. And there's a reason that people with high VO2s live longer. They get less cardiovascular disease, but they also get less dementia, slower cognitive decline, all sorts of other benefits, because ultimately the aerobic system drives our metabolism, and that metabolism what is driving everything else. And then you want to produce enough strength and power to get up out of bed, to do the things that you enjoy doing. This is a guy who is a Japanese man who climbed Mount Everest at 80 years old. He climbed it once at 70 and then again at 80. And this is what's possible when you take care of yourself and you develop the type of fitness that you can develop with the right consistent approach. So our bodies can do amazing things. You know, you can climb Mount Everest at 80 years old, or you can fall apart and have a stroke and die when you're 50. Right? This is the range of human possibilities based on how we take care of ourselves, based on the interaction of genetics, environment, and behaviors. And ultimately our goal is to be a lot more like that guy who's climbing mountains at 80 than to be like somebody who unfortunately loses their mobility when they're 50s or 60s and doesn't make it because their body falls apart far earlier than it should have. So ultimately, if we can do that, we build a good foundation for movement. We want to make sure our soft tissues, our joints, everything else stay healthy. So movement is a key part of that. So the 3 big pieces of fitness we have to develop: high VO2 max, enough strength to do the activities that we want to do on a daily basis, and really good movement quality. If you can develop those 3 things through your training program and then support that with healthy lifestyle decisions around food and sleep and socialization and community and everything else, you'll be doing 95+% of everything you can possibly do to live the longest, healthiest life possible. Okay, there's always little layers, things you can improve, but that's literally 95+% of it. Build a big VO2, maintain strength and muscle mass to do the things you like doing, and move really well and take care of your soft tissues. Those things together are going to lead to a healthy metabolism. They're going to lead to your body being more resilient. They're going to lead to being able to live a long life doing the things that you enjoy doing. Because if you can't do the things you enjoy doing as you're aging, what's the point? All right, if you're stuck in a bed, you're stuck in circumstances where you can't move, like unfortunately my mom was, she was miserable. It's not fun to be confined to a room or confined to a wheelchair or confined to a bed. If you can't get out and enjoy life and be with the people you enjoy being with, your life quality is not going to be there. You're not going to want to be a part of it. So now is the time to prevent those things from happening, and this is the way, all right? Fitness, being smart about how you train, putting the pieces together. If you're a coach, putting the pieces together for your clients. This is how we can impact aging. This is how we can make way more people make it to 90 years old. The fact that 16% of men make it to 90 and only 34% of women is really bad when 75% of that is in their control. That's terrible. And it's not getting better in the US, it's getting worse. It's getting worse by the decade, unfortunately. So that wraps up this stuff here. Hopefully this gives you some context. Again, I think it's just important when people say, well, why is fitness healthy? Well, we know it's healthy, but why? This is why. Because fitness makes your body more resilient. Because fitness makes your metabolism more functional. Because fitness slows down specific things in the aging process that cause our health to get worse. And if you do it right, it happens a lot better than if you do it wrong. Right? There's a right way to do fitness for this, and there's a wrong way to do fitness for this. So throughout the rest of this talk, Luka and Mike and myself again, we're going to cover the right way to do this. So whether or not you want to be 100 or you want to be 90 or you want to climb a mountain when you're 90, you're going to give yourself the best possible chance to make that happen, and you're going to be fit for life. So again, if you have any questions, save them towards the end. We'll get to them as we progress through this, but I hope this gives you some context and an introduction to what it means to be fit for life. We'll take about a 5-minute break here, and then Mike's going to jump up and talk about movement and how he builds programming around these different concepts we've talked about.
That's fucking amazing, dude.
Big group of people we're talking to.
That's, yeah. What's up, my friends? Excited to have you here. We are going to talk today about program design for health, wellness, and longevity. So we are going to dive right in because I've allotted 75 minutes, and if I can keep it to that, it will be a miracle. So first off, thank you so much for tuning in today. Obviously, it's a Saturday, depending on where you're at. It's noon, it's 3:30. It's late. Some of you Eastern Bloc people, man, it's like 7, 8 o'clock at night. So I appreciate all of you that are tuning in today, taking time out of your busy lives, your weekends to be here. Very much appreciate it. I'm going to try and make this worth your while. Second, thank you to these guys. In case you didn't notice, one of these things is not like the other. We got 2 guys from Seattle and a hillbilly from the Midwest. So I appreciate these guys bringing me in, letting me collab with them. Every time I'm around Joel and Luka, I walk away, I'm more motivated, I'm more excited to get back in, coach people, and just make this industry a better place. So appreciate you guys for having me. Now, we're going to talk program design, but before we get there, I want to give you a little insight as to who I am as a coach, as a trainer, and why I think the way that I do. Because I think it's really important to have an understanding when you listen to somebody talk, like what's their background, what's their experiences. And for me, insert Indiana hillbilly joke here, we are obsessed with basketball. Like, I grew up in the country, no friends anywhere within 5 to 10 miles of me. And this is also pre-internet, pre-Netflix, pre-video games. Cable wasn't even a thing where I lived. So you had to find ways to entertain yourself. So for me, it was sports, specifically basketball. I'd love to go out, just get buckets, hang out outside all day. But as most strength coaches do, at one point in my life, I started to figure out, I'm a lot better in this weight room, lifting weights, than I am at getting buckets. So I started to convert, and I just started living in the gym. I loved being in there. I loved working out. Obviously, I saw a carryover to my basketball game, but for me, it was just the discipline, going in there, seeing the changes in my body, just being all about the work. I loved that side of it. And, for the last 23 years, that's what I've done. I have coached people every age, every shape, every size. And I like to say that I've seen every nook and cranny of the fitness industry. I've done one-on-one. I've done small group. I've done large group. I've worked in rehab. I've done personal training. I've done sport performance training. Basically, wherever you're at right now, I've been there at some point in my career as well. So whatever constraints you're dealing with, whatever issues you're dealing with, I've been there and I can respect what you're going through. So for me, it was all about working with athletes. I love being around sports, baseball, basketball, football, soccer. Didn't matter. If it was something that involved a ball and a field or a court or a soccer pitch, I was there. And man, the last 15 years have been amazing. In case you don't know the whole story, 2008, Bill Hartman and I joined forces. We open iFast, and we get to work with some of the best athletes in the world every single day. It's amazing. But I also feel like throughout my entire coaching career, there's basically been these parallels throughout the entire time. So when I first come out, most people don't know this, but I was actually a graduate assistant in the research lab at Ball State. So cool gig, right? I get to go in, we're putting EMGs on people. So we're looking at muscle outputs. We're doing force plate testing. We're doing all kinds of like 3D biomechanical analysis. It was awesome. But it wasn't my passion. Like cool, yes, but it wasn't my passion. So basically every day, I go in and I spend half my day in the research lab and I spend another half working with athletes in the weight room. So that's the first parallel. I know I want to coach, so I find ways to coach. Well, as I'm coaching and as I'm working with all these people, I start to realize, man, like this is exciting and I love this. But then like this education part of my DNA comes out. Both my parents are in education in some way, shape, or form. And so I'm like, man, I just have all this information. It's all stored up here. I'm like reading journal articles and I'm watching, DVDs or VHS tapes at the time. I'm like, just all this information is bubbling up, and so I want to start sharing it. So I become a content creator before that was really the name. I'm writing articles, I'm writing blogs. Eventually that turns into a podcast. That turns into videos. It turns into continuing education resources like this one. So I've got that parallel. And then the third parallel is kind of where I'm at now. I love basketball. I still to this day love the sport, and I feel like I've come full circle because I get to go in the gym the entire off season and work with high school, college, professional basketball players. It's amazing. But this crazy thing happens, like, as you get older, these kids stay the same age and you just keep getting older. So for me, it's been this parallel of, man, I love working with basketball. and I want to help these basketball players get the most out of their body. But then there's also this selfish side of, hey man, I'm not getting any younger. How do I continue to take care of myself so that I can be on the floor for 6, 7, 8 hours a day? How can I be able to take care of my body so I can demonstrate these activities and the exercises for them? Never going to look as good as a guy that jumps, 40 inches and plays in the NBA, but with a certain level of proficiency, I can go and demo any of these activities for them. So that's kind of where I'm at, and these are the parallels. But anytime I prepare a talk, I start to think about, well, why me? What makes this unique? How can I help you get more out of this via my knowledge or my experience? And, just personally, I got to say this, like my dad was an absolute boss. This guy really just fulfilled everything that I needed to be able to go out and play sports. So whether it was soccer, little league baseball, football, volleyball, basketball, literally I played them all. This guy drove me all over, God's creation, to go watch and play sports. Probably epitomized by my sophomore year, I joined an AAU team. And again, we live way in the country. And there's this little high school. It's like an hour away. It's the exact opposite direction of where we live. This guy drives me an hour for an hour practice and then another hour back home. So out of 3 hours, 2 hours are spent in the car. He helped facilitate and drive this love of sports that I have. So, man, appreciate you, Dad. Thank you for doing that. But for me, then it was like, okay, well, how can I do that for my kids? Because one of the only issues was this guy lived a life of hard labor. Grew up playing football. Again, this is in like the 60s. He threw hammer in college. So there were aches and pains. He'd come home. My mom owned a farm, so he'd literally work in the fields, work on tractors. So like there were just days like, he's like, dude, I can't throw a baseball, or we're playing basketball. He's like, my knees hurt. I don't really feel like I can go today. So this was instilled in me. This was baked into me at such a young age. I always thought to myself, man, my dad is awesome. How can I do this for my kids? How can I be there for them physically? And so just like in the last year, my son plays baseball. I coach his baseball team. I can go out, I can throw an hour of batting practice to these little kids, shoulder doesn't hurt. Or my daughter, she leveled up to an 11v11 soccer field this year. Well, I can go out the entire summer as she has to like get her conditioning up and do all these runs. I can go out, I can condition with her, and I'm good to go. So I think that's part of it, right, is being there physically for my family. But there's another level to this too. And without getting too morbid, I think there's a point in all of our lives where we start to recognize our own mortality. And for me, this happened maybe earlier than most, but in my early 20s, one of my best friends from college took his own life. And I think anytime you have to bury somebody that is your friend, somebody that's close to your age, it's different when they're a grandparent and they're maybe a little bit older. When you start to bury people that are your age, it really puts things in perspective. So losing my friend Ryan, that was hard. Now 15, 20 years later, now I'm losing people that are my age to cardiovascular disease, to cancer. So I think all of these things help you just start to pause and recognize, like, I'm not immortal. How can I increase my lifespan? How can I increase my health span so that I can be not only like living for as long as possible, but living as best as I can for as long as possible? So as I've gone through this, and Joel and Luka and I have had all these discussions, it's made me start to think about like, what drives a lot of this? What's important to us? And I think one of the things we have to ask is, what happens as we age? Like, what physical qualities decline? Because like any good training program, you kind of figure out where you want to go, and then you reverse engineer it. So what happens as we age? And then how does that evolve our training programs? Because if you're still doing the same training program at 50 that you were at 20, I think you're probably doing something wrong, unless you had a great training program when you were 20 years old. So the goal here is to start to become more forward thinking. And we all have this perception of what it means to be old. I'm sure some people watching this think, oh, Mike, he's 45, he's old. Well, I have a perception of what old is as well. But how do we get more forward thinking with this? How do we start to think about, hey, at 60, 70, 80 years old, how do we grow old gracefully and start to really enjoy some of these later years in life versus just living them? So I want to share with you my philosophy and just give you some thoughts on this. If you've followed me before, you might have heard pieces of this. And even if you've seen my R7 talk before, we're going to go in and we're really going to dive into how this is manifested in how we can do a lot of this with the idea of longevity behind us. So for starters, we need to build movement efficiency first. Joel talked about it. It's not just about moving more, it's about moving well. Second, we need to think about having balance in our programming. And we'll talk about how being too skewed in any one physical quality can actually be to our detriment. Third, we're going to talk about what it means to train like an athlete, because I think that's a critical piece of the puzzle. And then last but not least, we're going to talk about the difference between health span and lifespan, because I think this is a really critical distinction and something we need to have on our radar. So when we talk about movement efficiency, you don't go in the gym on day one and have somebody max out on a squat or a deadlift. If you're doing things the right way, you take steps to build them up. So for me, I think of it in this kind of sequence. You start by just trying to optimize somebody's body position. We'll talk about foam rolling, resets, where that fits into just getting somebody moving better. But then from there, we slowly build our clients and athletes up, whether it's patterning a lift. Maybe we're just doing an isometric hold in the bottom of a squat, or maybe we're doing something in half kneeling to build a split squat. We start to pattern the activity so that our clients and athletes move more effectively. Once we've locked the patterning in, now we start to load. So you don't go in and max out day one. You build the pattern before you start loading the pattern. And then depending on who you're working with and what their goals are, hey, you can go into this expression where maybe you're doing sprints or box jumps or pushing a prowler aggressively. There's all kinds of options. But you have to kind of go through this sequence first to earn the right to move with a lot of load or with a lot of speed or a lot of power. So that's number one, build movement efficiency. Number two, we need to balance our outputs. And this is really hard for me to admit, but there was a time in my life I was obsessed with powerlifting. It was all about getting as strong as humanly possible. But when we're looking at it through this context or this lens of longevity, there's more to it than just strength. So when I'm trying to balance somebody's physical outputs, I'm thinking about, yeah, I want them to be strong enough. Two, I want them to have power output. Number three, I need conditioning, and Joel's going to do a deep dive on this, but we need a certain level of conditioning to make sure that they age the way that they want. And then last but not least, we need to make sure that they are preserving their mobility, because we all know, like, look at a 40 versus a 60 versus an 80-year-old walk down the street. It's very evident that mobility loss is a real thing, and we need to do whatever we can to try and prevent it. The third mantra, the third piece of my philosophy is to train like an athlete. And I got a quote from Gandhi here, my guy. But Gandhi is famous for saying, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they attack you, then you win. And I try not to be the salty old strength coach, because 15 years ago when I started talking about this concept of training like an athlete, man, I was like vilified. There were so many people, the internet trolls are coming out and they're like, oh, what do you mean? Like, you're gonna have your clients do 40-yard sprints and max box jumps? No, you're not gonna start with those activities, but that doesn't mean we totally forget about training things like power development, like building conditioning. And I think this is where we need to have that idea of balancing our physical outputs, right? I like to think of it like the spokes on a bike. If all you focus on is strength, right? Well, now the spokes on your bike are lopsided. Versus if, hey, strength is important, but so is power, so is conditioning, so is mobility. Now you've got this wheel that spins very effectively. So don't get so focused on purely strength or purely power. All of these physical outputs are important, and our goal as we try and age gracefully is to try and balance them. Then the final piece for me is lifespan versus health span. And the term health span I had never heard of until recently when Peter Attia wrote his new book. Joel told me I should probably give maybe some credit to Dr. David Sinclair because he might have coined that. But when we look at the difference between lifespan and health span, I think it's really important to note. Lifespan is simply how long we live. Do we live 70, 80, 90 years? Very easy to track, very easy to measure. But health span for me is something that's always been in like the back of my mind, but I never knew how to describe it. So health span is quite simply how well you live. So if you live 90 years, how well are you living those years. And he actually uses the story of Tithonius. So if we're going back to Greek mythology, Eos takes Tithonius, goes to Zeus. She says, this is my lover, I want him to live forever. Well, that's great. Zeus grants that gift. But what happens? Oh, she forgot to ask for eternal youth along with eternal life. So she's basically forced to watch this guy decay and become an invalid in front of her, right? Because he continued to age, but he didn't have the health to support it. So in the book, Peter Attia also talks about the Four Horsemen, which originally made me think, dude, this guy's an 80s wrestling fan. This is my guy. Like, I need to learn everything from him. But his Four Horsemen are those chronic diseases that almost every one of us will deal with, at least one of them, in our lifetime. And I'm going to use my terminology here versus his, but I think of these as cardiovascular disease, cancer, neurodegenerative disease like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and then foundational diseases or metabolic diseases like diabetes. And his whole shtick, which I absolutely agree with, is that our entire approach to taking care of people and treating people in this country is an absolute disaster. Because what's our mindset? We live our lives, our teens, our 20s, our 30s, we do whatever we want, right? Let's take worst case scenario. We never work out. We eat whatever we want. We never sleep. We sleep 4 to 5 hours a night. We're a ball of stress and anxiety. Well, okay, now we go to the doctor and we're 50, 60, 70 years old. Oh, sorry, now you have diabetes. Oh, you've just had a heart attack. Oh, we've just diagnosed you with cancer. Now we start to address these issues. Like, how messed up is that? We're not taking care of anybody or treating anybody until they already have this physical ailment. We're not going to be able to unwind it. So instead, this is where we as trainers and coaches really need to step up to the plate. Instead of thinking, oh, at 40, 50, 60 years old, now you have a chronic disease. Hey, at 20, 25, 30, can we start to get you training the right way? Can we help you better understand how nutrition fuels your body? The importance of sleep, how to manage stress and anxiety. Like, if we start to do this now, imagine how much longer we can live and how much healthier those years can be as well. So that's what this whole talk is about. And luckily for you, I don't know where you're at in your program design journey, but for me, I got tired of just haphazardly trying to craft programs, spin the big wheel in my office and figure out what set rep scheme and what exercise I'm going to choose. About 2011, 2012, Eric Otter, Bill Hartman, myself sit in the office. We're like, man, how do we write better programs? How do we write programs that will really connect with our clients and with our athletes? And it just so happened at this point in time, I was reading Atul Gawan's book. It's called The Checklist Manifesto. If you've not read it, it is great. I will give you a synopsis. Use checklists, period. Use checklists. And he cites numerous times throughout the book, why should you use a checklist? What are some professions that use them? And if you dive in, well, two of the most important people we have in our lives, surgeons and airline pilots, right? Incredibly stressful jobs. There's a lot going on, and lives are at stake, right? If one of them screws up, lives or multiple lives, hundreds of lives could be at stake. And it's no coincidence that these people use checklists. So it just makes sense if doctors and airline pilots can use checklists, I should be using one as a trainer or coach. So if you're unfamiliar with R7, here are the 7 R's. We got release, reset, readiness, reactive, resistance, resiliency, and recovery. So those are our 7 R's. We're going to dive into each one of them and see how they apply to somebody that wants to live a longer, healthier life. But the great thing about R7 is not only does it give you a guide to writing better programs, it kind of gives you the outline to what a good training session looks like as well. So when we look at R7, you come in the gym, you foam roll, you kind of loosen up those stiff, achy tissues. Then you do some resets. Then you start to ramp up, right? You go through your readiness, your warm up. At the peak, when your body is fresh, when your nervous system's firing and ready to go, that's when we do our speed and power-based activities, our heavy weight training. And then as we start to fatigue, we fill in the gaps and we get our accessory lifts in, we do our metabolic conditioning. And before we leave, before we walk out that day, we do arguably the most important part of our workout, which is R7, our recovery. We start to kickstart that recovery process so that we can take the fullest advantage of the other 23 hours out of our day. So if you don't want to think about all 7, I get it. I like to think of it like this. There's 3 stages of every workout. Phase 1, which is your R1 through R3, is your prep. You get ready to train. Second, you actually train. You do your speed and power work, your strength training, your conditioning, and then before you walk out the door, you do R7 plus, right, which is all the other things you do outside of the gym. You kickstart that recovery process. So that's what we're going to cover over the next 50 to 60 minutes. But I have a few goals for you today. And again, you're taking time out of your weekend, you're sitting at home, hopefully in your pajamas, chilling, enjoying yourself. But my goals for you are simple. Number 1, I want to give you the 30,000 foot overview of program design. Like, hey, here's the high level stuff, here's how Mike thinks about programming, and then Luka and Joel, they're going to tag in and they are going to really explain in specifics what they do to write better conditioning programs or to write great small group training programs. Second, there is going to be practicality in here. One of my pet peeves is when you listen to somebody talk for an entire hour and you walk away and you're like, that was amazing, but I have no idea how to apply this. So even though I'm going to give you that 30,000 foot overview, we're still going to dive in and I'm going to give you some specifics that you can take and start using in your programs immediately. Third, I want you to become forward thinking. Everything that we've done in health, in medicine for a long time has been incredibly reactive. And I think this is where we as trainers and coaches can step in and start making an impact on our clients and athletes' lives at a much earlier age. So our goal is to be more proactive, and then last but not least, to help you become more confident program designers. This is such a big thing. I mean, between the online stuff that I do, like the podcast, the videos, the certification, my program design mentorship, almost everybody I talk to that's worth their salt is not 100% confident writing programs. And maybe you shouldn't be, right? You shouldn't be too sure of yourself, but you should always have this curiosity of how do I get better, and ultimately wanting to be more confident when you write programs. And I can assure you of this, if you are using R7 or if you will adopt R7, you will immediately become a more confident program designer. So with that being said, let's dive in. And I promise these first couple sections, we're kind of crank through a little bit, because what I don't want you to do is feel like I'm preaching to the choir here. So let's start and let's talk about release, right? R1, release. Our goals here are simple. We want to decrease stiffness and we want to reduce tension. So there's certain areas in everybody's body that are tight, they're stiff. And our goal is to loosen them up before we start training. And again, to show kind of the evolution of all this, look at the date on this article here. Eric Cressy and Mike Robertson, I don't have my readers on, that's how old I am, but I believe we're looking at 2004. The original title for the article was Feel Better for $10. They changed it eventually and they put in a better looking model. Evidently Eric and I weren't good enough looking to make the cut anymore. But man, this was what we were doing back in the day. We had these white foam rollers. They were awful. They would get smashed and destroyed. They were good for about a week or two. But this is what we were using to loosen up those soft tissues and to get our bodies feeling better. And I mean, man, think about this evolution over 20 years, right? We started with the white rollers. We had the spiky rollers. We had the black rollers. We had the tiger tail. You know, now we're into like the hyper volts and the hyper ices, all these percussive tools. And they're all awesome, right? They all serve a purpose. The goal comes down to why are we using them, right? I don't claim to understand why they work. I leave that to people smarter than me, but we all know, hey, if I foam roll this big muscle on the outside of my thigh, it hurts like heck for a minute, but when I'm done, all of a sudden, I've got more mobility and my knee doesn't hurt. So there's value in it. And a lot of times people will ask me, okay, Mike, what are like the 5 muscle groups or the 5 areas everybody has to work on? And these are what I would call the magic 5, because they are muscle groups that tend to get very squished or compressed. You know, we can get into the Bill Hartman terminology if we want, but these muscles have a tendency to get very active, very turned on. They squish us front to back and they drive our center of gravity forward. So calves, quads, hips, pecs, and lats. If you're working on those 5 areas religiously, I think it's going to make a big impact on how your clients and athletes feel. And You know, if you're running hour sessions, I get it. There's a lot of stuff to cover. A lot of times what I'll try and convince people to do, not always easy, but I would love for them to come in 5 minutes before. Hey, just come in and just knock out your foam rolling at like 1:55 so we can start your session at 2. So release, very, very important. But I also remind myself of this, and it reminds me of when we first opened the gym. There was a gentleman that came in. He was trying to get into the Secret Service. This dude was a boss. Like, he was built like a brick, you-know-what house. But every day this guy came in, he had a different aching joint. One day it's his knee. The next day it's his hip. The next day it's his shoulder. The next day it's his lower back. Like, every day I just felt like I was trying to, you know, figure something else out to get this guy feeling better. And over the course of like 3 months, eventually I had him foam rolling like 13 muscle groups, which is not ideal. So my plea to you is this, right? If you have to foam roll every single muscle group in somebody's body, you need to take a better look at their program design as a whole. And so ultimately for me, it was like, hey, if I just taught this guy how to shift his center of gravity back, maybe let his body relax a little bit, we wouldn't have to do so much of that. So foam rolling, soft tissue work is an absolutely critical piece of the puzzle. Make sure you're getting it in. Number 2, we have resets. Why do we do resets? Well, 2 reasons. Number 1, I want to unlock people's mobilities. A lot of people have mobility, but they don't know how to unlock it. Second, we want to optimize alignment and position before we go and squat or hinge or split squat or do whatever activities we want to do in the gym. And again, 2004, man, Eric and I were really cranking out some content here, but we wrote this article series called Neanderthal No More. Now, the solutions that we had to improving somebody's posture are a little bit arcane when we look back at it now, but we were absolutely on the right track in trying to figure out, okay, what is somebody's body position? What is their alignment? And how can we correct those to make people move more efficiently or more effectively? So a lot of times people will ask me this, Mike, what is a reset? There's so many options out there. Is it crawling? Is it rolling patterns? Is it breathing activities? Look, man, it can be just about anything, but here's how I describe a reset. A reset is any activity that helps restore biomechanical alignment and or improve movement variability. So movement variability, kind of a fancy term, but hey, if you don't squat well, or you don't hinge well, or you don't split squat well, I want to recapture enough mobility to where you can start to move through those movement patterns more safely and more effectively. So that's what a reset is, and it can be just about anything. And people always ask, well, okay, that's great, that's a reset. Why should I do it? What is a reset going to do for me? And I think there's a couple reasons we include them. Number 1, we talked about this up top, this progressive loss of mobility and range of motion as we age. We've really got to try and take care of that and preserve that mobility for as long as possible. Second, there's adaptations to our environment. Joel talked about this, but think about your work environment, or just think about a day for a lot of our clients and athletes, right? Our client gets up, they shower, you know, frappuccino to go, they're sitting in traffic for an hour, then they go to work and they sit behind a desk for 8 hours. And then they get back in their car and they drive home for another hour. Well, now they've effectively been sitting for 10 hours, and we wonder why their posture looks like this. So there's environmental things that we need to offset, or that we can offset with our resets and with better program design. Then last but not least, there's adaptations to our training. So if you've ever seen a power lifter that has spent a lot of time like bench pressing, rowing, back squatting, deadlifting, they tend to get squished. They tend to lose range of motion. So when we're talking about soft tissue work like foam rolling, when we're talking about resets, one of our goals is to just widen that movement window. We're trying to crack the window so that, let's say somebody can only squat to here, cold. Okay, well, if I give them the right resets, the right foam rolling, the right mobility drills, can we start to get them squatting deeper with better posture and better alignment? And to try and break this up a little bit, because you're sitting here for a while, I'm going to call my guy Luka in. Hopefully Luka is still here. We're going to just show you guys a couple reset examples. And if you've never seen Bill's YouTube channel, definitely check it out. He's got some great resets in there. But I'm just going to walk you through 2 of my favorite activities for getting somebody loosened up and moving better. So, Luka, can we do crocodile breathing? You know crocodile breathing? So a lot of our clients, a lot of our athletes come in, and I'll just slide this back a little bit. I'm just keeping it fun here. But chances are you have seen that person with a big anterior pelvic tilt or this big curve in their lower back. You want to loosen that up and allow them to shift back so they can squat more effectively. All we're going to do, you see Luka's kind of got a little diamond for his face. We got this AirX pad underneath his abdomen. And what this does is basically creates fake abs, and it creates stiffness on the front side of his body. So when he takes a breath in, he's going to decompress his entire lower back. So a lot of times people do this and they're like, oh my gosh, like my back feels great. They can expand this backside of their body. Now they can shift back. Now they can squat more effectively. So if you've been spending hours or weeks or months chasing ankle mobility and you're not getting somebody's squat to loosen up, hey, let's just decompress this backside of their body, allow their center of gravity to shift back, and now they can immediately change levels more effectively. So we could do something like crocodile breathing. Dude, you're a champ. All right, flip over. I'm going to have you lay on your back, knees bent, feet flat on the floor, and just reaching towards the sky. Okay? So we can also do something like this, just a reaching, breathing activity. This is great for just engaging hamstrings, correcting that pelvic tilt just a little bit, getting the abs turned on. So Luka is reaching towards the sky. He can feel his whole foot. He's going to take a breath in through his nose, and then he's going to exhale fully. Let his rib cage come down. He should feel hamstrings engage. He should feel this back just kind of melt into the ground. But simple stuff like this, 2 to 3 sets of 5 breaths before you go onto the gym floor, before you get into your warm-up, this can make a huge impact on somebody's body position and their alignment. So ultimately, they move and feel better when they get in the gym with you. You're a boss. Thanks, dude.
You said fake abs. These are real.
No, those are real abs. Those are real abs, built in Slovenia. So resets, just a fantastic way to get people moving and feeling better. And I'm going to move this back. But I think of it like this. When we're talking about resets, foam rolling, soft tissue work, all this does is it just cracks the adaptation window. It gives us a little bit more room for excursion, for movement. So when somebody steps in the gym floor, hey, now they can squat with better position. They can lunge. They can hinge with better body positions and better alignments. But ultimately, hey man, you can do all that stuff. Then you go in the gym and you start back squatting like this or deadlifting with this huge arch, you're going to lose it. So this just cracks that adaptation window. From there, you got to layer smart programming on top of it. Last but not least, we have readiness. When we talk about readiness, again, we're just thinking about unlocking their body, their hips, knees, ankles, shoulders, making sure those feel good, and then preparing the neuromuscular system, right? Getting the brain and the body ready for that training session that's ahead of them. And again, I got this incredibly old school photo of myself, circa 1995. Man, I just think back to old school basketball warm-up, right? If you're of a certain age, you ran laps and then you static stretched. That was your warm-up. And I'd like to think we've evolved a little bit since then. I really think of like 3 steps or 3 levels to all of my warm-ups. But here's a really sad fact, and something everybody that's watching this should be aware of. Unless you are actually 20 years old and you can go in the gym and just start banging weights, if you're not 20, you got to warm up. Like the days of going in and putting a barbell on your back and immediately starting to squat are gone. You need to find ways to prime and prep your body so that you move and feel good when you're at the gym. So when we're thinking about taking care of our body, making sure we're ready to train, the first step is priming our physiology. And again, I'm not going to belabor these points because part of this is just, I don't want to say redundant. Part of it should be familiar with you. And second, a lot of us know we should be doing this. So when we're talking about physiology, what are our goals here? We want to increase tissue temperatures, right? Just get the body warm, hence the term warm up. With our older clients, joint lubrication, really important. Just making sure, man, my ankles, my knees, my hips, my shoulders, those synovial fluids flowing and everything feels good. And then the final piece is just that nervous system, right? The nervous system drives the muscular system. So getting the nervous system warm and priming that conduction and those firing rates. The second piece, or the second thing I'm thinking about when I'm creating a warm-up, is biomechanics. So first off, we talked about getting in better positions, improving somebody's alignment. Well, I want to use this time to cement that and really make sure, oh, their pelvis is underneath them. Oh, their back can expand so they can shift their center of gravity back. So I want to cement the things that we've been working on up to this point. Second, I want to integrate the nervous system and the muscular system. They work in concert with each other. So how do we tie them together and make sure they're working as a seamless unit? And then finally, improving or restoring movement variability. I want to make sure they have as many movement options on the table before they start training as possible. So we got physiology, we got biomechanics, and then we have the specific element of the warm-up. So, all we're trying to do here is prepare them for what they're going to start their training session with. If they're doing explosive work, we want to ramp up. If they're doing strength work, if they're squatting, they're hinging, it's deadlift day, making sure we're starting at an appropriate weight and building up, not just doing a general warm-up and then going up to whatever their max is. So warming up, pretty big deal. Hopefully all of you are doing it, and I'm preaching to the choir here, but I think it needs to be noted, like the warm-up sets the stage for your entire training session. And I've had people that come in late and they're like, oh no, I'll just skip the warm-up and I'll jump into the workout. Absolutely not. Whatever's at the end, I'd rather skip that and forget about that than let you go in without a warm-up. So make sure that your clients are going through a thorough, extensive warm-up so they're prepared and ready to train. So let's get to the fun stuff, shall we? Let's talk about reactive work or power development. And I think there's more to this than just developing power. Talking with Joel, talking with Luka over the weekend has stimulated a lot of thoughts. But I think one of the things that we see degrade over time is our connective tissue strength, our connective tissue development. So we're going to talk about emphasizing connective tissues in our training. We're going to talk about the stretch shortening cycle, that pretty cool phenomenon, like when you dip and you jump higher than if you're just doing a squat jump. So how do we utilize and train our stretch shortening cycle? And then what we all want to do, right? We all want to be powerful. So what are some ways that we can take, even our oldest clients and start to introduce power training into their programs? So we talk about this idea of training like an athlete. And again, I've got Gandhi up here. But I've talked about power development for a long time, and I've tried to emphasize it. And I saw the writing on the wall here because a lot of my Gen Pop clients were doing athletic things on the weekends, right? They're playing golf, they're playing tennis, they're going out and playing pickup basketball. So if they're going to do those things in these chaotic environments, it just made sense to me. Why are we not training them in a controlled environment for these activities, i.e. the gym? So using the gym to prepare them for the things that they want to do in their real life. And again, this was instilled in me very early on. I feel very blessed. Going to Ball State, I kind of went there because my dad was a professor there. The price was right. But I stuck around for an extra 2 years to get my master's. And in all honesty, part of it was just because I felt super immature. I didn't feel like I was ready to get a job. And so I thought, oh, well, what can I do to extend this college experience? And I went on and I got a master's degree. But lo and behold, the two guys that were running this program were absolute monsters, absolute savages. We had William Kramer and we had Dr. Robert Newton. And Dr. Robert Newton at this point in time was probably the foremost guy when it came to power development research. And so I remember, came into the office one day, I remember this very clearly because he was an Aussie and he's just blaring AC/DC Back in Black as loud as possible. I'm like, dude, this is an awesome environment, right? But we were going back and forth. And he just drops this knowledge bomb on me. And he said, Mike, a lot of people focus on strength. But in all honesty, the first physical quality we lose in old age isn't strength, but rather power. And that always stuck with me. I was like, okay, not just strength, but power. And this was me at 22, 23 years old, meathead, getting into powerlifting. But that always resonated with me. And I'm like, I'm always going to try and maintain some power in my Gen Pop and older client programs. And so when we start talking about this idea of, hey, training like an athlete and finding ways to incorporate power, I remember when I took this to our coaches at iFast, and I told Jay, I'm like, look, I don't care how old they are, I don't care what kind of condition they're in, find ways to train power. And I'm sure he looked at me like I had 3 eyes. But Jay was an amazing coach, and he found ways. He was incredibly adaptable, malleable. And I think this slide really shows you what Jay did. So Jay has this client come in, her name's Janice, she was 87 at the time. And again, remember the goal, you got to train power. So what does he have her do? She's sitting in a walker, right? She's got a volleyball, which is incredibly light. And he's got her throwing this volleyball against a wall. This is her first day in the gym, and he has found a way to train power with her. I mean, I think I shed a single tear because I was so proud of this guy, and I was like, dude, this is so creative, so innovative, great work. But what was even cooler was seeing Janice's transformation over the next 3 to 4 months. So just think about this progression. So day one, she's in a walker, she's throwing a volleyball, which is incredibly light, to here a couple months later, she's standing up, she's out of her walker, she's got a basketball, she's probably 15 feet across the gym, and Janice is just out here getting buckets, dude. Like, how cool is that? Just thinking about the balance, the strength that she's got to have through her lower body, her ability to produce power with her upper body, throwing this basketball across the room. So this was so cool to see this, and it just really kind of cemented this belief for me that everybody should be training power in some form or fashion. So a few thoughts on power training. Yes, you should be incorporating power training with every client possible, right? Now, maybe there's certain cases where you just can't do it, that's fine, but whenever possible, find ways to train power. But no, that doesn't mean you should be doing max effort sprints and box jumps your first day in the gym, right? Let's be smart about this, and let's find ways to slowly just progress the clients and athletes we work with to make sure that they move and feel safe when they're doing these activities. And I think a lot of our clients, whether we know it or not, have these like external hobbies outside of the gym that they like to do. Maybe it's hiking, maybe it's playing pickup basketball. Pickleball is huge basically everywhere. So if somebody's gonna go out and play pickleball on a weekend, what can I do in the gym during the week to prepare them to play pickleball and be safe and healthy while they do it? It just makes sense. Prepare them in a controlled environment so when they go to a chaotic environment, they're more likely to stay safe and not get injured. So a few more thoughts on power training. And this is the filter that I put also pretty much any plyometric or any power activity through. When you're in doubt as to what somebody can do, ask yourself this: what are their tissues prepared for? So if somebody hasn't done anything forceful or powerful, explosive in 20 years, it doesn't make sense to go out and test their 40 or have them do a max effort box jump, right? It's common sense. The tissues aren't prepared for it. So then we reverse engineer it. If they do want to jump, what are things that we can do to prepare those tissues in like a sequential and progressive manner? And one of the things that I like to incorporate, I don't know if somebody's used this term before, I like it, is microballistics. So I'm going to show you just a little upper body med ball circuit. Now you don't have to do all these exercises, but you know, we've got half kneeling med ball throws, we've got scoop tosses, but you can see short, choppy range of motion, right? We're teaching our clients and our athletes to produce and absorb force, but it's not super stressful on the body. We're just starting to rebuild those connective tissues and train them to utilize that stretch shortening cycle. But here's the thing, it doesn't have to just be medicine ball work. Think about the lower body activities we can start doing, right? You can do jump rope. People love to clown on agility ladders. But hey man, just doing all these different activities on an agility ladder starts to prepare the foot, the ankle, the connective tissues that surround those tissues to stay healthy. So find ways to use these microballistics that prepare the body for some of the bigger bang stuff that you may want to move to. Last but not least, I have 4 rules for beginner power training. So I promised I was going to give you some practical application. Here are some things that I like to do to make sure that I'm doing this in the most efficacious way possible. Number 1, anything can constitute R4 reactive work. It's just got to be somewhat fast or explosive. Now, keep in mind, I put these in air quotes because if you're working with an 80-year-old client that's never done anything fast or explosive, it may not look fast or explosive to you. That's okay. I'm reminded of a guy that came into our gym. He trained with us for like 14, 15 years. He trained with Bill even before that, Dr. K. And Dr. K loved to play golf. So To prepare him for golf, we would literally have like a 2-pound medicine ball and he'd throw that thing against a wall. Promise you, on my life, it didn't look fast or explosive, but it's the intent. He was trying to be fast and explosive while he did those activities, and ultimately, I'd like to think it prepared him to play golf. So that's number one. Reactive work can be anything fast or explosive. Number two, it doesn't have to be sprinting or jumping, right? Those things are cool, and if you can get specific clients to that point, that's amazing, but not everybody's going to get there, and that's okay. Number three, this is a big one. Most people get injured in sports when they are landing, when they are decelerating. So especially early on, work to minimize decelerations, work to minimize landings. And then number four, you want to test the waters, right? You've done the microballistics, you've prepped these connective tissues, the body's feeling pretty good. Hey, now you want to do something explosive, start with a box jump, right? Like one box jump on a low box. If you want to throw a medicine ball, hey man, throw it at like 50% as hard as you can, because I'll be honest, if you haven't thrown a medicine ball hard in 20 years, all of a sudden that deceleration on an elbow or on a shoulder can be jarring. So do it one time at 50% effort and then just build up from there. But I come back to this. You want to start incorporating power training, more power to you. I think you should. When in doubt, ask yourself, what are the tissues prepared for? If they're not prepared for something, don't do it, and find a way to progressively move them towards that point through smart training. Last but not least, a super simple power template. So with your Gen Pop clients, this is what I do. And it may not be as cool as like a linear speed day and a lateral speed day and the things you would do with athletes, but I think it checks a lot of boxes. What I'll do is I'll create 2 to 4 exercises and I'll make it into a circuit fashion. I'll give you an example here at the end. But you pick a couple exercises, 30 to 60 seconds rest in between exercises, and then you take 60 to 90 seconds rest in between rounds. So here is a little power session that I created for one of my Gen Pop ladies. Now, her goal was all about the booty. She wanted to build a better looking booty, so I tried to create a power training circuit that would do that for her. So we got 3 activities here. We've got a side-to-side line hop, we have a lateral jump and hold, and then we have a medicine ball fake throw. So all these activities that are making her body work side to side, and we're working the triplanar function of her glutes. So instead of just hip thrusting her spine into oblivion, we found a way to change directions, right? Make her feel athletic and ultimately train her glutes. So there's all kinds of cool, fun, creative ways you can do this. Just try and find ways that are safe for the clients and athletes that you're working with. R5, let's talk resistance training. Let's talk about getting stronger. And I think when we start talking about this through the lens of longevity, it's not just about getting as strong as humanly possible, right? And PRing every week on our squat or bench press or deadlift. It's not about getting those huge showy muscles like you maybe wanted in your teens or 20s to impress the ladies. No, now the emphasis is I need enough strength to be a functioning human being. I need enough muscle mass to make sure my body feels good and that it supports my metabolism. And look, I had to learn this lesson the hard way because I fell in love with weights. Just like I fell in love with basketball, when I got into powerlifting, it was full steam ahead. And I was willing to do just about anything other than bulk up to like 250, 275 to be a competitive powerlifter. I did everything to try and learn the game and to try and make myself stronger. But ultimately, remember our bike wheel, right? I put such an emphasis on strength that I started to deteriorate some of my other physical qualities. I lost conditioning. I lost mobility as a result. So when we think about writing a good resistance training program, there's a couple key elements that I think need to be in there. Number one, don't forget, movement quality is king. Make sure they move well before they try and move heavier loads or for longer periods of time. Second, ideally, you find something that they can load immediately. So maybe they can't do a barbell back squat, but could they do a front squat? Could they do a 2 kettlebell front squat or a goblet squat? Find variations that people can load and train effectively early on because it's going to boost their enthusiasm and their engagement. And then third, before you load a pattern, make sure you own the pattern first. And I think this just makes common sense, right? You're not going to go in, take somebody that doesn't know how to squat well, and then try and test out their max on day one. Figure out ways to progressively reverse engineer their movement. Where are they at? Where do they want to go? And then figure out a progression to help them move more effectively over the course of their time working with you. Now, what's pretty cool, and I know Joel's going to dive into a lot of this stuff, so I'm not going to belabor these points, but strength is a pretty predictive tool. Whether we're looking at things like grip strength, whether we're looking at lower body strength, ultimately people that live longer, and I think probably live healthier lives, have a certain level of strength to help support them. They're able to go out and do the things that they want to be able to do. And I think the longer you do this, the more you should see an evolution in your own program design. So I'm going to give you two examples. I'm going to give you my program that I might write for you around 2004 when I'm writing those articles for T Nation to what my programs might look like now. So let's look at the 2004 first. Well, you're going to come in, you're not a power lifter, it doesn't matter, you're going to squat. Probably should bench press because we're doing a total body day, right? You don't have like a specific strength goal, but you just want to get in the gym and get stronger, maybe build muscles. So we're going to squat, we're going to bench press, we're going to Romanian deadlift because you got to balance things out, right? You did an anterior chain, let's do a posterior chain. And we benched, so you better row. And then we'll do some core work, right? So that's what a program might look like 19, 20 years ago if you came into my gym and you worked with me. Now let's contrast that with what it might look like today. So you come into iFast and you're like, Mike, I want to move and feel good. Okay, we're going to start your program off, and yeah, I want you to squat. I want you to be able to change levels, but we're going to superset that. So we're going to squat, and then we're going to do a push-up, because a push-up is going to help shift your center of gravity back. It's going to keep your upper back open. It's going to allow you to squat more effectively. So this superset pairing actually plays off each other and helps you move better. Then, oh, well, we did a bilateral activity. Now let's do some split stance work. So we'll do a split squat. Maybe we'll do like a split stance alternating row. So now we're chasing some rotation with our movements. And then we're going to finish off. We'll do like a half kneeling cable press. Maybe try and unlock those hips and knees a little bit. We'll do some core work, and that's going to be your day. So what I want to ask you right now is, what differences do you see? Right? Do you see how starkly contrasting these two workouts are? And maybe they don't look like it at first glance, but there's been a huge shift and a huge evolution in how I write programs. And I want to share this with you because I want you to have a better understanding as to what's changed so you can start incorporating this with the people that you work with. So here are some of the fundamental ways I feel like my workouts have evolved over the last couple years. Number one, I am incorporating more split stance and single leg activities. Coming up as a power lifter, the bias is towards bilateral symmetrical lifts. You squat, you deadlift, you RDL, you good morning, maybe you front squat. But everything is bilateral and it's symmetrical versus finding ways, hey, can we get into an offset stance? Can we do something on one leg? So split stance, single leg work is a huge piece of the equation. Second, we're going to include more alternating upper body activities. So instead of, that big bench press or that chest supported row, hey, can I find activities through my upper body that are forcing me to alternate and get my thorax moving side to side? So I think that's a really critical piece of the puzzle, is chasing these alternating upper body activities. 3, we're going to offset the load. So instead of having symmetrical loading on both sides, maybe we're going to do something where the weight is just on one side. Maybe I'm doing a squat with the kettlebell in my left hand so that I can stay back on my left side. Or maybe I'm doing an offset activity with the weight in my right hand. I'm doing a split squat, which is going to turn me to my left. So I think offset loading is a great way to restore some of that movement variability and make sure we're better aligned, we're better positioned throughout our workout. And then really just as a whole is looking at my program and finding ways to increase variability, different postures, different positions, anything that we can do to maintain our mobility and our movement variability throughout the course of our workout. So lots of changes, but I think it's been very beneficial. And not only myself, but the people that I'm working with have really seen the benefits of incorporating more of this. So the next question invariably is, okay, Mike, what does a workout look like, right? I kind of gave you an example, but if we just needed big rocks, what are the big like pillars in your workout? So most of my strength training work is like, you got your 1 level, your 2 level, your 3 level. So my ones, whenever possible, are your big bang compound lifts. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you, don't squat, don't bench press, don't deadlift. There are certain people that shouldn't do those, or maybe you shouldn't do that for a certain period of time. But I'm a big believer if you want to maintain strength, maintain muscle mass, hey, those big bang compound lifts are in there for a reason. Just figure out which ones work best for you or for your body. So that's your number 1. The second piece, when you get into those 2s, this is your accessory in your supplemental work. So maybe this is where we're getting our split stance activities in, our half kneeling, our activities that are alternating or rotating through our thorax. And then the final stop, as we're really starting to fatigue, now this is maybe where we get our supplemental work in. If you have weak points, calves, quads, whatever, certain areas of your body that have tendencies to break down, we focus on those. It's your core work. It's your bodybuilding work, right? Nobody enjoys seeing arm farm at 3A more than me, right? You want to get in there, you want to get a little street pump before you get out, I get it. But you have to sequence your training sessions in such a way that allows you to hit all of those individual parts, but making sure that you're checking all these boxes. It can't just be bilateral symmetrical the whole way down. So just remember, the goal isn't to get as strong as humanly possible, right? When you're in your 20s, maybe that's a cool goal, but as you age, I think it gets less and less cool because eventually you become less adaptive, less malleable, and you start to feel worse. So for me, the goal with this type of programming is to get and stay strong while also maintaining your movement variability and your movement options, right? If all your training is bilateral symmetrical and eventually you turn into like this walking fire hydrant, you don't feel good. Find ways to mix up your programming, incorporate single leg, split stance, alternating activities, and ultimately I think you're gonna move and feel better. Okay, getting towards the end here, let's talk resiliency. And I'm going to really kind of cruise through this because obviously Joel's going to dive in and he's going to go hard on resiliency. But I think when we're talking about conditioning, 2 main goals. We want to build that aerobic engine. And I know Joel's got all kinds of like cool data, cool studies he's researched and referenced. But this is a great way to increase our lifespan. Like cardiovascular activity, if we can incorporate this regularly into our workouts, can absolutely increase our lifespan. Now, for me, conditioning was not at all on my radar early on in my career. In fact, I was that guy that was like, oh, you can either do like high intensity, like lactic intervals, or you can do nothing. And it wasn't until I met the girl on this slide, Catherine Volker, that I really got excited about conditioning because of all the athletes I've worked with, she's absolutely one of my favorites. Just an amazing human being. And she got recruited to go play collegiately at Purdue. And so we'd gone through this whole progression with her. She started off, she had horrible back pain. Okay, great, we got her back on the pitch. Well, the next step was, okay, well, she's not fit enough, right? She's a striker, but she can go for 15, 20 minutes. After that, just put her in a box on the corner because she wasn't going to make any more runs. And it really came to a head because as she commits to Purdue, Purdue sends her this conditioning packet and they say, oh, by the way, on day 1, you have to go pass this conditioning test, and if you don't, you're cut. So really quickly, I'm like, I better learn more about conditioning. So Eric Otter and myself, we sit down, we're really diving into Joel's work at this point in time, and we create a conditioning template for K-Dog. And it's so cool because we're tracking all this. I think at the time it was Bioforce. It wasn't even Morpheus. It was like the Bioforce app. And we're literally just watching this girl's HRV climb, and we're watching her resting heart rate decrease. And over like the period of 3 weeks, she's texting me. She's like, I'm playing games, and all of a sudden I'd gas out in 20 or 30 minutes. Now I'm making legit runs in the 85th, 87th, 90th minute. And it just really proved to me, man, this is such a big piece of the puzzle. I have to learn more about this. And I'm going to reference Joel again here because he's got this amazing quote that conditioning is a measure of how well an athlete is able to meet the energy production demands of their sport. So even though we're not talking about athletes, can the clients that you work with meet the energy production demands of their life, right? He's talked about when your metabolism goes in the toilet, you are not able to thrive. You're not able to adapt. So how can we help the clients that we work with build a more robust metabolism? And again, credence to Joel here. This is his like little slide, but I was that guy. I was a biomechanics guy. I wasn't a physiology guy. So I thought, oh, these are like dominoes, right? Oh yeah, you know, you tap into your alactic, your ATPC system. And then when that goes, now it's your lactic, and then it's your aerobic. So I didn't really understand physiology when I was coming out. And this is the thing that I think Joel really espoused and really drove home this point for me. One thing that I did always take away from physiology is the body is amazing at adapting to whatever stimulus you give it. And your aerobic and your lactic systems are basically on opposite ends of the spectrum. So if you look at the demands or you look at the adaptations you get, when you are training your aerobic system, well, your body's going to adapt to that kind of training, right? It's going to create more aerobic enzymes. You're going to get that left ventricle eccentric hypertrophy. So you're going to increase stroke volume. You're going to decrease resting heart rate. You're going to improve capillarization in your vascular network. You're going to build more mitochondria. And it's going to stimulate your parasympathetic nervous system. We're going to talk more about the PNS and why that's so important here in just a minute. But whenever you train aerobically, your body says, oh, okay, this demand is being placed on me. I better adapt to it. And it finds a way to adapt so you become more robust and more resilient. But the opposite is true too. So if you start chasing the anaerobic system or the glycolytic, lactic, whatever you want to call it, right? Okay, now your body says, oh, well, now there's this different stimulus. I'm going to create more anaerobic enzymes. My left ventricle is going to be more concentrically hypertrophied, right? I'm going to decrease stroke volume. I'm going to increase resting heart rate. Capillarization goes down. Fewer mitochondria. It's like this beautiful adaptation until people start trying to do all of these energy systems at once. Like this is where things really fall apart for us trainers and coaches. So you can do all the zone 2 you want, but if then you're smashing somebody with glycolytic work on the opposite side, you've got competing adaptations. So one of our goals as trainers, as coaches, when we're writing these programs is to be very focused. Like what is the intent? What is the goal? And if we're trying to build a bigger, more robust aerobic engine, there's specific ways we need to go about doing that. So if you followed Joel's work for any more than like 5 years, he's been talking about zone 2 work for like 15 years. So I had to find ways, because a lot of the athletes that I worked with early on didn't want to go for a run for an hour. They didn't want to be on a stationary bicycle for an hour. So we would create these little circuits, right? And I think circuits are one of the best ways that you can create these zone 2 adaptations, right? It's got to be fluid, smooth, athletic. You know, whether we're doing ring rows, soccer bros, so they're kicking soccer balls all over the gym. We're just finding ways to make it fun and engaging so that ultimately they will continue to do it, right? Zone 2, when we're talking about that, it is all about volume, right? Weights are fun because I'm going to put this bar on my back, I'm going to do it for 1, and then I go sit down for 10 minutes. When you're talking about zone 2 work, we're talking about 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour or more of sustained effort. So when we start talking about this, and Joel's come on the podcast a couple times now, and we've talked about the benefits of zone 2 or cardiac output training. You know, he's talked about it for like 15 years, but we have to put this emphasis on volume. There's no way around this. You can't do like 15 minutes of zone 2 work a week and expect to get the desired response. You need volume to get the adaptive changes that you want. But this is my thing. You got to find ways to make it fun. So with the soccer bros, we created those circuits. For me, I can go in my backyard and I can run around, I can get buckets. You know, there's cool apps out there now like Home Court. Home Court's this awesome app where basically it gamifies ball handling and basketball skill development. So you can find ways like that to do it. Man, I'm in love with this treadmill that Joel has at his house now too. It's this beautiful Woodway. Not sponsored, but I would take one if they gave me one. Man, this thing is amazing. It feels great. My joints feel awesome. Man, I can sit on that thing for an hour easy. So find ways to make it fun, because here's the thing. If you don't make it fun, if you don't make it engaging, they're not going to stick with it. So you gotta find ways to make zone 2 training or cardiovascular training fun and engaging so that people can ultimately do it for a lifetime. The final piece of this is, you know, what are your KPIs or key performance indicators? And this is one of the things that people love about strength training. Strength training is amazing because I can come in And early on, I can test you. And let's say you squat 200 pounds. Well, in 3 months, I put you on a training program and I test you again. You're 225. That's awesome, right? That's so measurable. It's so instantly gratifying because you can see those changes. Whereas when it comes to conditioning, those things just aren't quite as exciting, right? Oh, my HRV score went up 5 points. You don't hear people getting as excited about that. That's not to say that they shouldn't, but they're not going to get as excited about, an increase in their VO2 max or a decrease in their resting heart rate. But you have to find ways to measure this, to make it objective so that ultimately people will stick with it. So ask yourself, what are your KPIs that you're measuring for tracking your client's endurance? Now, to kind of bring all this together, I got a couple general rules for just training as a whole. First, I think it's really important that we alternate high and low intensity days. One of the biggest mistakes you can make with your aging clients is to think that they can continuously do high intensity days and recover from it. It doesn't work like that. And what you find is the older somebody is, the more space you need in between those high intensity workouts. So you need to stagger your high and your low intensity days. Second, you need intensity, but you need it in doses. And this is something Bill Hartman and I have talked about numerous times. Bill's about 10 years older than me, and we would have these amazing discussions. And one of the things he always kind of told me, and I didn't believe him at the time, now I definitely do, but he would talk about, man, I can still generate the intensity, it's just the recovery on the back end that really kicks me in the ass. So you have to find ways to get that intensity and respect the fact that it's valuable, but it's got to be in doses. Third, the focus should be on balancing training and recovery. As young trainers, we love to talk about training and planning workouts. I think as we get older, it becomes more and more imperative to talk about recovery. I mean, hell, Joel, Luka, and I, all we're talking about this weekend is, hot plunges, cold plunges, saunas. We're like nerding out about all these recovery methods because we know they're valuable and we know how good we feel after we do that. So you have to be more proactive in planning your recovery. And then, as always, use KPIs to measure your progress. Whether it's power, strength, conditioning, find ways to objectively analyze if your clients are improving or not. It takes the emotion out of it. It makes everything so much easier. Last but not least, I want to share with you an example Gen Pop training week. So you can see our Monday and Thursday. Let's say somebody comes in your gym and they work with you twice a week. Monday, Thursday are your higher intensity sessions. Maybe you're going to get after it with your lift. You're going to push a little bit of weight. But I still use these training days for aerobic development. But I'm going to use higher intensity methods. So maybe I'm going to use something like explosive repeats. And we're going to go on prowler sprints, 8 to 10 seconds, and then we get 50 seconds off. A lot of times I'll start with like a 1-to-5, 1-to-6 work to rest ratio. So they are working hard. You push a prowler really hard, the length of this gym, with an appreciable amount of weight, you're tired at the end of 8 seconds. You get the rest of that minute to recover, your aerobic system's working in the background, and then you go again. So you got your high intensity days, Mondays and Thursdays. Now let's say maybe Tuesday, Friday. Now we're going to jump in. We're going to do more aerobic power. So maybe higher end aerobic development work. I love to do this on a bike or running. Find ways, 2 to 3 minutes on, maybe a couple minutes off to recover. But you're really pushing the intensity. And a lot of people want to talk about, I want to shed a couple pounds or, get a little bit leaner. Some of the people that I put on aerobic power intervals see some of the most appreciable changes in their body composition as a result. So I think aerobic power is a great way to stimulate some of those higher end aerobic changes without smashing somebody. And then the final piece are our off days or our lower intensity days. So maybe on Wednesday and Saturday, those are the days we're going to go out and we're just going to get the volume, right? We're going to go out and we're going to go for a long walk, a long hike. We're going to get on the stationary bike. Whatever things you enjoy doing for those extended periods of time, you do those on your off days. And then for me, Sunday, I call it an off day, but hey, sometimes it's just, hey, I'm going to take the dog for a walk, or me and Kate are going to take Finn, the dog, and we're going to go for a walk, and we're just going to get out in nature and move our bodies a little bit. So hopefully these sorts of like structures and templates give you some ideas as to how, hey, look, you can do something every day without smashing yourself, without stressing your recovery to the point where you can't recover and you can't come back and work out the next day. But when in doubt, just always remember practical is greater than optimal. Hey man, if I could get somebody to train 6 days a week the way I just outlined, that's amazing, but I'm a practical person at heart. So if we're gonna start with 30 minutes twice a week of zone 2 because you're doing none, I'm all for it, right? Start with whatever is practical and then try and work them towards optimal over the course of time when they're working with you. So bringing this all home, we have recovery. And when you get to R7, you got to think you've just gone through a great training session, you know, the dopamine's pumping, your adrenaline's pumping, you feel great. But now it's time to like really start to think about, okay, I just had this awesome session. Now it's time to kickstart that recovery process. And this is where, hey, we can talk autonomics. So your sympathetics cranked up, you know, your heart rate's elevated, your breath rate's elevated, blood pressure's up. Oh man, that was awesome. Now it's like, hey, how do I start to kickstart my parasympathetic nervous system? How do I start to chill out and relax so I can really recover from the session that I just went through? And I think one of the easiest ways to do it, it costs nothing other than maybe a couple minutes of your time, is just doing some breathing exercises. So if I tell my clients and athletes, look, all I want you to do at the end of your session, do 10 deep breaths for me, right? You could do something like I got on the picture here. You can go just put your feet up against the wall, like slide to where your butt's up against a wall, your legs are resting on it. You're just allowing your body to chill out and relax. Just bang out 10 good breaths. What position are they most comfortable in, right? This is not about, you know, biomechanical alignment or anything at this point in time. It's just, hey, how can I help you chill out and relax? And then coaching cues, because I think a lot of people need some insight. You got to think, if your heart rate's up, your breath rate's up, one of those things is trying to normalize that and bring that back down. So what I'll generally tell the people I work with, inhale quietly through your nose. It should take 3 to 5 seconds. So control the inhale. I want you to exhale fully through your mouth. This might take 8 to 10 seconds. You really want to draw it and tease it out because you're trying to control that breath rate. When you get all the air out, this is the hardest part. I want you to pause for 3 to 5 seconds because everything in your brain is telling you, take another breath in, take another breath in. No, don't. Try and pause, control that exhale, and just do that for 3 to 5 minutes. Trust me, if this is the only thing you take away from this talk, you start incorporating recovery breathing in at the end, you and your clients are going to feel amazing when you're done with your workouts. So you can do breathing exercises. Other options, man, you can dive in, you can do all kinds of fun stuff. You can do their resets again. You can have them do static stretching. Pick 3 to 5 exercises. Again, quads, calves, pecs, lats, hips. Just bang out a couple stretches for those. They feel better when they walk out. Can be something they go home, or you come to a gym like this. You can do contrast showers. You can do hot or cold plunges. Really, it doesn't matter all that much. The goal is to find something that they will do consistently that will help kickstart that recovery process so that ultimately, when they walk out of your gym, they're already on that path to recovery. So just remember, there are tons of options here. They're not necessarily right or wrong. A lot of recovery is about perception, what somebody perceives to be valuable or beneficial to them. Just make them do something before they leave. Anything is better than nothing. But, there's a but here, sorry. Please remember that most recovery happens outside of the gym. So we can talk about breathing exercises and chilling somebody out, but here's a little visual that might help you respect the fact that recovery happens outside of the gym. When Eric and I were doing a lot of writing early on, we talked about the 23-to-1 rule. And we looked at it through a training lens. You know, you got an hour in the gym to improve your posture, alignment, movement, whatever, and you have 23 hours out of your day to screw it up. So let's take this across a week. Let's say somebody works with you 5 hours a week. That's pretty damn good, right? First off, I love it if I can get somebody 5 hours a week. But here's the thing, they got 163 hours out of the week to go and screw all that up, right? To eat garbage food, to not sleep enough, to be stressed out and anxious. So recovery is really something we need to emphasize that occurs outside of the gym versus in it. So when we talk about maximizing recovery, each one of these could be like an hour or more topic or like full weekend seminar, but I want to give you a couple of the highlights and the things I try and touch on with all of my clients. When we're talking about maximizing recovery, nutrition is huge, right? Make sure you're hydrating, you're getting enough protein, that you're refueling your energy stores via good carbohydrates, good fats, and that you're eating a diet that consists primarily of whole and unprocessed foods. Pretty straightforward, right? Second, sleep is such a key piece of the equation. And this is something that when you're opening a gym or when you're training, it can be incredibly hard to get enough sleep. But I try and espouse to everybody, myself included, the goal is 7.5 to 9 hours of sleep per night. If you have not read Nick Littlehale's book, Sleep, it is absolutely fantastic. And it's the most practical guide to sleep that I've ever read. So definitely check it out. And when I'm talking to somebody about sleep or improving their sleep, I always focus on quality first versus quantity. Because I think ultimately quality is something that's easier to control. If somebody can only sleep 6 hours a night, okay, you're not going to get more. How can we optimize the quality of your sleep to make sure you're feeling rested and waking up fitter and fresher when you wake up? So sleep is huge. Mindset, meditation, absolutely critical. Find something that works for you. I tried so many different meditation apps over the years. None of them really stuck, and I stopped so many different times. Headspace, Calm, Waking Up. I've tried transcendental meditation. Ultimately, for me, it was just figuring out, hey, I need to put my phone in airplane mode. I need to set a timer for 15 to 20 minutes, and I just need to tune the entire world out. And that's what works for me. But you have to figure out what works best for you. But if you can work on your mindset, your meditation, get your clients to start really buying into this, it's going to make a huge impact on how they show up to you when they're in the gym. And then last but not least, daily mobility. And I like to call this the decade rule. I talked about this. I created a product, I think it was like 07, 08, called Bulletproof Knees. And I talked about the decade rule there. When you're like 20, you could probably do mobility once or twice a week and you're good. But the older you get, the more often you need to be tapping into your mobility. So 30, 3 days a week. 40, 4 days a week. 50, you see where I'm going with this. But I would say anytime you're over 40 or 50, you need to be doing mobility work on a daily basis. And you can figure out what works best for you. Maybe it's just a little static stretching routine. Maybe it's a mobility flow. Maybe it's, shameless plug, the Ground Prep series that Luka and I have shot and put up on his YouTube page. It's amazing. Find something that you can do and tap into on a daily basis to refresh and re-energize your body and make sure you maintain that mobility. So to bring this all home, it's very, very simple, my friend. R7 will help you write more consistent, more concise programs. It will make sure you don't skip any steps, but it comes down to 3 pieces. When you're writing a great workout, prepare your clients. Make sure they have reduced muscle tension, they've optimized their body position, and then they've got their physiology and their biomechanics ready to train. That's step 1. Step 2, when they step in the gym and they start training, you got to check all the boxes. Make sure they're training power. They're training and building strength, so they maintain their strength, their force production, their muscle mass. And then whether it's in the gym or outside the gym, make sure that they're building that aerobic engine. Make sure they're checking the conditioning box on a regular basis. Again, Joel's going to dive in on this and explain the different methods and the strategies that he uses to write great conditioning programs. So make sure you're checking all of those physical output boxes. Then last but not least, make sure you are recovering both in the gym and outside it to make sure that your clients move and feel great. So, man, I don't know how long that was. Feels like maybe about 75 minutes. I was close. Man, just thank you so much for watching. I really hope you benefited from this. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to jump back in, and Joel is going to drop some absolute knowledge bombs on us with regards to conditioning.
All right, game on. Just took a few seconds to sort out some audio issues, but I'm back with you. Thanks you guys for sticking around. I see some of the comments. Someone it's 3:30 in the morning, someone else it's 1 in the morning. So it's really awesome to see this. We've had 400 plus people, 500 plus people listening to these talks, and that's amazing to me because you're talking about coaches and people from all over the world sitting up in the middle of Saturday night watching this stuff. And to me, that's really inspiring because this stuff, it is hugely important. It is what we as coaches and people that just want to live a healthy life need to understand, because this is the way we make a difference in our lives and in the people's lives that we're working with. And you know, it's crazy to me that I'm in this position as a metabolic guy, because my career started almost entirely on strength. I was working at the University of Washington with a guy named Bill Gillespie, who at that time was bench pressing 600 pounds, and has since bench pressed 800 pounds. And I was really in that mold of let's get people really, really, really strong, and that's what I enjoy doing. And I have to say that the biggest thing I've seen with a lot of coaches, including myself, is we have a bias towards what we like to do is what we tend to have other people that we train do. So if you go to a gym and there's a big jacked bodybuilder looking trainer, he's probably training his clients like he trains or she trains. If the trainer is really into powerlifting, they're probably doing a bunch of powerlifting with the people they train. And I'm guilty of the same thing, and I think we all are, because we tend to take what we like doing the most and what we are the best at, and we impose that on everybody else. And you know, as I've aged and focused more on health and fitness, my training has changed, and I've changed my training the way that I work with people. But I think it's just important to understand that if you're going to be a really good coach, you have to have a much wider breadth of knowledge than just what you personally enjoy doing. And if you're 25 years old, your program should be very different than somebody who is 55 years old. Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't commonalities or similarities there, but you want to be aware of each person that you're training has unique genetics, a unique environment, and unique lifestyle. And that's why I've really focused over the last 10, 15 years on the individualized aspect of fitness, because fitness is a game of one. Okay, it's a lot of team players that support you through your lifetime, but ultimately it's your body, it's your lifestyle, it's your responsibility, it's your decisions, and you need to be able to take control of that. And as a coach, you need to educate people on that process as well. So anyway, I say that because when I got into coaching, like I mentioned, I was powerlifting. I'd like to lift heavy and big weights, and I weighed 230 to 240, bench press 400 plus pounds, squatted 500 plus pounds, and that was what I loved doing. And it wasn't until I started training combat athletes in 2003 when I opened my gym that I realized I know shit about conditioning, one, because I rolled as a fighter and got my ass kicked, and two, my own conditioning was shit as a result of number one. And so through that process, I realized I had this huge gap in my knowledge as a coach that I had to solve. And the way that I solved it, or at least worked towards solving it, was to learn everything I could about conditioning. Not just the what to do, but why. I've always tried to ask, why should I do this? What is this doing in the body? What is this going to lead to? How is this going to work? And so a lot of the approaches that you'll see as I walk through this presentation, it's the how, and most importantly, it's the why. Why do we do this? Why does fitness increase our longevity, as we talked about? What are the mechanisms behind the curtain that are causing our health and fitness to improve as a result of being in the gym? Those are things that we need to understand. And then, you know, number two is it's learn how to extrapolate what you learn into other areas. So I initially learned the conditioning side because I wanted to help the combat athletes I was training go into their fight and win. I wasn't thinking long-term about longevity and wellness as much as I should have been. I was thinking about, this guy wants me to help him get ready for a world championship fight. I'm gonna make sure when he walks in the octagon in the ring, he's not gonna walk out a loser because of my training. He's not gonna gas out and look at me and wonder what went wrong with his training. So I felt responsible to dig into metabolic conditioning as much as I possibly could. And I learned in my own experience, getting my ass kicked, that metabolic conditioning was a huge part of their success I knew shit about, and that's why I dug deep into it. But then, the more I dug into conditioning and the older I got and the more clients I started applying the methodologies with, the more I realized that metabolic conditioning wasn't just for an athlete who was trying to win a fight, or a football player who was trying to win a game, or whatever the else case may be. It was for just overall health and wellness. I started using HRV, and I started seeing people's HRV being driven by metabolic conditioning. I started training people who were high-level executives at Microsoft who told me they could concentrate better and they were getting sick less often. because their metabolic conditioning was improving. And then you start to see all these commonalities between people who are improving metabolic fitness, cardiovascular fitness, and people whose lives are being transformed in ways that wouldn't have been transformed if all they had done is lift weights or all they'd done is one particular modality. So there's a lot of commonalities in all of this sort of stuff, and it relies with what I talked about earlier, which is metabolic fitness and metabolic health, because that's what's driving the entire train of fitness, the entire ship of health, and everything in between. So I'm going to walk through here, and some of this, like I said, is going to be the why, and some of this is going to be the how. So when I'm talking about metabolic optimization, there is more than what I'm going to be talking about in this talk. It's not, I don't have enough time to go into each area that impacts your metabolism, but training is the biggest piece we're going to talk about because we're coaches, we want to work out, we want to help people work out smarter. But regeneration, the environment like I talked about, your nutrition, your sleep, all of these factors are also driving your metabolic health. So obviously your diet plays a huge role. How well you sleep impacts a huge amount. The environment, like I showed you, all of these things are impacting metabolism, not just training, but what training does is gives us margin for error. Because if we're not in the best environment, or our nutrition's not quite what it needs to be, or our sleep isn't always the best, if we develop really healthy metabolisms through training, we can mitigate some of the damage. And even better, if we have all those things dialed in and we develop a healthy metabolism and we keep it that way as we age, that's how we live to be 90 or 100 years old. So there's a huge amount we can do. There's a huge impact we can have. And I'm going to be walking you through the whys, why this stuff works, and then get into the hows as we wrap things up. All right, so big picture stuff here. I like to always start out big picture so we know what we're talking about before we zoom in to a little bit tighter look. But in the grand scheme of things, everything that we've talked about so far comes down to energy. All right, again, energy equals life and no energy equals death. You can't survive very long without energy, and both of your body systems, the aerobic and the anaerobic systems, contribute to life to create the ATP our body runs on. But in the grand scheme of things, it's the aerobic energy system that is the fundamental to that life, because 95-ish or more % of the entire energy created from when you're alive to when you're dead is coming from the aerobic system. And you probably already know this, but the aerobic system just means that ATP is produced with oxygen. So it requires oxygen to break down all the stuff, the proteins, carbs, and fats it can break down and turn those into ATP, which your body runs on. It's called the energy currency for a reason, because that's what it is. And there's also a reason you can't survive more than a few minutes without dying, without oxygen, because the aerobic system can't work without it. So that's really the easiest way to understand the difference. The anaerobic system creates energy without oxygen, and the aerobic system creates energy with oxygen. That's the basics, okay? But these are the only two pathways that your body uses to generate ATP that your cells all run on. Now, when it comes to longevity, I'm not saying there's not a need for anaerobic fitness. There is, and we'll talk about it a bit. But the aerobic system is king. It is fundamentally king, and anyone who tells you differently has not read the research or coached long enough to see the difference it makes. But some papers here I'm going to walk through just to lend some credibility and give you some evidence. So if you are talking to people, clients, whoever, you can share these references with them. People can educate themselves. This is a paper that just looked at overall metabolic health in terms of, they measure it in what's called metabolic equivalents, METs, as an exercise capacity, and then they also looked at heart rate recovery, and they broke people into categories, or just levels of fitness. The worse fitness on the left, the better fitness on the right in that graph. And they quantified that relative to the risk of death by following up and seeing how people in different levels of fitness survived over different periods of time. And you see a very, very clear relationship. The people on the left were in the worst health, metabolically, aerobically speaking. The people on the right were in the best health, metabolically and aerobically speaking. And you see a very clear and obvious trend there. People with greater metabolic health, greater aerobic fitness, they had a lower risk of all-cause mortality, meaning they had greater longevity. That's all that means. If you have a lower risk of dying from everything, you're going to live longer. That's how it works. So it's a really clear relationship here, and we see this again and again. Here's the next study I'll show you. Same thing. This one actually measured VO2 max across 122,000 people. I've seen quite a few people reference this study. I found the study right after it came out. It's a really good paper. But they measured the VO2 of 122,000 people roughly, and then they followed up over some number of years, which I can't remember off the top of my head. And they looked at basically, again, what happened And they did the same thing. They quantified people in terms of overall aerobic fitness based on their VO2, and they quantified them with low fitness, below average, above average, high, or elite. So they're categorizing people based on the results, and then they follow up over time to look at their survival probability, their longevity, however you want to phrase it. And you see that with each increase in aerobic fitness, you see an increase in overall longevity. Now, obviously, going from the lowest possible category up to the not so shitty category is going to have a bigger difference than going from the high up to elite. There's less of a difference there. But we see continued increases all the way up the chain of VO2, which is really important. And you can look at the same basic information there on the right graph. The people with the lowest aerobic fitness, they're not good. And they're going to get diseases a whole lot earlier. They're going to suffer from a range of problems at a higher likelihood or a higher incidence than people with much higher aerobic fitness. Now, again, this extends not just to how long you live in general, but also how well you live. This next one, we look at aerobic fitness and dementia, because I can't imagine anything being worse. Maybe I can, but not too many things worse than going and losing your mental capacities and having dementia. I've seen this with a few friends of mine, wives and husbands, that have either dementia or Alzheimer's, and it's a terrible thing. The last thing that we want to do is lose our cognitive capacity as we age. And you might not think intuitively that aerobic fitness could prevent that, but it can. Now, it doesn't eliminate the risk entirely, but it can reduce your risk by up to a third, according to this paper, of dementia, where they saw, again, that people with higher levels of aerobic fitness have lower risk of dementia to a fairly, like I said, a 30% risk. If you could take a drug that lowered your risk by a third or more, you would take that drug because you don't want to get that disease. But cardiovascular fitness can do that. And the way that they believe that it does that is by decreasing inflammation in the actual cells that are damaged and become dysfunctional as part of dementia. So again, it's not just about, we build aerobic fitness so we can live longer. It's also so that we can enjoy those years more. And again, cognitive decline is a really bad thing, and especially if you get into the stages of actual dementia or Alzheimer's, where your quality of life is not going to be very good if you can't recognize the people around you and you can't focus and remember who you are and enjoy life as you should. And we can also see in this next one here that it's not just dementia, it's cognition as a whole. So these are basically areas on the brain on the left that are the most impacted by aging. So if we just look at overall brain activity as people age, we see these areas are the most likely to decline. You can see basically the loss in brain matter over time in those areas, and the loss of brain activity, I should say, and that's a big part of cognition. Now, if you look on the right, we see the areas of the brain that are impacted by exercise, and lo and behold, what do you know? They're basically the same. And so aerobic fitness drives energy, it drives vascular health, and most importantly, which we'll talk about here in a second, it drives mitochondria. All right, mitochondria are the key to all of this. Now, there's all sorts of other really cool shit happening that I'm not going to get into because it would take days or months and it's not necessary. But if we just fundamentally focus on the aerobic fitness and the mitochondrial connection into all of this stuff, it explains why all of these things happen and why exercise is such a powerful tool. Not just, again, to live a number of years more, but to live them in a healthy, happy manner that we want to enjoy them in. And last but not least here, next paper here I'll show you is just VO2 max inflammation, which again, is inflammation, as you can guess it, is tied to mitochondria. The higher someone's overall VO2, the lower we generally find their baseline level of inflammation is. Why? Because of mitochondria and stuff we'll talk about. But aerobic fitness as a whole is protective against stress, like I talked about before, because it's driving a more effective stress response. And part of that more effective stress response is being able to turn off inflammation when it shouldn't be on. So inflammation in itself is a good thing. It's part of the immune system. It's how it works to repair tissues. It's how it works to fight off pathogens and all sorts of stuff. It's supposed to be there. It just isn't supposed to be there chronically. It's not supposed to be there when you don't need it. And as we age, we get worse and worse, and particularly as our metabolic function and our mitochondrial function declines, we get worse and turning it off, our baseline inflammation increases, and that's a big part of the problem of what accelerates aging. So inflammation is both a cause of aging and an effect of aging. And it's part of that spiral process I talked about, where once you start to see a decline in metabolic function, that leads to a loss in resilience, that leads to a greater impact of the world around us on us, and that therefore impacts our metabolism, and we keep going down the spiral of death, more or less, some of us slower than others, but this is the process that happens. So aerobic fitness ameliorates this and can mitigate this because of how it works within the body. So ultimately, this is what we want to talk about. Why does all this stuff happen? Okay, this is the big picture here, that we can improve these things by building aerobic fitness and VO2 max, but why does increasing that? What are the actual mechanisms, in other words, behind that? We want to understand that as well, because number one, it helps us train more efficiently if we know what we're exactly trying to accomplish. And number two, it helps us explain to people the benefits of all this. And this is something I've found for a number of years to be true, is people often say to me, hey, how do you get buy-in, or how do you get people to listen to you, or how do you get somebody to actually do the things they should do? One of the key points is give them results is the bottom line. If someone follows your advice and doesn't work, they're not going to listen to you. But the second one is educate them. Give them the whys. Tell them what it's going to do, why it's going to do it, how it's going to work. People want to understand these things. You don't have to go into the mechanistic depth that we're going to go into here, but you should understand the basics of this as a coach or as someone who's training themselves. You want to understand what you're doing, because it's more likely to work if you do it, and you're more likely to do it if you know the why behind it. So personally, I was always somebody who wanted to know the why, because it mattered to me. I didn't want to just follow someone's blind instructions, or just because someone else said so. Why should we do that? Well, because that's how it's been done. To me, that's a bullshit excuse. Like, we should understand why we're doing things. And fitness has, to me, lacked that a lot. So anyway, why does increase in aerobic fitness increase our longevity? Well, that starts with what I've been talking about this whole time, the mighty mitochondria. And you hear about this in biology in high school or college or whatever, in some textbooks, and it's the ATP producing power plant, the whatever you want to call it. But the mitochondria, as I mentioned so many times, it's central to the stress response, and that means it's connected to almost every single area of aging. Now, mitochondria dysfunction is listed as a hallmark of aging, but it's also related to every other aspect, because it's driving energy, because it's coordinating the stress response, because it's so central to overall cell health, that when your mitochondria becomes worse and more dysfunctional, everything becomes worse and more dysfunctional. And you also have to realize, which most people don't, a lot of hormones are produced either directly in the mitochondria or partly in the mitochondria. So the steroid hormones, estrogen and testosterone, are synthesized, or the cholesterol for those hormones are synthesized in the mitochondria. There's a lot of building blocks of how our body operates, not just from an energy perspective, but the building blocks of cellular and respiratory metabolism happen in the mitochondria. If your mitochondria dysfunction, they think that's part of what causes decreases in different hormone productions, because the mitochondria are so crucial in the synthesis of those hormones. So mitochondria do a whole lot of stuff that matters for our health and our performance. And if you look at this little diagram here, it's essentially showing us some of the pathways. All right, there's very clear pathways where the mitochondrial DNA. So this is actually an interesting story. I should have told this from the start. But mitochondria started out as a separate thing, a bacteria, a protobacteria. It wasn't part of our cells, and life really wasn't possible in the way that we know it until at some point, who knows how many billions of years ago, the mitochondria basically became a part of the cells that we have now and the cells that all living things have, and it merged essentially and became the basis of life. Without mitochondria, you wouldn't have energy production, and they didn't start out as a whole cell. It happened at some point in our evolutionary biology, our history, and that is ultimately what enabled life to happen. Now, as a result of that, mitochondria have, and they're the only part of the cell that have their own DNA. Now, the DNA also for mitochondria exists in the nucleus of the cell. It's not just the mitochondrial DNA that it needs, but it is the only DNA that exists separate from the DNA in your nucleus. Now, that's a good thing, because it's part of how they're self-replicating and how they optimize their functionality, but it also means that that DNA is susceptible to damage from our environment, our behaviors, and everything else. When that mitochondria DNA gets damaged, the mitochondria don't work particularly well. And most of what the mitochondrial DNA regulates is oxygen and aerobic function. It changes essentially elements of the electron transport chain, which is how you actually get the ATP out with oxygen. So as we age, we don't just damage the mitochondria, or we don't just damage the DNA in our cells and our nucleus, we also have DNA damage to the mitochondria itself. And so these play a very distinct role in the aging process, because we see basically, if I can see my tiny little screen here, mitochondrial damage is downregulated something called PGC1 alpha, and PGC1 alpha is a master regulator of mitochondrial biogenesis. So we see less mitochondria being produced. We get mitochondrial dysfunction from all sorts of different things. As a result of that, we get decreased autophagy, which is where the cells get recycled. The parts of the cells that aren't working very well basically get recycled and torn out. And we see a whole bunch of stuff that decreases the cellular survival, disrupts homeostasis and everything else. So that's obviously a bad thing, and that's an accelerant to aging. The good news, however, is that when we reverse those processes, we can slow aging down. We can increase mitochondrial biogenesis. We can increase autophagy. We can do all these things that lead to a decrease in mitochondrial DNA damage, that can lead to a decrease in all these other hallmarks of aging. And that's a big, important part of what fitness does. And you can see examples here of what this looks like from early stages of training versus a long stage of training. When we first start training, one of the things that happens is our body starts to get better at producing better mitochondria, and part of that means getting rid of the bad mitochondria. And this is part of a whole network of things that happen called mitochondrial quality control, or MQQ, which is a real thing you can look up. And there's a lot of different elements to it. But basically, we see that as we start training, our body upregulates what's called mitophagy, which means getting rid of the shitty parts of mitochondria that aren't working, and it starts making more good mitochondria. Now, over time, we see lifelong people train. We see people train over months, years, lifetimes. We see these fused networks, because mitochondria are constantly fusing, and basically the fission and fusion, breaking apart and coming together. And there's constantly changes in both these happenings to make the mitochondria more efficient. Now, they break apart to proliferate and reproduce, but also to get rid of some of the poor functional parts of the cell. And they merge together to have a more efficient mitochondria that can cover more area within the cell and operate more efficiently. So I like to tell a story of this movie that, for whatever reason, my grandpa loved, called Never Cry Wolf. Probably no one's seen it because it's like a terrible, it's not terrible, it's a great movie actually, but it's like the 1980s that my grandpa had on videotape that he'd watched over and over again. And it's a story basically of these Arctic wolves back in the 1980s. It's based on a true story, a biography. And they had this idea that these Arctic wolves were killing all these caribou up in the Arctic, and that was a problem for a number of reasons. And so they sent this biologist to go out in the middle of nowhere and in the Arctic to study the wolf population and see basically how many of the caribou they were killing, because they were seeing decreased numbers of caribou in the wild, and they were worried about this. And the wolf was the big bad wolf. The wolf was to blame for killing all the caribou. And so long story short, they go out and they study this, and this one guy is just by himself, and he studies wolves and he works with the local population. Much longer story than that. But ultimately what he finds is that the wolves weren't actually the result, or weren't the problem for killing the caribou. Some of it was hunters, but what they found the caribou were declining from was lack of health. They were becoming sick and diseased, and they were falling apart from a standpoint of just lack of health. And the reason was because there were actually fewer wolves. The wolves were being hunted, and the wolves weren't around as much, and they were not surviving. But the real truth was the wolves were thinning the herd. The wolves were going in and killing the bad, unhealthy, smaller, less capable caribou, and that actually kept the herd healthy for generations, because you didn't want the unhealthy ones, the ones with poor genetics, the ones that couldn't survive, the ones that had problems reproducing, because it caused a greater percentage of the herd to be unhealthy. And so the wolves actually, over generations, had kept the caribou herd healthy. It had helped keep that population healthy. But as the wolves were being hunted and the wolf population was declining, it was actually causing the caribou's health and the caribou's population decline. So all that to be said, I like to tell a story because exercise is the wolf. Okay, exercise puts your body under a powerful stress that gets rid of the things in the cells that are not doing their job effectively. And metabolic stress in particular is the wolf, because it goes in and helps weed out the dysfunctional, poor mitochondria who have mitochondrial DNA dysfunction, all sorts of problems doing their job, and it forces the body to increase the number of good mitochondria, and it increases the number of good mitochondria fusing together to create these mitochondrial networks. So exercise is the wolf. Exercise is what your body needs to thin the herd of shitty, dysfunctional cells not doing their job. And that is the easiest and most powerful way to think about what you're doing. When you're training, you're thinning the herd by getting rid of the bad parts. And that is a really important part as we age, is we want fewer bad things accumulating, because that's a big part of aging. Increase in senescent cells, decreases in stem cells as part of that process, just all sorts of things accumulating that we can get rid of through exercise. All right, and if we look at this, we see this in the real world by looking at centenarians. So they've looked at the mitochondrial content in normal people, obviously, and you see, numbers of mitochondria there. This is like a normal, healthy young person. If we look at older populations, we see fewer mitochondria, we see them smaller, they're less healthy, all the stuff that we don't want. But we see mitochondria in the centenarians and people that live longer. We see the same thing as when people exercise. We see these hyperfused networks. And you see these elongated mitochondria that have created, again, a much more surface area and a much healthier mitochondrial network that's able to respond to stress more effectively. And this is, again, what we see in the centenarians. This is part of why they're able to live so long, because their mitochondria have fused and they've created these giant networks that span their cells. Now, the number of mitochondria you can have in a cell can range from as little as 10 or more. Most often it's 100. Some cases it can be couple thousand copies of mitochondria, up to like 20 to 25% of your cells are your mitochondria. And as fitness people, we think of mitochondria in the muscles, but mitochondria in everything, right? It's mitochondria in your nervous cells, mitochondria in your immune cells, mitochondria in everywhere, right? Your mitochondria are not just in the muscles, they are in every cell, because every cell needs energy. And so as we train and we thin the herd, we make the herd more effective, we are reinforcing this entire process that drives health, and the healthier we are, the healthier mitochondria become. Now, a key part of that, though, is understanding the difference between acute versus chronic stress. This is where having the right amount of wolves is a good thing, and having way too many is a bad thing. And if we look at the effects of mitochondria acutely, we do what we just talked about. We thin the herd, we cause the changes in mitochondria to become more efficient, we increase mitochondrial biogenesis so we get more of them, we upregulate ATP production, we regulate all kinds of stuff that's beneficial to us. But if we do that in too much, in other words, too much volume, too much intensity, too much poor nutrition, too little sleep, too much mental stress, too much environmental stress, now we see different response, because glucocorticoids, cortisol is the main one people are familiar with, have a key role here, and they interact with the mitochondria because they're part of energy production, and they have a negative effect in chronically high amounts. So cortisol is not an enemy. Cortisol is a good thing. It's like inflammation. You need it. It serves a very valuable purpose. But when we overload our body with too much cortisol for too long, because we have our body under too much stress, we see the opposite, all right? We see mitochondrial biogenesis and proliferation go down. We see mitochondrial replication, transcription, all these things worse. We see a decreased ATP. We see increased reactive oxygen species. We see all sorts of stuff that leads to cell death. And the mitochondria are instrumental in how the body regulates cells and apoptosis, because it's connected to the immune system. And we see basically a lot of stuff happen negatively from a mitochondrial standpoint in response to too much stress. When we overload them with too much stress and they can't adapt, this is where we get problems. And this is where exercise, again, can be the wolf, or it can be a pack of wolves that eats everything to pieces if we don't mitigate it with stress management and we do too much of it. But this is why it's so important to get the volume intensity right, and to recognize, again, this isn't just exercise stress, this is all stress. And this is why your exercise can help you protect against this, because it can build a more robust mitochondrial network and health. Now, if we look at the other big pieces of this, we see that aside from just the pieces in the mitochondria, we also see that metabolic conditioning is largely responsible for turning on, or at least partly responsible in a lot of ways, for turning on what we'd call longevity pathways in the cell that do a lot of things, not just increase mitochondrial function, but for example, we see this thing called NAMTP, which is a key regulator of what's called NAD, which is a signaling molecule. It's part of energy production that's involved in a lot of stuff. You've probably heard of NAD because there's a lot of NAD boosters on the market now, NR and NMM, which is getting a lot of publicity because we know those things decline as you age. And we know that exercise increases those, all right? Both acute exercise and chronic exercise leads to increases in NAD, but this is part of how is these things increase through exercise training, both acutely and chronically, and primarily on the aerobic side. And this NAMTP, again, regulates NAD. NAD activates these different sirtuin pathways, which remodel a cell. They basically cause these genes to be expressed in our cells that make the genes or make the cells more stress resilient. They basically tell the body, hey, the body's under some stress. Let's make the body better at dealing with that. And there's a lot of different ways that it happens. It makes the DNA more resilient to damage. Part of it does improve the mitochondrial function, increases all kinds of stuff that just makes the cell more resilient to the metabolic stress it's under. And this all happens, again, through acutely and chronically putting the body under a load that it can adapt to. You signal all these things to the body says, oh shit, I'm under some metabolic stress, that's not good. How do I prevent that? Well, I make better mitochondria. Well, I make the DNA more resistant to damage. Well, I improve how the mitochondria function, and a whole host of other things that keep your cells alive longer. So exercise influences our genetics, and it influences it through the production of things like NAMTP. And we can see that normally, as we age, this is a key thing that ages, as part of aging, I should say. As we get older, we see NAMTP go down, and we see a very clear relationship between that, BMI, and a whole bunch of other things that aren't shown in this graph. But the good news is aerobic exercise and strength exercises as well increases production of NAMTP and increases NAD. So there's a big question. Do you need to take NAD supplements like NMM or NR if you work out? The answer is nobody knows. There's not any research. Personally, I don't think so. I think if you get in the gym, you build VO2, you stress your mitochondria, you put this metabolic conditioning program in play, and you do the right things in your life, you're going to increase NAD. You're going to increase all these positive things that make our cells more resilient. If you don't do any of those things, I don't think a supplement's going to have a huge impact anyway on you. I think you have to get the basics down first. You don't need a bunch of supplements if you have a shitty diet because you have a shitty diet. You don't need to take a bunch of supplements that may or may not work if you can get the same or much greater benefits from exercising. That's where you want to focus your time. So as a whole, just to wrap things up here, mitochondria are linked to almost every part of the aging process. I've said this a bunch of times and I'll keep saying it because it's the key factor to why we work out. They are the central mediator of stress. We make them better. We improve our ability to adapt to stress. Life gets better. The second thing is aerobic training in particular improves both the number of mitochondria you have as well as their function by upregulating mitochondrial quality control and autophagy, where we get rid of the shitty parts of the cell. This doesn't just happen in mitochondria, it happens elsewhere, but mitochondria is one of the key pieces of this. So we do metabolic work because we are going to lead to an increase in our longevity through activation of these genes, through more effective mitochondria, through improved protein synthesis. All kinds of different things happen. So again, this isn't stuff that most people talk about, which is why I'm talking about. They just say, hey, zone 2 cardio is good for you. You should do zone 2 cardio. Well, why should I do zone 2 cardio? Well, because it puts your mitochondria over under metabolic stress, it's going to cause them to be much better. Well, what does that look like? It looks like this, okay? It looks like you thin the herd and you make the herd much stronger as a result. Your mitochondria do their job more effectively. You live your life better. It really is that simple, despite the complexity underneath that. All right, so hopefully by now, if you haven't done any aerobic training before in your coaching or yourself, you understand why you should be. And if you are, you understand why you're seeing the benefits that you are. Next up, let's talk about how do we actually build fitness aerobically that's going to benefit our resilience, health, and longevity. So this alone could be an entire day or 2-day course. This is all of my certification course. I'm going to give you a high-level overview, and then I'm going to take my whiteboard over here and kind of show you my thought process of how I build programs. Now, I'm going to come at this more of a perspective from a one-on-one type of coaching situation, because I love to write programs for individuals, and I've really dug deep into, again, the individuality of fitness. But the reality is we also have to work with groups, we have to work in teams, we have to work in environments where one-on-one is impractical or next to impossible. So we also have to have a way to put this structure that both I've talked about and Mike talked about into group programming. And that's where Luka is going to finish things up by talking about how he builds all of this into his group fitness model that he runs in this beautiful gym we have around us. And so, again, when I'm talking about this, it's going to be from, hey, I'm an individual person, I'm writing a program for you, or I'm writing a program for myself, and I'll walk you through kind of my thought process. The biggest thing I'm going to show you is I keep things high level before I get to the details. And I think a lot of times people overwhelm themselves in the details without looking at the high level. So with that in mind, let's talk about the basic principles of aerobic development. Okay, first of all, you have to have some tests or assessments in place, because if you don't, you're just guessing. Now, one of the challenges with metabolic work and aerobic work is it's more difficult, sort of, to track, I would say, than strength or power or speed or whatever, because I know how much weight's on the bar and I know how many reps I did. That's a pretty easy gauge of whether or not I'm getting stronger or not. Metabolically, and particularly aerobically, it's not always as overtly obvious. You might say, well, I feel better, I can run a little bit faster, etc. But if you're not actually measuring or testing anything on a continuing basis, there's a lot of subjective guesswork here. So I want to talk about how to use specific tests and assessments rather than just guessing all the damn time. The second thing is, as Mike mentioned last talk, I've been writing about lower intensity training, zone 2 cardio, cardiac output, whatever you want to call it, since 2008, 2009, and been using it since a lot longer. Now, I'm never in a million years going to take responsibility for creating lower intensity training. It's been around for decades. The first person who went for a jog figured that out, not me. But I talked about the importance of health and wellness and performance for metabolic work and conditioning back then, just because I saw that it was so important. And fighters, combat athletes, had been doing road work for generations. Wrestlers have always run, and fighters have always run and done road work. And maybe that's not the best modality, but they were well conditioned. Muhammad Ali sure as hell wasn't in bad shape, and the boxers of the past were in great shape. You see combat athletes gassing out in round 1 in the UFC, and it was because there was this mentality that everything needed to be high intensity. That if it wasn't high intensity, it wasn't going to be effective. That if you didn't run yourself into the ground, you weren't doing as much as you could, and everything had to be Tabata, and everything had to be as hard as you could possibly go. Otherwise, it was a waste of your time. That's just wrong. All right, it's bullshit for many reasons. One of which is the mitochondria need to be stressed for more than a few minutes, particularly the mitochondria in your slower twitch muscle fibers. They need a longer period of time, which I'll talk about here. So all that's to say, the 80-20 rule, generally speaking, holds up really well in metabolic work. About 80% of the time, you want to be using lower intensity methods. About 20% of the time, you want to be using higher intensity methods. It doesn't mean that doesn't change on a daily or weekly basis, but that's a rough guideline. Now, in the last 6 months, we've also used my app Morpheus, trainingwithmorpheus.com if you haven't seen it. And we looked at basically all of our users, thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of workouts, and we figured out roughly how much time people spent in different heart rate zones that saw their aerobic fitness improve versus people that didn't. And we now give people a weekly recommendation of how much to do in each zone, which we'll talk about. So we've simplified that process a lot. And then the other thing here is that frequency and volume, along with this 80-20 rule as part of that, it's the most important. Okay, if you only do high intensity training once or twice a week, you might not get worse, but you're not going to get a whole lot better unless you are talking about someone who's coming off the couch, in which case they don't need to be doing high intensity anyway. But in general, frequency and volume are really important when it comes to aerobic fitness because mitochondria turn over very quickly. Mitochondria can increase and decrease rapidly in numbers and in quality because they're constantly turning over because your body always has to produce energy aerobically. They're very adaptable, they're very plastic, they're very responsive, but that means they also decline in number and function very quickly. If you take 2 weeks off of lifting, you come back sometimes, you're like, man, I feel great, I'm stronger, I feel better, I'm faster, I'm more explosive. You do not take 2 weeks off of doing any form of aerobic work and come back better. It just doesn't happen because your mitochondria will decrease fairly quickly in that result. So, or in that event, I should say. So you have to have frequency and you have to have volume. And that's why you can't do infinite intensity, because you do infinite intensity, you can't get frequency and volume without overtraining and crushing yourself. The other thing here, this is a really important point. Mike talked about it briefly, but you've got to find a way for people to enjoy the type of metabolic cardiovascular work that they're doing, because human nature tells you they will not do it if they hate it, because we're talking about long-term payoff, all right? Now, sure, they will feel much better. There's lots of short-term benefits from this stuff, but if you're framing this from longevity, the benefits increase over time. But if they hate doing it, it's very hard to get someone to do something and you're like, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, you're gonna be way better off. No, like you need to find things that people truly enjoy doing. And I was trying to find this study that I wanted to show you, but I couldn't find it before I talk. They did a study where they took mice and they let them run on a wheel basically voluntarily as a form of exercise. Then they took a second group of mice who had to exercise whenever this first group of mice exercised. So this was a purely voluntary exercise, and this was a forced exercise. So they had to exercise when this one moved. And now you'd think, well, they both ran and they exercised, did the same amount, and the benefits and the outcomes should be the same, but they weren't. They found that the mice that ran voluntarily saw a ton of benefits. The mice that were forced to run whenever this group ran did not see the benefits and saw actually some detriments. Why? Because it was a massive stressor to them to have to run anytime this group ran. It put them under a lot more stress all the time. You're sitting there on their cage and, damn, I don't want to run. Is this guy going to go? I don't want to go. And so they sat there and it antagonized them and it increased their stress level to where the outcome was worse for them. So all that's to just say, you need to find ways to help people exercise in ways that they enjoy. And if they do not enjoy it, they will not sustain that across their lifetime. So I don't care if it's going for hikes. I don't care if it's playing pickleball, for God's sakes. Pickleball's everywhere. Might as well go play some pickleball if that's what they're going to do. They ride bikes, they swim. Find something that people enjoy doing. You're also, as a coach, probably not going to sit there for an hour or two a week or 3 or whatever, where they're doing zone 2 and watch them and talk to them. Most of the stuff needs to be done outside of the training sessions, because it's not going to be a very fun training session to stand on a treadmill for 30 minutes and talk to somebody. So a lot of the stuff I'm talking about is finding ways to incorporate the lower intensity stuff, which I'll outline, in their own lifestyle outside of work with you. Now, there are exceptions to that, but in general, you're gonna be much better off if you can get people to find ways to truly enjoy the exercise they're doing from this part of the view. All right, so that said, let's talk about the mechanics here. We increase VO2. VO2 is just the max amount of oxygen that you can put out. So throughput, it's your aerobic horsepower, so to speak. And that comes down to 2 components. It comes down to your oxygen supply. This is your heart's ability to pump oxygen, as well as your peripheral vascular network, so the blood vessels that supply oxygen to all your tissues, as well as your respiratory system. And Tyler just said, don't hate on racket. I'm not hating on pickleball. I've played pickleball. It's a fun game. I'm more of a racquetball guy, but pickleball is fun, and it's a good form of exercise, so no hate on pickleball. I got lots of love for pickleball. And then also your oxygen utilization. All right, so this means this is where we train the mitochondria. So we need a heart and blood vessels and network of capillaries, all these things that deliver as much oxygen into these tissues as possible. Now again, intuitively, I think muscles, because I'm a coach, but we're talking about all the tissues. Any tissue that's stressed or any tissue that's worked through exercise, which is not just the muscles, we're going to increase blood supply and increase oxygenation of these different tissues. This is where we can increase how those tissues utilize that oxygen. It's supply, it's demand. If they demand more, the supply will be more. If they supply more, we want the utilization to be there. So it's through this process of applying stress by metabolically challenging our tissues that our body adapts, both by increasing the supply, by changing the heart itself, and by increasing utilization through lots of changes in the mitochondria and shifts in muscle fibers, aerobic enzymes, all of these things that lead to greater aerobic fitness. Now, how do we know where we're starting? Good question, okay? There are a range of tests we can use that some are easy and free and some are a pain in the ass. There are a range of these ones. So first of all, the simplest one to me is your average resting heart rate. Why? Well, because the more efficient your heart can pump out oxygen, the fewer times it has to beat in a minute to give your body the oxygen it needs. So as a general rule of thumb, lower resting heart rate equals greater aerobic fitness. You know, the highest level endurance athletes, people with high VO2 maxes, they have resting heart rates in the 40s, sometimes 30s. I had a guy once at 32, and he was actually extremely healthy. You can get really bad problems if it's too low, but in the 30s, he was just fine, in the low 30s, which is pretty amazing. But in general, as a broad rule of thumb, lower resting heart rate on average is more fit. Now, I'm going to give you a recommendation here, my personal recommendation for what I like to see nowadays for people that I would say whose primary goal is health and longevity, 50s, okay? And I'm talking about measuring it in the morning, generally speaking, laying down. If you're measuring it at different points in time of the day, or you measure it in different conditions, seated, exercising, those are not valid comparisons to establish this average resting heart rate. So this is why using Morpheus or another tool is really valuable, because you can track your average resting heart rate. If you can get in the 50s, you're going to be doing a lot of the work getting towards those upper levels like I've talked about that have the greatest benefit. If you really want to get there, I'd say low 50s. I would say most people, if you can get them in the low 50s, is going to have a massive difference. Even if you get them in the upper 50s, that's a massive difference compared to the 70s. But this is a really easy marker to track, and it doesn't take you a ton of time, it doesn't cost a ton of money, and it's accurate. The second one is related to that, which is your average heart rate variability. It's separate but different. I won't go into all the details between heart rate and heart rate variability, but it's a step below the layer in terms of mechanisms than resting heart rate. It's looking at the control of the actual heart rate. It's looking at your body's ability to turn off inflammation. Now, in general, it's a very strong correlation in that people with low resting heart rates are going to have higher HRV because they're both metabolically driven by the aerobic system, but there's also some differences there in how people genetically and through training develop that stress resilience as epitomized in that average heart rate variability. Now, again here, if you're using Morpheus, you want to shoot for the 80s. And I'll make it a key point here. You cannot measure one HRV system against another. So if you're using something completely different than Morpheus, Oura, Whoop, or whatever the hell else, you cannot say, oh, well, I get a 40 in this, why is it so low? Or I get 120 in this, why is it so high? And the answer is because heart rate variability can be measured differently. There are 12 or more calculations of heart rate variability. It's not as simple a metric as heart rate, and each system is different, both in how it filters the data and how it collects the data and how it presents the data. And so you cannot compare. That's why I'm saying if you're using Morpheus, shoot for the 80s. That's a good high health metric that's going to be preventative and then show a very strong indication that your risks of all these things have decreased. If you're using something totally different, I can't tell you what to do because I have no idea what those systems' norms are, but this is the way you want to use it if you're using Morpheus. Now, VO2 max is really the gold standard because it's an actual measure. It's a direct measure, or at least it can be, of your body's oxygen output. Now, or throughput, I should say. If you can get to a metabolic testing lab, it's the gold standard. You should do it because it's also going to tell you how your body is burning carbs in relation to fat and power output and a whole bunch of other cool stuff that's really useful. Now, if you cannot, and again, you should try to get measured if you can. There's lots of places out there that do this, and there's more and more popping up. You can look up DexaFit. They've got a bunch of locations. But if you can't, I would say the next kind of quasi-pseudo VO2 max that's fairly accurate, I'd say for the most part, is Garmin will now estimate your VO2 max as you're using some of their watches, which also has some other good features. So Garmin has just simply taken lots of people that I'm sure they measure directly their VO2 max. They measure their speeds and their heart rates at different levels, and they've correlated a whole sorts of data, and they're now estimating your VO2. I will say it is the most accurate in running scenarios in my experience. So if you are running primarily for your training, it's going to be pretty accurate in estimating your VO2 relative to an actual running VO2 test. If you're not running, if you're doing all sorts of unrelated stuff, if you're just using the gym or you're cycling or you're just not doing something that's bipedal, you're running or walking and hiking, it's much less accurate. So it's got its pros and cons, but in general, I think it does trend in the right direction accurately. So if your VO2 is going up, it will show increases, even if the accuracy is a little bit reduced or is reduced if you're not doing normal locomotive type stuff. Now, if you don't like, I don't want a Garmin, I don't want to measure VO2, I don't want them technologies. The Cooper's test, okay, is another one. The Cooper's test, there's a couple of variations, but it can be just a 12-minute run for as far as you can go, and you can look up the results, and it'll just estimate what your VO2 is. Again, all this stuff is done just by correlation. So they've taken people, they've run it for 12 minutes, they've measured their VO2 beforehand, and they say, oh, someone whose VO2 is 50 averages this distance. So it's a correlative type thing. It's not any more accurate than that or not any more special than that. but in general, it gives you a pretty decent range. Again, it's more accurate if you normally run because you've developed some running mechanics and some fitness in that category. If you never run, it's not going to be as accurate. Now, the other thing I use here all the time, because it's easy and it's something you can do in a workout, is just 60-second heart rate recovery. So whenever I'm using heart rate monitoring, I'm going to measure how quickly people recover from high heart rates, whatever they're doing. And because the faster your heart rate comes down, the more of the energy it took to drive it up was aerobic. Now let me say that again. If you're at 160 beats per minute and you could only get there by a huge percentage of the anaerobic side doing the work, then it's going to take you a lot longer for your heart rate to come down than if you were doing 160 almost entirely aerobically. You'll drop much faster. So it's just an overall gauge of how much power you're able to produce with the aerobic versus the anaerobic side. And that's a very good indication of aerobic fitness, because the way the body works is it'll produce as much as it can aerobically, and it'll make up the difference for what it can't anaerobically. So if you can run 8 miles an hour aerobically, it'll just sit there at 8 miles an hour and it won't need much of the anaerobic side. If you suddenly ask it to go 12, that 4 miles per hour difference will be made up anaerobically. So you'll have 8 coming from the aerobic side and 4 coming from the anaerobic side. This is a concept called the anaerobic speed reserve. The greater that anaerobic speed reserve, the faster you'll fatigue over time, and the slower you'll see your heart rate coming down. So using heart rate recovery is just a good gauge of that. The faster my heart rate comes down, the more aerobic I am, the longer I'm going to last. And when I was training fighters, for combat sports, one of the things I look at is how quickly does the heart rate drop in between rounds, because that's a very good gauge of how sustainable that's going to be. If they would come back in between round 1 and their heart rate was still in the 180s or only came down to 170, they were screwed. All right? If they went 3 or 4 rounds like that, if they even got 3 or 4 rounds like that, they were going to be done. If they sat down in between rounds and their heart rate came down to 130, they're golden. They're going to go back out and they can sustain that level over time. So that is just a really simple way to train by monitoring that in a workout, because it gives you such great feedback and good information. And then last but not least, you can get into looking at how fast you're going at your anaerobic threshold. This is best done as part of a VO2 max test, but you can also do it if you want to measure blood lactate levels, which kind of sucks. So most people won't do that. But as a whole, these are ways you can test and assess your cardiovascular fitness. They range from, again, to measure your heart rate and your HRV doesn't require any exertion. You just lay there every morning and measure it. It takes 30 seconds. Okay? If you are not motivated to use any technology, go do a Cooper's test. Okay? If you're motivated to do everything, do them all. You can help people dial these up or down based on the details that people want and the amount of time and effort they're going to spend. Now, someone just asked for a VO2 max guideline. Yes, this is from the Cooper's Institute, and you can just go to their website and look this up. But this is essentially their normative data, and I looked at it and would generally agree with it. I mean, look, in general, higher VO2 max is better. But there comes a point of diminishing returns like anything else. Because the higher VO2 you are, the more work it's going to take to incrementally increase it. And maybe that person doesn't have the time or the capacity to put in that much extra work to make a marginal gain in VO2. So if you can get somebody into the upper categories here, I would say you're doing a good job. If you dial in all the other things outside of training, like the sleep and nutrition, again, they're going to be all adding up to a very synergistic effect for them. So does heart rate change with age? Look, in general, your heart rate decreases slightly with age, but as we look through the Morpheus database, it's not as substantial as you would think. So you want a bit lower resting heart rate on that scale with age, but you also correlate that with HRV, which I'll show you here is the best way to look at this. So we looked at, as I mentioned earlier, our database of Morpheus users. We have thousands of them. And we looked at the average heart rate variability. Again, this is a 7-day average, so their weekly average. We looked at what their average was for each age group. You can see that obviously declines. Now, this is not a population normative data. This is people who use Morpheus who are far more fit than the average human being. Okay, if you took this data relative to the population US at large, these people are substantially going to be higher because these are people who are investing in Morpheus, working out with Morpheus, tracking their HRV. A lot of people are coaches. Like, these are people that are fit. So these are averages of Morpheus users, not averages of the whole population. But what's most interesting here, to me at least, is you can see that the top 10% of people in this category for each of these age groups was massively higher than the averages in a lot of cases. And you can see that somebody if I can squint and see the numbers here, you know, somebody in the 80 to 89 range, the top 10% was 83. Like, that is massively impressive, because I guarantee you, if you took the average human being in their 20s and 30s on Morpheus, it would not be 83. It'd be probably in the 60s, maybe 70s, depending on the person. So you can train this hugely. We can increase our HRV tremendously. We can increase the resilience-making machinery, or the resilience capacity, by a wide, wide margin, and this is a really good example of that. So if you get to the top 10% of your age group in resting heart rate, top 10% in average HRV, top 10% in VO2, you're going to be far, far ahead of the game. Your risk of getting diseases, of being disabled, of having all these things we've talked about is drastically reduced. I mean, I don't think I show it here, but they've looked at endurance athletes live somewhere between like 7 and 10 years longer than the average human being. Being active can increase it from like 2 to 4 years, but endurance athletes with high VO2s live, you know, that much longer than the average human being. You can live substantially longer, and just as importantly, you can live substantially better. So that comes to the next point of, what does that look like? Well, that starts with heart rate training, in my experience, not experience, but just in how it goes. You want to have a measure of heart rate if you're trying to develop the cardiovascular system, because heart rate is a measure of intensity. And really, this is what it looks like, okay? There are different heart rate systems out there, 3 zones, 5 zones. We can debate the differences between them. Morpheus uses a 3-zone. Why? Because I think there's too much overlap in a normal 5-zone system. Now, most 5-zone systems just take your percentage of max heart rate, and they go 90% to 100%, 80% to 90, blah, 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 all the way down. It's just a straight percentage of max heart rate. With a 3-zone system, with Morpheus, is we tried to look at where the intensity lines are, okay? So I wanted you to just understand the big picture: low intensity, moderate intensity, and high intensity, because I don't think we need to break up intensity in any more granular detail on that for the vast majority of cardiovascular fitness building. We don't need to go into the microcosm of this particular heart rate versus that particular heart rate. It's the big picture of stress that matters. Lower intensity causes more efficiency. When we put our body in lower intensity for longer periods of time, we're challenging our body to get more efficient. And that happens through time-based stress. Long volumes, low intensities, the body is mildly stressed for a long time. It's like, oh, I don't like this. I have to get more efficient, so this long duration is less stressful to me. It causes the body to become efficient. It drives mitochondrial changes in favor of efficiency, of using less oxygen to create the same energy. Now, if we go on the other end of the spectrum, the high intensity, we're not really challenging efficiency as much, because we're not having to do it very long. Now we're challenging power. We're challenging the ability to produce it very rapidly at a high rate. We're challenging a different quality, power, all right? It's the same thing as, like, I want to build a sports car that can generate 1,000 horsepower. That's very different than I want to build a car that can get 70 miles a gallon. So intensity is about the challenge on the body. High intensity is more of a challenge to develop oxygen and deliver it as fast as possible. And lower intensities for longer volumes is the ability to do it as efficiently as possible for a long time. And the reality is moderate intensity is mostly in between that. It's a combination of both to some extent, depending on where you're going. So when you think about heart rate training, don't get too focused on the details. Just understand it's a representation of intensity. Higher heart rates, higher intensity, greater challenge of power and rate. Lower heart rates, lower intensity, greater challenge of endurance and capacity and efficiency. Now, the other thing that's happening here is, as we go up the scale of intensity, we are challenging different muscle fibers. Okay, this is also why you need a spectrum. As I mentioned, lower threshold, or what we call slower twitch muscle fibers, they're already more aerobic. They have my mitochondria. Their mitochondria is better. So in order to develop them, we have to train them for longer, because they're already pretty good. That's why we need higher volumes of lower intensity. Now, at the other end of the spectrum, higher intensity work is targeting more of the fast twitch fibers, because by definition, as we're ramping up the power output, we're now starting to recruit more high threshold, higher twitch muscle fibers, and they start coming into the equation as we increase our speed. As they do that, we're now putting them under some metabolic stress, and they will adapt depending on how that intensity is driven. If we increase the volume over time, they have to become more efficient as well. They will start to increase mitochondrial biogenesis. They will start to increase mitochondrial changes. But a lot of what intensity is doing is just bringing in different tissues into the equation. So again, this is why you need both higher volumes and you need both higher intensity. The question is the distribution, and that's where by and large the 80-20 rule starts to rule out here. Now, if we look at, as I mentioned earlier, the zone targets, this is the easiest way if you don't want to dig into details yourself or your clients. Morpheus, we've done the math, we've looked at the database, and we essentially found where each week needed to be in terms of the distribution of how much time in each of the 3 heart rate zones. So now Morpheus gives you literally a number of minutes per week in each of these 3 heart rate zones. Now, the one thing I'll say is this is not just time spent doing metabolic work. We just looked at people had metabolic or had heart rate monitors on, what heart rate zones they're in across the week when they improved their overall fitness from metabolic side versus what heart rate zones or how much time they spent in those when they didn't improve. And we found very clear patterns. And so Morpheus looks at your heart rate in terms of your fitness level. It looks at your recovery, your HRV, all these sorts of things. And then each week it gives you a recommendation for number of minutes in each of those heart rate zones. That's across all of training. That's not just metabolic training that's done in the workout, but it gives people guidelines of what they can be shooting for. So again, if you don't use Morpheus or anything else, the 80-20 rule is a really good, just rough guideline. And I'll talk about some programming stuff here in a second. Now, when we look at the big picture of methods, I also want to point out a little more detail. When we were doing low intensity methods here, all right, in Morpheus, this is the blue zone. There's 4 methods you can choose from. This increases, as I mentioned, the capacity, the efficiency of the slow twitch muscle fibers. It has a more generalized aerobic fitness. It builds the heart itself, its ability to become more elastic and stretch more and deliver more blood and work capacity. It's also what we use for recovery. So if we're doing stuff that's recovery driven in between our high intensity work, we want lower intensity stuff to promote blood flow. And this is where we want to use lower intensity for a reason. And then also, like I said, we can use this much more frequently. So it's part of the warm-up process. It's part of the cool-down process. It's part of getting the body ready is doing lower intensity work. There are a lot of benefits to lower intensity, and there's a lot of reasons why we use it. And ultimately, it's why we spend the most time in low intensity. And we looked at the breakdown, as I mentioned. People spend the vast majority of, not the vast, but a huge percentage of time at lower intensities. If we look at the workout, we look at games, we look at competitions, lower intensity is a big part of the equation. So you can't make the argument that it's not valuable. It's hugely valuable. Next up is your moderate intensity methods. All right, this is where we see muscular endurance improve. This is where we see more about repeating sprint ability. And this targets a wider range of muscle fibers because, again, as we get out of that lower intensity zone, we start cranking up the intensity. We are causing more tissues to support the process that are normally not recruited. So as we ramp up intensity, more high intensity causes more fibers, more tissues, and other tissues that are not involved at lower intensities to play a role. And if they aren't playing a role, they aren't being stressed, they aren't going to adapt. So we use high intensities for that. And the green moderate intensity zone is where that starts to occur. And then you can get some level of all of the 3 energy systems or pathways, the lactic, alactic, and aerobic, in the moderate intensity methods because it allows you to shoot anywhere between a 5 to 10 second rep up to a couple minutes, and you're going to be recruiting that level of threshold, that level of muscle fiber and that level of supportive tissue for long enough to cause them to improve. And then last but not least is your high intensity methods. Your high intensity methods are recruiting all your muscle fibers, every component of the aerobic system, because it's where the aerobic system is producing the most oxygen or the most ATP possible through oxidative means. And this is a big thing to understand. People think that when they're going to high heart rates, it's all anaerobic. No, it's not, okay? You are absolutely producing a ton of energy anaerobically at high heart rates, but you're also producing as much aerobic energy as your body can. It never shuts off, okay? Your body doesn't be like, no, okay, I'm done with that. I'm just gonna produce it anaerobically. Remember, it's making up the difference. So when you're doing a max effort, high intensity effort, it's extremely fatiguing, it's very high intensity, but it's not because the aerobic system is not working, it's because it can't produce it all itself, and so the anaerobic system is contributing a huge piece of that. It's going to be where we see the icing on the cake, okay, or the top of the pyramid of VO2 max. If all you did was high intensity methods, your VO2 would increase for a little while, and then it would plateau, all right? In the infamous Tabata study, their VO2 max only increased the first 3 weeks, and it plateaued after that. The group that did the lower intensity work increased their VO2 throughout the entire 6 weeks of the study. So that's a very short example, but your zone 2 cardio, your lower intensity methods will set the foundation that allows you to build a higher pyramid, if you will. If you don't build that lower foundation, you don't have the same foundation of cardiovascular potential. You don't have the same vascular network, you don't have the same number of mitochondria, you don't have the potential to drive those VO2s to higher levels. Now, what if it's just somebody who only works out once a week? Well, if you only work out once a week, then by all means, do higher intensity work. But you're only gonna get so far. You're just not going to create a very tall building or a tall pyramid without a foundation that's built on more than a day. So overall, we need this higher intensity work because it's what allows us to build that foundation, or on top of that foundation. And it's also, if you are talking about athletes, it's where we can develop some of that mental resilience and we can develop that technique that starts to break down at higher intensity. So I point this out just to say that each level of intensity serves a purpose. I know a lot of people talk about polarized training, only high intensity, only low intensity. And while there's something to that, there are reasons to use the full spectrum. Okay, there's reasons to not only go hard or only go easy. I think there are reasons to use the full spectrum because we want to target all the muscle groups, all the muscle fibers across the entire range, and we want to put the body under the load that it needs across that spectrum. Now, I won't go into each of those methods. I just kind of gave you a high-level overview of the categories, but I'm going to include this as a download, and this basically going to have a course here that's free that's on this for Morpheus users that you guys can access as well. But this basically breaks down each of those 12 methods I talked about, and these are built into Morpheus. So you literally go into Morpheus. This is for free. Okay, Morpheus has a free component. You can work out with Morpheus for free. You can use all these methods for free. Any chest strap or heart rate monitor that's Bluetooth connects to Morpheus for free, and it'll walk you through how to do each one of these 12 methods. But these are the methods I ultimately use to build 90% of my programs. Now, are there others I use? Sure, but this is by far the bread and butter I'm going to use the vast majority of the time. Now, when I use these methods, I'm going to finish things up by walking through how I do this. If you're unfamiliar, the way I use programming as a whole is I look at the big picture in terms of the overall level of stress, the overall level of load on the day, and I have three categories. One I might call it blue day or rebound recovery day, however you want to term it. The middle is a green or moderate intensity day, and the high intensity day is a red day. Now, no correlation, or sorry, no coincidence there that those match up with the Morpheus zones, blue being lower, green being moderate, and red being higher. This is just the way I think about building programming. I don't start with exercises, okay? I start with how much stress do I want to put on that individual on that given day? Not just in terms of metabolic stress, but in terms of the big picture of stress. Because the body doesn't necessarily separate, oh, this is high intensity lifting, this is high intensity cardiovascular work. I can do them on the 2 days back to back and they're both separate. No, they're not both separate. They're both high intensity in the body. They're both a lot of stress. So when I build programs, I don't separate the stress levels by each category. That's a bad way to look at it. So I'll walk you through examples here. But we break these days down into different categories. You can see here, blue days are going to be lower volume. Green days are more moderate. Red or moderate or high. Intensity is going to be lower on the blue days, moderate in the green, and higher in the red. So when I program, again, it's thinking through what am I trying to accomplish in a given week. That depends on someone's fitness level. It depends on how many days they're training. It depends on their goals. It depends on a lot of things. But I always start, by organizing these particular days and then working backwards from there. Now, there's two general models I use most often. One is called a 1-2-3 here, and I'll walk you through that. Monday would be a moderate day. Tuesday would be a lower recovery. Again, these can change. I'll show you here. Wednesday would be more of a moderate. Thursday would be higher intensity. Friday recovery. Saturday recovery or off. And then we'd see our recovery do this across the week. This is somebody who has a lower level of fitness. They have a 40-hour job. And even this is this is a 5 days of something. Those 3 days of blue could be a hike. Those 3 days could be going for a walk. Those 3 days could be getting some bike riding in. Those 3 days don't necessarily have to be in the gym. Those are the 3 days just doing something to get their heart rate up to where we'd like them to get it up to. And there's really only one true day of high intensity and then 2 true days of moderate. And so I'll give you some whiteboarding here of how this would work in terms of the methods. Now this is where I would say 80%, maybe 70 to 80%, depending on who you're working with, of general population people fall. And by general population I mean somebody who works 40 hours a week, has a family life, likes to go out on the weekends and live their life and do the things they want to do. These are people who want to put the effort in to get better and to be healthier and live longer, but they're not professional athletes, they don't have the best genetics in the world, and they live busy lives. Like, this is the best that they can do. And if they do these things, if they just do this, and on top of that, they get a reasonable amount of sleep, their nutrition is good, they spend time learning how to relax and not being stressed out from work and everything else, they're going to be really far down the path. Like, you can get somebody 90 plus percent of the way to where you want them to get with just 3 days a week if they're doing things on their their days off also and dialing their lifestyle. Now, if they're only in the gym 2 or 3 days a week and their lifestyle is shit, you're going to mitigate to some extent, but you're not going to get, ultimately where you would want them to be. Now, if we have the other population group here, let's talk about the other 20, 30%, whatever it may be. These people are somebody that, yeah, they work a job, but they are high-level fitness. They've been training a good percentage of their life. They do have a good amount of sleep. They do have their diet built in. They're on the younger side. They have good genetics, all those things, the 2-2-2 model. And it's just like it sounds, okay? There's different ways to organize this, but this would be somewhere like a moderate Monday, high Tuesday, recover Wednesday, and then a repetitive cycle of Thursday moderate, Friday high intensity, Saturday recovery. And this is, again, like it sounds, 2 days of high intensity, 2 days of more moderate intensity, and 2 days of lower intensity. Intensity is not always the right word. It could be stress because, for example, Friday for an endurance athlete could be a really long zone 2. It could be a 2 or 3 hour zone 2, which isn't high intensity, but it's high stress because they're going a very long distance. And this is what I apply with the vast majority of athletes that I train, some variation of this. Now, are there times where people can do 3 true days of high stress? Yes, but generally speaking, it's for a fairly limited amount of time before they're not going to be able to sustain that for very long. So during a training camp or during a particular event or whatever to lead up, you can get into 3 days, but I'm telling you, most people in my experience, aside from people in their 20s with amazing genetics and maybe pharmacologically enhanced, most people cannot consistently train at 3 days a week of true high stress or true high intensity because they just will break down over time. Even if they don't break down now, they will break down later. And maybe if they're an athlete, that's fine. Maybe they're willing to play that game. They've got millions of dollars on the line. They'll beat the hell out of themselves now to make millions of dollars and retire in their 30s. More power to them. That's their choice, and you can certainly go down that path. But the average person is not going to fall in that category. All right? The average person's going to be in the first group, or maybe they're in this group, but they're not willing to sacrifice their health to pay the bills because they aren't being paid to be an athlete or some sort of fitness person. So with that said, I'm going to roll in a whiteboard here for a second and see if we can get this lined up and just talk about some practical application to wrap things up. This is going to be just looking at basically how we actually go about this. So let's see if I can get this early in here. Oop. So zoom out just a little bit. Does that work? One sec here. See that? All right. Hope you guys can see that. So, like I said, what I want to do is walk you through my thought process of how I approach a high-level programming for somebody. Okay, and I'm going to start with, always going to start with, what are the high-intensity days? Because I want to work backwards from there. So, let's say I've got somebody who's in that 1-2-3 model, like I talked about, and I'm going to say, okay, this person can only come into the gym. Let's make up a day. Let's say this person can only train in the gym with me on Wednesday, okay? And let's say they're they have to be a reasonable fitness. They're not a complete beginner because that's an exercise that's different. But if we have someone who's in reasonably decent shape, they have some experience, they say, okay, Wednesday I'm going to do my high intensity day with you, or I can come to the gym. That's going to be my high intensity. So here I'll put red, even though I'm writing in purple. Okay, so I know this is going to be their high intensity day. Now I'm going to build outward from that because I want to make sure that number one, after this, they can recover. So what's the first thing here? This is going to be a blue day. Okay, so this is going to be a recovery or a lower activity day. This is obviously not going to be a red because they're going to be red the next day. I'm not going to have them do 2 high intensities, period. Let's say the person's in decent shape. All right, I'll make this a green. Okay, and that means it's a moderate intensity day and they're going to be prepared for the red. Now, if the person was a lower level fitness, I might also make this a blue. So I'm not going to do 2 greens and a red, so this is going to be a blue. And this is honestly not a bad place to start. A lot of times if people spend their weekends, maybe their sleep's not as good over the weekend, maybe they drink a bunch on the weekend, maybe they have a bunch of work on the weekend, I like to have Monday be either a lower intensity recovery type day or a green. So you could potentially flip-flop these. You could potentially go green here and blue here, but just for this example, I'll start here. Now, the other 2 days a week, I'm going to make Friday also a green. My pen doesn't run out. Okay, that's a really shitty looking green, but you get the idea. And then Saturday could be either off or, let's say, a blue, okay, for recovery. So this means this is, so we got 2 greens, 1 red, and 3 blue, okay? 1, 2, 3, it worked out. So this is where I start because this gives me the big picture of what they're going to do. If I don't start here, then I don't know what methods to plug in. So again, I'm going to work backwards. I'm going to say red day. What is the method on each one of these days now, okay? And I'll talk about what else I'm doing. Red day, Wednesday. Now, I've got a range of methods to choose from, but I want something reasonably high intensity. Let's say this person, again, is moderate fitness. I'm going to do what I'd call threshold, okay? So this is on the spectrum of high intensity, but it's not the highest intensity, okay? This is a anaerobic threshold or slightly above anaerobic threshold type interval, and you can see what that looks like in the charts, which I'll give you. But this isn't going to take an hour. This is going to take 15, 20 minutes, okay? So I'm going to make threshold the primary one there, and I might do a little zone 2 as a warm-up. So let's say zone 2, I'll just write zone 2, is more of a warm-up. So this might be 10, 15 minutes, maybe 20, and then this is going to be after that. So it's not going to be a full workout. And then if I'm going to include strength training, let's say this is the only day they're coming with me. So I'm also going to do strength training. I'm going to do probably like 2 to 3 total body lifts. Okay, because this is the only day. In this scenario, they're only seeing me 1 day a week. This would be different if that was not the case. I'm going to do 2 or 3 total body lifts of low volume. Okay, maybe 2 to 3 sets of a total body lift, a squat, a deadlift. I can do some med ball stuff when I work out or warm up. I mean, I can do all sorts of stuff in the warm up. I can do stuff in the cool down. But kind of the core lifts is 2 total body exercises, whatever the case may be. Because if this is the only day in the gym with me, I want to make sure I get them as much as possible. So this is a hard day, right? This is the highest intensity hard day. If they were coming 4 days a week, you wouldn't necessarily do the same thing as if they're only coming in 1. So there's threshold, some zone 2 cardiac as warm up, and then 2 to 3 total body lifts. That's my high intensity day. Now on the other side of this, okay, this is just a bit of a recovery day. So now I'm going to do a little bit of zone 2, and then I'm going to do some tempo runs. Okay, tempo intervals are a 70-ish% interval done for 8 to 10 seconds with about 60 seconds rest. This whole workout is going to take maybe 30 minutes. You know, they could do some little accessory work. They could do some light lifts, mobility, some movement stuff, the stuff that Mike talked about, breathing. All this stuff could be done on this blue day. So this is, think of it like a accessory day, okay? It's building out this, and then it's helping them recover from it by adding some blood flow in the system, by adding some breathing, by getting some movement going. It's an essential component. It's better than taking a day off after this day, okay? Now I'll work here. Let's say green day, we want to use some of our green methods. So let's say we're going to do some green high lows. This pen's running out of ink. Okay, so green high low is basically, let's say 60 seconds at a high, at the top of the green zone, 60 seconds at a low. You can barely read that. You got a pen, different pen? Yeah, there we go. X. Okay. So this is, now it's green, perfect. So basically 60 seconds high, 60 seconds low, and this is where I'll probably do some upper body movements. And I could do some of Mike's power work here, but at lower volumes, okay? So power, you guys probably can't read this for shit, but hopefully you're listening as I'm going through. Chicken scratch handwriting. But you could do some upper body work with some power at lower volume. So I wouldn't do a huge amount of volume here because this is a moderate day, but I can certainly do some power work at the lower volumes there, okay? Just so I can make sure that I get some of that power train in. I'm probably not going to do a ton of train on power here, but you could also throw some power in here on Wednesday if you wanted to. And you could flip those up a little bit. Maybe you do 2 total body exercises here and 1 power, and you do 1 extra strength heavier day there. But I'm just looking at ways to distribute things. Blue for Saturday, I'm just going to repeat what Thursday was, okay? I'm just going to do some zone 2, and some tempo. Real easy. Okay, now back up here. I've done zone 2 just in small amounts, generally speaking, but this could be just straight up zone 2 for 40 minutes, let's say, or whatever. And that's my primary method in a green day. Now you say, well, that's low intensity. Why is that green? Because maybe for this person, 40 minutes isn't necessarily low intensity. And I could also add in some upper body lifts here, maybe some core, upper/core, or whatever it is I want in there. But this, even though I want to just use this example, even though this is a green day, which is supposed to be moderate, I'm using the lower intensity method. I'm using zone 2 because I'm doing a larger amount of it, 40 minutes. I'm saying, hey, I want you to go out and do a 40-minute hike, or I want you to go on a 40-minute bike ride. I want you to do something that's enough volume that doesn't feel super easy. So it could be 60 minutes, depends on the person we're talking about. So again, you don't always have to use the same intensity. It's about the total stress. 40 minutes of zone 2 for this person might be a moderate level of stress. 40 minutes for somebody in high shape could be a very low stress, and 40 minutes for someone who's poor shape would be too much for some people. So it's about the relative stress. Now blue here, let's say I want to do some tempos. And let's say I want to do some low-level power stuff. Again, now why would I do power on a blue day? Because I can do a really low volume of it. Just 2 or 3 exercises, small amounts. And then let's say I want to do just some accessory lifts. So again, this is a Monday. This is coming off a weekend. I'm just going to do a low amount. So you can see I've really only got 1, 2, 3 days where they're doing tempo, a little bit of power, upper body. And I've got 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days where they're incorporating zone 2, but it's at very different amounts. Zone 2 here is the most amount. Zone 2 here in tempo is not very much. Mostly just a warm-up precursor and a little bit in here. But you've seen I've distributed lower intensity across every day in some capacity, and I've picked my day where I'm going to go all in on my higher intensity, higher threshold stuff, and more moderate on those other green days. So there are infinite ways that I could frame this. I just wanted to walk you through what my thought process would be on a random example of how I could build something out where this person's literally only coming in 1 day a week. So maybe for power, I have the person do some medicine ball exercises at home, or maybe I have them do some light jumping exercises at home. Versus if they're in the gym, I could do a lot more stuff for them from a power perspective. If they were in the gym, I could probably separate out these exercises a bit more, but since they're in the gym with me just that day, I want all their heavy lifting done with me because then I can supervise them. If they are at home, again, same thing here, they could do the same sort of med ball stuff, or they could do some jumps, whatever the case may be. And all these things, zone 2 or tempo intervals could be done on a bike, they could be done through jogging, they could be done through a rower, they could be done through any sort of cardiovascular type exercise. Pickleball could be somewhere in here on, that's actually a good example. Let's say that somebody loves pickleball. Okay, I want you to go play pickleball for 30 minutes or 40 minutes. Or somebody loves biking. Okay, I want you to do the zone 2 on a bike, or for example, whatever the case may be. Find things they can do in their days when they're outside the gym that are going to give them the overall amounts of volume and intensity that they need. So there are, again, infinite ways that you go about this. From here, what I would do is break out the actual movements. Okay, so my last piece of the programming puzzle would be exercises. What upper body exercises? What lower body exercises? What medicine ball exercises? What power exercises? And then from there, it's sets and reps of each thing. So that's how I work backwards. I look at or work from the inside out. Look at total of stress, blue, green, red, blue, green, blue. Total number of stress. Okay, what types of activities and cardiovascular and aerobic conditioning methods are on each day? Okay, then what exercises am I plugging in? Okay, then what sets and reps or times do I need to get to these amounts? All right, that's how I would build a program for somebody. And if they were in the gym 4 days a week, this might look completely different than if it was just 1 day a week. But the reality is, there are a lot of limitations in people's schedules. You start with where you can see them and what you can do with them, and then you work around that so that you're trying to give them things they can do on their own that they're actually going to be able to do. Someone can do zone 2 and some tempo runs without a ton of equipment, okay? Somebody can easily do those things without having anything at their house at all. They can go for a hike and do those runs on a field. They can do a jump rope if they really want to. There's infinite ways. But they can't do these without me, so I'm going to make sure my time is spent there. So After we get done with this, we'll do stuff with Luka and Mike, and we'll answer questions. I'm sure people will have some. But this is just my thought process as I apply what I've talked about into the real world of building that requirement for this continuous high frequency spread across the week in a way that people can do and make it sustainable. In this world, 3 days a week, 3 blues, they should feel really good afterwards. They should feel warmed up. They should feel mobile. They should feel energetic. This one, they're definitely going to feel tired. And this one, they should feel pretty decent. So if we make this repeatable, they're going to be able to do it. They're going to make it sustainable. They're going to feel good the vast majority of the time. And all this low amount of things built up over time is going to lead them to improve. And I have infinite ways to crank things up or crank things down as necessary. So hopefully that helps. I see one question I'll answer real quick. What depth do I educate my clients about the breakdown of weekly programming? So the biggest thing I want my clients and the people I coach to understand, and I think it's an important question, is what's the goal, okay? This is a tangent, but a lot of people think I have to give my client the hardest workout possible because that's what they expect. At least that's been historically what coaches have thought. I don't want to give my workout, or I don't want to give my client an easier workout because they'll think it's not effective. Well, if that's the case, then you really need to educate them, because I want people to understand very clearly what the purpose of each day is. This day is to push your body to its limits. This day is to push your body to a level where it can maintain, and this is to help your body recover. And each one of these days serves a very specific purpose. That's even why I call them a blue, green, and a red, or a rebound day, a green, and a red day, or however you want to call them that. People need to have an idea that there are benefits to doing each type of activity. After this one, after the blue, you should feel really good. You should feel more recovered. You should feel more energetic. After this one, you should feel tired, and you should feel like you got a lot of work done, and you were productive, and you did everything you had to do. And this one, you should feel like you got a workout, but you still have a little bit left in the gas tank. That's the difference. This one, like, I'm done. I did a lot. I don't want to do any more. This one, like, it's a couple reps in the tank. It's still a good workout. If they understand there's a benefit to each one of these things, they're far more likely to do it. And worst case scenario, let's say they don't do one of the blue days, not the end of the world. Okay, as long as they get the majority of these in, even just getting 4 to 6 of these in, they're going to see a lot of progress. So I always want to make sure that I explain the goal of the workout, the purpose behind this. Why are you doing this? Why are we developing this stuff at lower intensities? Or why are we doing a little bit of tempo work along with some power? Explain the why, and in my experience, people will see the reason, and then it's just a matter of reinforcing the benefits. Hey, how do you feel after that workout? I felt great. How are your hips feeling after we've added in these exercises? How are you feeling after we've added in blah, blah, blah? Like, how are the breathing making you feel? Reinforcing the idea that what they did here made them feel better here is a long way to get somebody to actually do it. So wrap things up. I think, yeah, my time's up here. We're going to have a 10-minute break, and then we're going to have Luka talk about building all this stuff into the framework of much bigger constraints than this in an actual program where people can show up, some of them at Libertum, and just show up on Mondays and not show up on Tuesdays, and just how do you build this into an actual small group, large group framework that gives people what they need without the same level of control you can have in a one-on-one situation. And then we'll finish up things with Q&A with all of us. You guys can fire away questions, and we'll give you our answers and wrap things up. So 10 minutes, and we'll be right back with Luka.
What is going on, my friends? Now that you're nice and fresh after what were 3.5, 4 hours, hopefully you guys are not getting upset at us for, delivering as much as we possibly can in this time. Again, we want to go through the actual content to connect the dots, right? So, as always, best thing to always do with this stuff, if you want to dig deep, dive deep, we're gonna have a whole bunch of bonuses. Is just to get the recordings. I think that's the best bet. And my goal right now is to kind of bring a bunch of stuff together. We're going to do a Q&A after this, but putting it together from a standpoint of, how to implement this, right? The Fit for Life framework into a business where you're doing group training. So what I'm going to do is start with a presentation. Actually, probably hasn't been seen unless you've been at Camp Fit Pro in Toronto, Canada. Part of the presentation of that presentation I'm going to deliver right now, and then I got a whole bunch of whiteboards. You guys know I love whiteboards. I love doodling and teaching, right, from that framework. But I wanted to deliver this because, and it goes into small group. I'm going to talk about team training as well. And our model of small group personal training is like we kind of market it to about 16 people. Some of the more popular groups will get to as many as 20. Our team training can be as many as possible in the space that you have. But I kind of want to create a little bit of frameworks. My goal is to show you that a system that will help you get great results with clients, impact people, and make more revenue. So yes, there is if you can help more people and you have a good system and a framework, it's going to allow you to get people results, but also make more money. Again, if you got 16 people in a small group for 3 times a week, you're charging, $317 to $347. You can see and understand that one small group can generate a really good amount of revenue while creating a great experience and everything else. So that's why I call this small group personal training mastery. But again, forget about just, small group personal training mastery. It's taking the R7 system that Mike talked about, because I was fortunate enough to learn from Mike and Bill Hartman a long, long time ago, and then take that framework and put it into a group setting, right? Because the question then becomes, one-on-one training, semi-private training, hey, individualized programs, no problem. What about if we're doing groups? And then how do we make it make sense to implement all these things that help with health and longevity, right? So that was kind of like the big picture of this. Now, when you see the headline, you're kind of like, sound like a kind of used car salesman in a sense of like, hey, I'm going to pitch you on this amazing system. But look, we do it here. I've taught hundreds of people now to implement small group personal training into their businesses, into their gyms with success. And one of the honestly, the sales is I was the guy that did everything in the industry. Big box gyms, one-on-one, semi-private. I mean, training people out in the woods. We started our gym in Slovenia 17 years ago, which I'll show you guys in a second. But, you get to a point where I was doing, 50 hours a week of training, even more, on the floor, right? 50, 60 hours, like legitimate coaching. And that's not sustainable. I think that there's obviously a space in the beginning to get as many reps in as possible. I think that most people should do that. But, that becomes unsustainable when it becomes, how can I affect people, get them results, but, again, cut down the hours. So if I have 16 people in a small group 3 days a week, I'm affecting a lot more people. If I have, 30 people in a team training, I'm affecting a lot more people. So that, that's the sell, is like, how can we do this long-term, create an impact, make money, still use these smart systems to get people the results that we want. So I kind of wanted to show you this just timeline. I was still, 2004, I was still playing pro basketball in Europe, training, we're training in the woods. We started in this place called Tivoli. It was like Tivoli Park. It had routes and pull-up bars and logs and everything else. And I was still, again, playing, but training people. I was very, very into training. 2005, if I'm pretty sure on the timeline, we started our first gym, which is just a room, right? It was basically a 470 square foot room. And we were doing kind of small group training at that point in time, barbells and kettlebells, and we had some pull-up bars. That was it. And then in 2006, I moved to the US and started from scratch, right? So we started a gym there. It was growing, but I started from scratch and I had to start back at LA Fitness, doing one-on-one training. Did that for quite a while. And when I said quite a while, it was like about a year before I transferred and transitioned to another big box gym called Vision Quest, started programs there. And so I was training, I was doing a lot of different things, meaning training a lot of different populations. And then now it's going to be 15 years, I think, in end of November since I started the Vigor Ground Gym in a small garage, right? And that was my first garage gym, was like right after the recession happened, probably I think 2 weeks when I got that spot. 2011, we moved to 4,700 square foot spot location in Bronson Way. 2016, I bought this building that you guys see here, which is 12,000 square feet. We have physical therapy, smoothie bar, med spa, nail salon. We're building a cold plunge and sauna, all the things, right? But the reason I share this is like this story and this transition of really coaching all types of different people. You know, I'm a strength coach for a pro team, for a high school basketball team, train a lot of NFL guys and so on and so forth, that there's this really wide variety of the things that I've done and that helped me to get to this system, okay? Because again, I think for everybody, I'm pretty sure, like nobody here is gonna go like, I wanna be in the fitness industry and do what I love doing and be broke, okay, right? So that's not the case. You're trying to figure out how to be as effective as possible, help as many people as possible. I'm pretty sure we all got into this industry for that, because when I started, nobody was really making, you know, a lot of money in the industry, but I loved, you know, the feeling that I got from helping people. And again, all of this cycle of getting to this spot is what brought me to this system, because you're gonna see a couple pictures. This is our gym in Slovenia now. We've moved 4 different times. The one on the top right there, top right corner. The one on the left was our last one, which was 11,000 square feet. This one is about the same, but 2 floors. But again, we started in the woods, 470 square foot room. You know, 4 iterations later, we have 500 members there, and we pretty much run somewhat of similar models than we do here in the U.S. This was my first gym down the street, right here on Burnett 101. It's a little garage, it's 900 square feet if you look closely. The one on the left where you see the turf, that's kind of a carpet, right? That was the upgrade from the actual black carpet that probably had more bacteria than you can ever imagine by the end of it. So it was just like you do what you can do with what you got, right? But we were really successful with that from a standpoint of running team training. You saw there was one group there. We probably had about 20 people in class with the door open. That was our team training. That was before we started small group personal training. Shortly after we started small group personal training, there's actually a gym that's not shown here, which is our 4,700 square foot space. That's where we started implementing small group personal training. And that was about 12 to 13 years ago, right? And now you can see, I mean, this is partially that picture on the right. You see the space from top down. We have a big space, right? And the reason I say this is because I want to share a model with you no matter where you're at, right? Smaller spot, you know, you got a bigger spot. This works for everything. And show you like everything that both Mike and Joel went over, how to structure it into an actual gym that coaches people in the real world. Because that's the tough thing sometimes, is taking certain information and applying it to models that work, right? You can see that's the building now. It's a pretty big building. Very, very proud of it. We completely, you know, renovated it. So it looks very, very different. But just to give you guys some context, right? What I'm going to show you, I've done it at a lot of different places, really small places, medium-sized places, bigger places, okay? And this is our 4 models, okay? Team training, which is large group, you know, what most people call large group, what used to be called boot camps. You know, we used to be called a boot camp as well, and I dropped the name probably 10 or so years ago. Then our kind of next level, small group personal training, which is, again, up to about 16, even 20 people. I think it depends on the size of your space, equipment, things like that. For some people, it's 8 people. For some, it's 10. For some, it's 12. In my business consulting, you know, depending on what the gym space is, we organize it a little bit differently. Then we have semi-private personal training, which kind of, you know, Mike broke down R7 and a lot of times in a semi-private setting where you have a custom program for the client, but you're doing it with up to, you know, 4, sometimes even 5 clients, depending how capable the coach is. And then we do some one-on-one personal training. We don't do a lot of one-on-one. I do some of that stuff exclusively for certain clients. We don't aggressively market it, but those are our 4 training models. So it kind of gives you an idea of, again, the business, because this will make sense, right? If you're, and I'm like, this is somewhat of a pitch. If you're a person that's like, hey, I do a lot of training, it would be great if I could cut down 10 hours a week of coaching and add 1 small group and replace my income or make even more, this will make a lot of sense for you, right? Or if you're looking into the future and you're building something, whether it's a gym or it's a coaching business, right? Because I believe that everybody that's working to improve their health, performance, body composition should do strength training, right? I think we all agree on this. And again, if you go back and you look at all this data that we talk about, and we look at longevity, and you might have some arguments of, what is important when it comes to, living longer. VO2 max, like we certainly know this, but then there's also like lower body strength is one of the markers that shows up as well, right? By the way, there's, community is very, very important. Actually, loneliness is one of those things that we know that if loneliness is higher, mortality is lower. So that's where actually group training in gyms, environments also play a role in this, which is something to not, just throw kind of like out of throw it out, because during COVID, we kind of realized how important that was. So yes, I'm implementing other things like being part of group training environments where people connect, whether they don't know each other, and have support group. It's insanely important. Beyond, I would say when we talk about strength training and adaptations of mitochondria, metabolism, which obviously is important too. So that, really led me to this. When I was doing in our gym, in our garage gym, I had large group, which was like a $197 a month, and then we had semi-private personal training, for instance, for twice a week was $475, right? So a pretty big gap. And I'll show you the team training model, so our large group model that I created, that I thought was, and still is, an excellent model for large groups for that price point. But let's be honest, right? Like the more that you can customize things, the better off that client's going to be. So we had this big gap that was from, $200 to $500, right? So, but what's in between? Like those people in semi-private training, I could do a customized strength training program for them. We couldn't really do that with the large groups. We could implement some sort of strength training, but not at the level that I wanted it to. And there was a gap in between. And initially, my first small group was like 275, 297. And now we're at about 317 to 347. But it was like price point in between that allowed somebody to come and do strength training 2 to 3 days a week, and then do their, metabolic conditioning sessions in our team training. And I'll break down the whole construct, so it's going to really make sense. But that's where it came from. It was not only a solution to a problem, where I was like, man, I really want people to strength train, but some people can't afford it. And think about now if you take like one-on-one sessions, where in Seattle you're looking at an average of, it depends, but about $100 for sure, right? So very few people can actually, do it income-wise, but a lot more people can do semi-private, and then a lot more people can do small group. So that's why it became a solution to a problem to get people better results. And that's how I started by, creating this model. And honestly, like if, we were probably, if not the first gym in this state that we're doing this model 13, 14 years ago. So how it started, and this may also give you some ideas. We had an 8-week man's formation. It was an 8-week all men's program. And pretty much it was like what I call beta test, right? Beta test to me is like, let's throw this shit out there and see if it works, right? And I was hearing things through the grapevine of people wanting that. So I was like, hey, we're gonna do this 8-week program. It's gonna be $499 for 8 weeks. I'm gonna help you with nutrition. We're gonna open it up. And we had 23 guys that joined that program. Okay, we had 23 guys that joined that program, and then 14 of those guys ended up converting to a $275 a month program, right? Which was amazing. But what it did is it confirmed that there was a desire for that, right? That we were solving a problem. But that's how that started. As far as, by the way, if there's ever a thing that you're like trying to test out and launch, you don't have to just launch it. Do what I call a beta program. Do an 8-week program. Do a 6-week program to have proof of concept, to see if it's working, if people want it, if people are raising their hands, right? And actually, these are some pictures from that program from about 11 years ago, right, at our old spot. And again, we had that camaraderie. It was the guys' one. We now have also a women's program called Strong Her, which I'll talk a little bit about later. And we have a mixed kind of small group personal training program that I run. And again, it was a proof of concept to go into that direction. And so over the years, by the way, when I first did that man's formation, programming was like, I felt like it was smart programming. But the problem is that I was essentially writing programs for, maybe a one-on-one or semi-private. And we would have a lot of different fitness levels. Even in that picture previously here, you can see at that point in time, Hugh there on the left was probably in his, I say maybe early 30s, late 20s. We got Jay over there. He's probably like his late 30s. Jim over there was in his 50s. Tim at that point in time was in his late 40s, right? Knee surgeries, cancer, all types of different stuff. Now, I say this to say that when we started, it was a little bit of a running around. This guy's already done because he's got 4 sets of this. This guy's still going. This dude can't do 4 sets, right? And through experience, learning, hey, like, we got to build a better model. Now, I've done personally thousands, like this is a real number, thousands of small group sessions. And through the years, really was figuring out how to build that model. And when I learned the R7 model that Mike was talking about, I started experimenting in our small groups. I'd build like 8-week blocks and test things out and see how it went. And again, I would have like this very, very much so be like a hypothesis and be a person in the lab, constantly coaching people. And what it led me to is that, talking to a lot of people as well, is that they have constraints. In the gym, you have constraints of space, especially of time. So I run a gym where, at the top of the hour, a new class is coming in, or we have a bunch of, we may have athletes coming in. We have a group of semi-privates coming in. So you have to be done. We only have so much space that we can use, right? We have constraints. And again, bigger the gym, smaller gym, it doesn't matter. So what I started doing, I started using a block model, a timed model, because time would allow me to always finish things in a manner that I wanted to, right? It's a system, okay? And so if I go back here, what we'd always start with warm-ups. All groups would start with warm-ups, right? Dynamic warm-ups. I'll touch and I'll give you examples, details, all of that in a little bit. Then we'd go into the first block, and again, I'm thinking about this is a comprehensive, complete program for people because we want them to get stronger, right? So I break down resilience, or should I say, resistance, which is R5 in R7 model, into 2 things, strength training and resistance training. To me, those are different. Strength training is purely to get stronger. So block 1 became our strength and power block, okay? And it took me a lot of iterations to get to that. Like, we kept it at 14 minutes long. When I get the whiteboards out, we're going to go deep into this, by the way. Give you examples, break the whole thing down, okay? And there would be a lower body exercise, a power exercise. And when I say power, that could be a plyometric. It could be a speed. We're going to kind of surf that force velocity curve quite a bit. Why is that? Well, because we know that, and Mike was talking about this, power is one of the first things, actually it's the thing that we lose the fastest, speed, power, elasticity, right? So being able to maintain that is a very, very important thing. Also, most people like doing athletic shit. They just do, right? You think give a grandma a med ball and tell her to smash the hell out of it like it's somebody she doesn't like, right? She's gonna have a lot of fun. Watch it, trust me. But doing athletic things, and we'll talk about how much, what types, all that good stuff. And then we'd have an upper body strength exercise. And again, this block, it looks like a circuit, but I'll explain how it goes because you're not running through like a circuit, like a conditioning circuit. Okay, and in block 2, we'd have our muscle building. I used to have a geeky name for it. You'd be like hypertrophy. But remember, we have to talk in terms that clients understand, right? Muscle building, super simple. Hey, this is gonna help you build lean muscle. Like, they have to be able to understand it. Block 3 was either conditioning or metabolic stress, and this is where kind of some of the stuff that Joel talked about comes into play, and I'm gonna help piece it all together in a group training model. And then we have a cool down, which also is, we kind of use Joel's model for the cool down. But this is the system, right? Again, this is the system. This is an actual workout that on the board you guys will see. This is from one of my programs. You can see the dynamic warm-ups, child's pose to spinal roll, Spider-Man lunges with thoracic rotation, 90-90 hip switches. We'll talk about how long that takes. Usually that's a 10 to 12 minute thing in a small group program. From there we go into strength and power. Now strength and power, and again, I'll dive deeper into the sets and reps, but you can see we keep the reps lower. For me, strength is usually gonna be in that 2 to 6 rep range, right? We won't do a lot of singles, heavy singles. We won't do that, especially with general population, but 2 to 6, and you can see we keep I would say the explosive stuff lower. So low hurdle hop to box jump, that would be a progression, or a box jump, 5 reps, 6 reps, 4 reps, right? Focusing on quality, not quantity. Block 2, you can see a double kettlebell reverse lunge for 8, chest supported row for 8, hollow hold with a band pull apart. And I'll get into the program design part of it in a second once I get the boards out. Block 3 is conditioning. This was an example of kind of doing more of explosive repeats, right? 12 to 15 seconds, really fast, 60-second break, shuttle sprints, lateral slides, 6 rounds, and then people would go do their cool down, right? What's great about this is like this is a system. And I mean, what I'm proud of is not only that we use it very successfully here, but now like, I think there's pretty much close to 1,000 people that have now gone through this small group personal training course, plus people that I consulted. The point I'm saying is like it works. I don't care what type of gym you have, and we're gonna go through examples because I'll get folks that go like, well, I don't have 6 trap bars, I don't have 4 squat racks. No problem, right? It's a malleable system, right, that you can essentially plug and play, right? But this is the part where I go into the coaching part of it, but this is also where I'm gonna bring out the whiteboards, and then we're gonna rock and roll with it, and we can pop out of this, out of the slides. So remember, when we talk about fit for life, right, Mike and Joel both talked about how important it is that, if we're not going to the extremes of anything, right, meaning going to the extremes of anything. Hey, if you're not a power lifter, right, or for instance, if you're a top bodybuilder, what might happen? Well, you might have to conserve that energy that you were going to do a whole bunch of cardio for building muscle. But for most people, right, I mean, the name is Fit for Life. It becomes like, even for myself, I'm 42 years old. I was a former pro athlete. I talk about being an athlete for life. It's a big, I would say, kind of almost tagline, right, for myself. And I want to stay explosive, right? I want to look good, but guess what? Health is extremely important, right? I want to make sure that my conditioning is good, not only to do stuff, but for the health benefits of it, okay? And so it's really, really important to, when we talk about all these different things that we learn, and I love how Joel breaks stuff down because he's always got so much research behind everything, is I would say information has to turn into integration, and that turns to transformation. And this goes for both our clients and it goes for our businesses. How many times do you learn something, right? And it's like, wow, this is so, interesting. And then this is where you get stuck. How do we integrate this, right? So how do we both integrate this into real life, practical things that we can do? And then it becomes a little bit more challenging, whereas like, well, how do we do this on a group training level, right? Smaller, bigger groups. So that's what I want to do in breaking this down, right? I already shared that like we do one-on-one, semi-private, small group, and team training. And I'll start with small group as far as giving the breakdown and an example of a program and talking a little bit more in depth about that. But it's also important to have simple concepts that you can explain to clients. So for example, this is for if somebody new was coming in and I'm explaining to them like what we do at Vigor. And it's like, hey, our small group program, we help people get strong, right? And be athletic, but like get strong. In team training, we have people help people get lean and get fit. And then in team training, we also have something called a rebound or a recovery. That's where we help them get flexible. Why don't I say mobile? Because for most people, if you tell them like, hey, we're gonna help you get flexible, they're like, oh, I get what you're saying, right? Simple words that people can take and not argue about it. Again, usually it's like amongst coaches, where somebody will go like, no, actually, it's like, it's actually mobile. With mobility, we can control the range of motion. It's like, no, listen, you got to use words that people can attach to. And then it's our goal to educate the clients, right? But if somebody comes in and hasn't exercised a lot, I want to give them things that are going to be very simple for them to understand, right? Just when I say like, hey, block 1 is strength and power. Block 2 is muscle building. Block 3 is conditioning. Like they understand it and it's simple, okay? And so here when we go to that R7 model, right, we saw the program that I talked about. But if you break down the release and reset, release, we won't do that with the group, right? And we educate people. So when we do something called strategy or discovery sessions. Before somebody signs up, we sit down with them about what they want to achieve. Then we take them through an assessment for about 20, 25 minutes. Then we sit down with them again to conclude what's going to be the best thing for them, right? So if they do a trial, if they sign up for a membership, we're also, through that assessment, teaching them about release, soft tissue work, right? Whether it's with the roller, lacrosse balls, we have a lot of tools. And we explain this, right? We explain what this release does. So this one specifically, people will do, we're like, hey, come in 10 minutes earlier, 5 minutes earlier at the latest, and work on soft tissue. And we kind of give them a protocol, like 4 to 5 different things that are simple for them to do. You know, hey, if it's a full body workout, do these 5 things, which most of our, again, group training is full body, right? Then these two we couple together, so reset and readiness, right? And Mike was talking, actually Mike took me through a couple of drills, and interestingly enough, you know, this morning in small group, we were doing the supine reaching drill with the breathing with the group, right? So we usually do 1, at most we do 2 resets with people, but folks come in, especially if it's later on in the day too, wound up, been in the car, you know, driving back from work, stressed out. We kind of do that autonomic reset with a reset in class. We'll usually do something, a breathing base. And then we go into our readiness, right? So that's our dynamic warm-up. I like to call it a ramp. I got that from Alan Cosgrove back in the day, which was ramp stands for range of motion, activation, and movement prep, right? And we're gonna, in a second, go into that sample program and like break it down a little bit more in depth. And on the spot, I'll give you some, almost like write this program live so you can kind of see my thought process behind it, right? Then we go to block 1, strength and power. Now, here's the thing. I keep this to 14 minutes long. And you might say, Luka, why did you pick 14 minutes? Well, it was, first of all, it was a lot of testing to see if I have a group of very different people, what happens in those 14 minutes. Okay, so that specific program that I earlier showed you, I'm gonna break it down on how this looks like when you're doing it in real life. By the way, if you guys follow me on Instagram and even on YouTube, I post a lot of our small groups, so you can actually see people working in the real world, see how it looks like, right? So it's not just like theory, you can actually see it. But again, in block 1, we're always gonna have a lower body strength exercise. We're gonna contrast it with a plyo, speed, something that's got rate of force development, power, and then we're gonna do an upper strength. So example, you saw that program, it said trap bar deadlift for 4, then we had 5 box jumps, then we had a neutral bar floor press for 4 reps, right? So which will be, all those will be on a rig. Now, when a 14-minute starts, right, after I break down the training, so I would go do my dynamic warm-up, I'd explain, because these are 4-week programs, and I'll explain how we progressed them, right? I would explain it, and then once I would explain it, the first 2 rounds are actually ramp-up sets. Just like if you were going to do a trap bar deadlift, you wouldn't just go straight to your very heavy 4, right? So let's say if my heavy 4 was 405, I'd do 185 for 3 or 4, you know, I'd go to 275, maybe I'd do another one in between, and then I'd start going to a heavier set, right? It's the same thing. Your first 4 to 5 minutes of this 14-minute set, you're gonna go do a set of the trap bar. You're gonna do jumps, but not all out, 60% intensity. Same thing with the upper body. And you're gonna go through 2, even maybe 3. The stronger you are, you might need a little more rep. And those rounds you can go faster, right? When you do your warm-ups, if I'm doing my warm-ups, the lighter stuff I'm doing with great form, but I'm moving faster. Now, once I get to my heavy set, I'm gonna hit my 4, you know, a heavy 4 of trap bar. I'm gonna walk over slowly to the boxes, 20, 30 seconds, do my plyos, right, or do my jumps, walk over slowly to the neutral bar press. It might take a minute before you go hit your 4, and then you got a longer break before you get back to your lower body strength. So what I found with a ton of tracking this is that most people will get about 3 hard working sets in those 14 minutes, hard, right? If they're more of a beginner, they'll get more. Why? Because they're not as efficient. They'll move a little bit faster, right? They won't have to take as long of breaks because they're really not exuding their maximum because they don't even know what it is. And I found this to be like almost like a perfect kind of time frame. And you can extend it to like 15 or 16 minutes, depending what the program is. But that keeps me within that hour that I have in that small group personal training session. And it ends up that we end up working on the things that are very important, right? Absolute relative strength, plyometrics, so speed, power, rate of force development, deceleration, all these things that, again, people lose with age. And again, some of the things that they lose the fastest. Now, what's cool about this, too, is in your warm-ups, right, at the end of the warm-up, and you'll see some of those examples, we do things like high knees, pogo jumps, lateral slide, skips, like running drills. Yes, with people that are 25 or 65. And those are not at a high intensity, so they end up being extensive plyometrics, right, which are important, again, to keep those tissues durable and build them up, we need extensive plyometrics, and more intense ones, okay, we have them in block 1. So we're doing both. So now if you're coming to 3 small groups a week, you end up having minutes and minutes of these extensive plyometrics throughout the week, and then we have high quality, very intensive plyometrics in block 1, okay? From there we go to block 2. Now block 2 is a density block. We call it a muscle building block, but a long time ago, I learned from actually Charles Staley, came and did an in-staff to the gym probably 14 years ago or something like that. 13, 14 years ago, he came to our gym, and we were doing all types of Olympic weightlifting, learning from him, but also EDT, escalating density training, which was popularized even before, or should I say somebody before him kind of created it, but Charles Staley popularized it and was writing on T-Nation a lot about it and a lot of other different places. And so I started using it with clients way back in the day and got some really, really good results. And it became a very effective model for where we had time constraints to be able to build essentially volume, right, in a very, very simple way. So block 2 is muscle building, and we kind of go through by this approach. Our rep range in there is like 8 to 15 reps, right? And again, we'll usually do some type of lower supplement assistant lift, upper supplement assistant lift, and then a core weak link, right? So meaning something that's core based, or we might hit upper back more, or glutes or hamstrings. Again, you can kind of individualize this based on the group that you're training, but I just go off of like the general population. What are the things that usually are weak, right? We're definitely going to hit the upper back more. We're definitely going to hit the posterior chain more. We're definitely going to do some core work, right? And you'll see this in the program. And this one is 12 minutes long, and that's kind of like our baseline. We can play around with it a little bit. But pretend that, that program that we had a double kettlebell, right, reverse lunge. So also great because we can keep people out of extension. A lot of people come to us like lumbar extension, right? We can keep those bells out in front. Rib cage comes down, pelvis is under rib cage, right? We pick exercises that make sense, right? And we're doing 8 reverse lunges per side. From there, we went to chest supported, 8 chest supported rows, right? We had a push here. We're gonna have a horizontal, we had a push here. We're gonna do a horizontal pull here. And then a hollow hold with a band pull apart. Great combo, right? We're working on core and we're working on upper back. And it was 8, 8, and 12. And there we're going to push the tempo a little bit more. Again, it's not a cardio circuit. You do your exercise, right? You go over to your next exercise, you go over to the next exercise, take a little bit of a break. And I teach people this. I'm like, hey, if you're tired, take that break so that you can have great form on this. Okay, and again, a lot of it is a science, but then there's the art of the coaching art of it, right? I think that the art of coaching is so important when it comes to groups. I could spend a whole week talking about that, and I'll kind of use some examples because I do think it's very, very important. But again, that's what the muscle building block is. And every program, for example, here we might start with 8 reps, but in the next phase might be 12, and the next phase might be 10, right? So we're kind of doing undulating and switching it up here. But the cool thing about block 2 is we progress it with either adding a rep, obviously a very simple way to add it. Sometimes we might add an eccentric. So for example, week 1 might be just 8 regular reps. Week 2, we're going to add a 3-second eccentric. Right? Week 3, we might add eccentric plus a pause at the bottom. So we can do a combination of that. Either way, we're going to progress that in some way. Sometimes we'll also progress time. So you got a couple of different options, which is great. Might add a minute on that, might add a rep, might add some type of intensification through controlling tempo, adding pauses, doing 1.5 reps, right? And again, you also can do that to keep it, I would say, fresh for clients, right? Again, you could do a reverse lunge, one program, and the next program you have a step over lunge. Not, I would get still a lunge pattern, but most clients will be like, oh, wow, this is new, right? And then you add 1.5 reps, or you add a different rep range. So let's be real, there's only so many movement patterns, right? But we have to keep it smart, but also keep people coming back because they love the experience and they love the training programs, right? So that's our block 2 right here. And then block 3 is one of 2 things. Most of the time, we do 3 sessions per week in small group. And usually 2 of them will be conditioning based and 1 will be metabolic stress. And metabolic stress, the easiest way to explain this is like the pump, right? If I'm saying to the client, we're gonna do some pump work. So metabolic stress may be things like, hey, let's say we're gonna do a shoulder chakra with bands, and we're gonna do 10 raises, right? With lateral raises with a band, 10 pull-aparts, We're going to keep going through that sequence for like 4 to 5 minutes, right? People will have a crazy pump. Okay, it might be biceps, triceps. It could be, for instance, glute work, where single leg glute bridges, lateral band walks, and then doing extensions on the glutes as well. Why? And here's the thing. There's two parts to this. There's like this whole science part. Somebody's going to say like, yeah, but we have found that metabolic stress isn't as effective at building muscle. Is it accumulation of fatigue? It might help this, that, the other. But look, the reality is that like you also want clients to go like, damn, that was awesome at the end. Whoa, that finisher was amazing. I got a great pump in my glutes. I got a great pump in my arms. Because there's an excellent book, it's called The Power of Moments by Chip and Dan Heath. And they talk about that people remember two parts of an experience, the peak or the low and the ending, right? So if we can create the ending of a workout to be awesome, right? Not just like a finisher, metabolic stress, whatever else it may be, but also bringing the group in, telling a story, 1, 2, 3 team, having our chant. It means that the ending is powerful. It makes people feel something, and that's what they remember, right? And again, I could go into the studies of this, like it's pretty fascinating, but I think it's important to learn these things to improve your experience of training and coaching. So again, we're either going to do metabolic stress or cardio. When we do cardio, I kind of break it down simply. And when I say simply, you guys, this will all connect back to a lot of what Joe was talking about, but development, maintenance, and recovery. Our recovery is our kind of rebound workouts, and I'll talk more in detail about those a little bit later. In our development, we break it down to power and capacity, right? So think power, shorter spurts, faster, capacity, longer, right? And in small group, we're going to focus mostly on power for a couple of different reasons, right? We have about 10 minutes or less to do cardio here. And I like to focus on things that most people usually don't do. Explosive repeats, right? Even sometimes threshold work, right? But again, it's going to be shorter, it's going to be more explosive, and we only have so much time to do it. And again, back to that example of doing shuttle sprints and lateral slides for about 12 to 15 seconds, taking 60 seconds off, right? So longer breaks, and we do that for 6 rounds in week 1 and then progress it, right? Because in block 1, our whole goal is lift heavier weight and have more power. And that could come just through intent. Hey, do your best, right? Eventually, you're going to obviously keep jumping higher, being able to throw med balls faster, and so on and so forth. And so here it's like move more weight. We're not usually going to go up in reps here. Here it's like get more volume in that same amount of time or more time. And here we're usually going to add rounds. But when you look at this and you break it down, right, and we look at, okay, well, we got release here because we're teaching people to do it. Reset and readiness is part of the dynamic warm-up. Reactive and resistance is part of block 1 and 2, right? We get strength, we get the strength training here and the power and the reactive aspect of it. Then we get resistance, which is our muscle building block here. And then we get our resilience, which is our block 3 conditioning, right? And then recovery is number 7, which is where we teach people the cool down protocol. And I'll go over this one again. Joel's probably shared it with you. 3 minutes on the bike, under 100 beats a minute or less. We do box breathing. I just like to teach people the 4-4-4-4, right? 4-second exhalation, 4-second hold, 4 inhalation, 4-second hold. And then just like do some light stretching or foam rolling, very light, right? So that's our cool down. And again, that's what people would do by themselves, because warm-ups, block 1, block 2, and block 3 will literally, and again, we get done within 50, 52 to 58, 60 minutes. It's like clockwork, right? So no matter where I would go, smaller, bigger gym, whatever equipment you have, you can fit it in here, okay? And when I pull out that example of the program, I'm going to actually write the day that I already posted, and I'll write next to it another day, just so you can see, this system allows for writing programs, I would say, smart, effective, and in a faster manner, right? Again, it is a system. So, but when we look when we look at the program design part of it, well, what are we going to want to have throughout the week? We want to cover the patterns: squat, hinge. I kind of, I would count the thrust also in a hinge pattern. Lunge. I also like level changes. So level changes, for instance, the step up, right? So I do like to also categorize that because we'll use that. We got push, pull, vertical, and horizontal. We got our carries. We got our single leg stance. So those will be things like single leg RDL. And locomotion, any type of movement and twist. We don't do a ton of twisting, but we still implement it into the programs, right? So here's something that's important, right? You might be asking, well, okay, you gave an example even earlier watching on the slides when I said, look, here's a guy that's 28, 29 years old, pretty athletic. Here's another guy that's kind of a beginner, got a lot of a good chunk of weight to lose, late 30s. Oh, here's a guy that's had 2 knee surgeries, he's late 40s, and here's another guy that's like 55, right? And you ask yourself, okay, well, how do we get every one of these folks to be able to do this? And one of the things that is very, very important is this, right? Because we create one program for all, kinda, right? Kinda one program for all. Why? Because every single exercise has to have, for us, 2 regressions and 1 progression. And I also like to also have coaches understand that there's a lateralization. I'll explain what that is, right? But if my base, for instance, if my base for a trap bar deadlift, if my base lift is a trap bar deadlift, what would be a progression to that? Well, most of the time, it'll be like going with heavier load, but it could also be things like, you know, trap bar deadlift with a pause. It could be adding chains. It could be a bunch of different things that make it more challenging for that person. A regression would be just changing the range of motion, right? So that's what we have blocks. In a person that has, you know, restrictions in stability and mobility, we might just elevate that by 3 inches. But another person might have to go to a double kettlebell or kettlebell, right? They're pure beginner. Trap bars might even scare them. Like, we have to have this locked down pat. Like, any exercise I show you, you got to have 2 regressions, a progression, and a lateralization. Lateralization to me just means that, for example, like an example of Dr. Kim, she's had, you know, a lot of basically no more cartilage in knees, right? Knee flexion is a no-go in a lot of situations. But she can do RDLs. She can even do trap bar pretty well, but prefers like a hip thrust. So yes, it's not the exact same pattern, but lateralization. Same thing of like if we're doing, for instance, a reverse lunge, what are some other things that we can do that would not bug her but still work those same muscle groups, right? And again, to me, it's very, very important that when you create programs and when you go to coach, that you're very prepared. I spent the first, I would say, 3 years of doing small group. I'd come in early, and I'd set everything up, and I'd go through all these scenarios. Like, legitimately, I would write up, like, okay, I'm going to get a person that's got, like, a crushed back. Like, they're scared of doing any type of squat. Like, what am I going to do with them? And I'd already write it out, right? And I'd create all these hypothetical scenarios that I was prepared for them. And with time, what started happening is that no matter who came in, I wasn't, like, frozen on the spot. I'd always have, like, oh, no problem. You know what? We can do this. Because you want to help people, you know, see what they can do and not what they can't do, right? People get told what they can do a lot. So that's where the kind of art of this starts coming in, right? We took the science, right, information, we created integration, and the transformation happens when people keep coming back, right? The consistency of it. And that's why this is so important, okay? Now, I'm going to go and take this, slide it back a little bit. It's going to be there in the cut, okay, because we're going to come back to it. I told you guys, I like whiteboards and I like doodling, right? So we got this program that we took from earlier that was on the board. And this, again, it breaks down to 10 to 12 minutes, right? So when you look at all the blocks, right, we have, here we're at about 25 minutes, 37, 47. But remember, in between, there's also an explanation of what the program is for today. There's about 2.5 minute transitions from one block to the next, or sometimes more, and that takes it right around to 60 minutes. Now, you have the whole program here. So we got, remember, supine reach with, so this is our dynamic warm-up that we talked about that covers, I would say, both a reset, right, the supine reach with breathing, and Mike actually did that with me earlier, so you guys saw me do it. And then from there, I went to a child's pose with a spinal roll. To me, I also call this like decompress. People feel good about that, right? They're on the floor, they're getting a nice lat stretch, they're exhaling, right? They're just kind of toning down those tissues that are usually wound up, and then they go into a spinal roll. So we get a little bit of extension there, exhalation, we're getting the spine to move. Then we go to Spider-Man lunge with thoracic rotations, right? So we're addressing hip mobility, thoracic rotation, 90-90 hip switches to tie sits, squat walk us to downward dog, side lunge with overhead reach. And then we go, this is what I was talking about, right? I would consider these like extensive plyometrics because we end up doing at least like about 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes of things like high knees, pogo jumps, skips, right? Movement patterns, that lateral slides. They're not at 100% intensity, but we're doing it for a little longer. And it adds up throughout the week. Again, like I was saying, and what's really cool to see too is when you get somebody that's 55, 60 years old, they might be very uncoordinated, but like 4 months in, 5 months in, they're starting, you can start seeing them have a rhythm in their skipping, right? It's super cool. They're looking more bouncy. They're leaving the ground more. I sometimes love that more than, training Cy Young Award winners or NFL champions. Like seriously, it's more fulfilling seeing that stuff. But that's 10 to 12 minutes. Then we break down the session and again, go into this. And like I said, this is a very important part of it, the ramp ups, that people don't go straight into it, okay? But let's say this was one day. I said we do 3 days a week. I like to break down our, on the lower body part, we're gonna have a hinge, we're gonna have a squat, and we're going to have a single leg movement. And then here, we're gonna have a push, and we're gonna have usually like 2 pulls, but one's gonna be some type of horizontal pull most of the time. Some is gonna be vertical or vertical-ish, because I like using cables a lot, right? Most people can't get overhead in a safe way yet, right? So we'll do, imagine what the opposite of a landmine is, which I love, right? I love the landmine reach, but imagine the pulling from that direction, right? So we'll get a lot of times either a pull or a reach, right? So if you guys, I don't know if Mike, was Mike talking about reaching today? No, it wasn't, right? But think about anything that you can reach with the scap. So landmine press, cable press, push up, we get a reach. People don't get enough of reaching, especially when, again, they're pretty extended. And so that's how I'm looking at the programming. So if I looked at block 1 on another day, again, we very rarely do any, first of all, we don't do any barbell back squats with a group. If somebody tells me it's like, no, it's all about teaching a great barbell back squat. No, not true. 8 out of 10 people that come into our gym can't pass an overhead flexion test, right? So they don't have great mobility in the upper back, in their shoulders. They might be able to do a safety bar squat, 2 box, right? So we'll do that in certain phases. We'll do front squats, we'll do double kettlebell squats, we'll do heavy goblet squats. But let's say, that this program would have a double KB squat here. And we pretty much will use wedges a lot, right? Because just like Mike, we like squatty squats, right? And even if the ankle mobility is pretty good, we're going to use this. Okay, so then we're going to work 6, right? That's our strength, kind of like a strength range. From there, we're going to do possibly TRX squat jumps, which to me are a little bit assisted, right? So same pattern, we're going to get power there. And go for 6. Which, by the way, here's the thing. I really like to, when you look at that power, I don't like to do plyometrics every day. Imagine like different, I would say different application of force. So a squat jump is jump training. It's not a true plyometric, right? But if we're going like moving pogo jumps or, reactive, even like band-assisted reactive jumps, those are plyos. Or if we're doing power skips, I don't want to do too much of that. So I like using things like squat jumps, scoop tosses, throw and sprint. Throughout the week, especially again, what are the populations that we're working with here, right? It's so varied that you want to be careful in having folks doing too much plyos. And even though it might seem a lot to you, I actually had, I think it was in a previous one, actually no, it's on the other side, like 30 to 60 contacts per week. I know that's quite a decent range, but for example, if somebody gets, 4 to 5 sets of box jumps, let's say they get 4 sets of box jumps on one day, so that's 20 contacts, right? And they do that 3 days a week, they're gonna have about 60 contacts. I think that's a pretty good range to keep them because we know that like after age 35, the Achilles tendon starts getting, let's just say, less pliable. Now, we can affect that. We can affect that by doing tissue work, by doing true mobility training, eccentrics, and I said extensive plyometrics and intensive plyometrics. So all this different stuff that happens as you age, and Joel talked about mitochondria and aging and metabolism that we can affect by improving our conditioning. But there's other things that happen, again, like we talked about, from power to losing muscle mass to strength, which we're all affecting through this program, right? So we got TRX squat jumps, And let's say that here now we're going to do, I love a pike pull-up, by the way. So pike pull-ups you can do on a TRX. That's a perfect example of a pull. That's not a pure vertical pull, but it's like you're pulling from here, feet are down on the ground. You can do it on a barbell. It's still kind of a vertical-ish, right? So boom, pike pull-up, and we're going to do that for 6. Please don't read into anything where it says 666, all right? There's no deep like woo-woo stuff going on here, right? So that would be our block 1, all right? Block 2, okay, let's go into something hinge-based. So this might be an RDL with a pause. We're going to do that for 10. Remember, I talked about, like, I always like to have a reach, right? If I'm going to have, I like to have a 1-to-1 at least, right? So if I have a dumbbell bench press, or here we have floor press, I want to have some type of reach in there too. So here we're going to do a push-up. And let's say we're going to do a 3-second eccentric, because it makes people just clean up the push-ups. Otherwise, they can start getting pretty damn sloppy, right? And then we're going to have a rollout. Now, the rollout for somebody that's a little bit more advanced might be an actual ab rollout. For others that are not there yet, we'll have a Swiss ball rollout, right? Which just isn't as aggressive. So now we got our strength block here. We got our muscle building block here. And remember, we talked about how we can progress this, right? Either just adding a rep, we can start adding different tempos here, pauses, things of that nature. And let's say that for block 3, we would change it. So again, what I said about in small group, we're going to do a lot of the conditioning that most people won't do themselves, right? Explosive repeats, things that most people don't do, and we have an opportunity to do it here. And maybe here, like we'll do, for example, this morning, we had some threshold work, right? So we're actually pushing it to like 40 seconds, right? So we'll go 40 seconds, then it'll have long breaks, like over 2 minutes, but we're really like, kind of like I call them hurt and hold intervals, right? Get to like a really, really hard intensity and hold that intensity. And so we might go 40 on and do like a, 120 to 160 off. Now, we'll talk about heart rate monitoring, and we'd start with 4 rounds that week, and then we just progress it week to week. And then if you looked at the next program, again, I love doing single leg strength training. So it might be like a Hadfield reverse lunge, safety squat bar reverse lunge, double kettlebell reverse lunges. Actually, that's in one of our programs in this new small group training program, because I'm such a fan of single leg, which you'll see a lot, right? And a lot of the things that Mike talked about, starting to implement things like staggered stances, right? And understanding that. Like we do a lot of that, especially when we come to that supplement and assistance work in block 2. So you just start changing things, meaning like we'll do, I call them thorax rows. I don't know if that's a made up name, but we'll have staggered positions, right? And we're exhaling and we're using the cables for that nice and controlled. And also adding that movement variability that most people don't get, right? We're also, again, you can't see it in this program, probably one of the next programs, there'd be a lateral lunge. And we'd have variations of that. And what's cool about that, like we'll have somebody that's like 70 years old in class. They can't do, for instance, if we're doing a goblet position, lateral lunge with exhale, they can't do that. They go up against the rig, and their lateral lunge is they're standing far away. They're kind of pushing into the rig a little bit. They step back, they exhale, they have support, and they come back out. And for them, that's challenging, right? And so that's where the art comes into play when, again, being able to apply this to a lot of people at the same time. Now, by the way, if anybody has a question and hasn't seen my course where I go in depth on how to run this, you might say, well, hold up, Luka, if you have 16 people, okay, and do you have 16 trap bars? No. Like we have 4, but you could do it with 3 because I split people up. So if there was 16 people, I'd probably go, 6, 5, 5, right? 5 would start on a box jump, 5 on a neutral bar floor press, 5 on a trap bar deadlift. And it doesn't matter because their first 2 rounds are ramp-up rounds anyways, right? So they're going to go twice through, and it doesn't matter where they start. But it allows for a much bigger group. It runs smooth. I promise you. I have thousands of sessions under my belt. Like this works, okay? And then same thing when you go to block 2. You split the group up, and they start on different exercises, and they're moving through. Now, what's so cool about this is, right, like I've tested both, where people that have not done personal training but have come to small groups, or people that have done personal training have come to small groups and hit lifetime PRs. Even though it's not the most optimal program, having a one-on-one coach with a one-on-one program, and we're seeing their best. We're seeing their heart rates drop, their heart rate recoveries drop, their resting heart rate drop, their strength goes up, their power goes up, right? All of these things that are part of, again, the Fit for Life philosophy based on what we know today that we need to do to live our best, healthiest, longest life, right? And so, again, like in the course, I not only give 12 months of programming, and by the way, here's what we're going to do. I'll give 3 to 4 months of my small group program. We'll put that as a bonus if you get the recordings, so you can literally plug and play and also see how I write these programs out so you can take them. In the course, I do a full-blown 2.5-hour presentation on how to write these as well. Because I think this is one of the things that I've heard from a lot of coaches, and years ago when I did a summit, I presented on this, and a lot of coaches said, hey, like I found that this cuts down like 80% of my time writing programs for any type of strength group, right? Which is part of the goal. Like you want to write a great program and have a system and be able to do it fast, but just because it's fast, it doesn't mean that it's not great, okay? So I wanted to kind of share this with you so you get an idea on in real time how I would go and break these programs down. And again, we change it every 4 weeks. What's cool is that, once we get to week 1 of a new program, it's almost like a deload because people are getting to know kind of where they're at with the weights. We don't go hard in the paint like that, right? We progress it every week. Then week 1 is almost like that intro week. It's not a pure deload week. And again, I'm not a big fan of, for the general population, deloads are so-so, right? We adjust where we need to, but you don't necessarily need to do a full deload week. So I'm going to come back here. I'm going to switch these again and flip this board and try to be as good as possible on time right here. But I think you'll find this helpful, which is that team training, okay? So, because you'll see how these both fit into play for group training. So team training, remember what we said? We said we got get lean, which MRT means metabolic resistance training. We either do density or EMOMs, and then we have get fit, which is intervals. Now, again, this is very simple language for people to understand. What I love about the categorization of these things, so remember, when I started doing boot camps and turned it into team training, I was only doing one-on-one and semi-private training. There was no small groups. So I had to ask myself, like, okay, this is not like the most ideal thing. I can't track and progress people's weights like I do in one-on-ones and semi-privates. But how can we still get them, strength training that still make, like they can still get stronger. A beginner can get stronger with not a lot of exposure. Like they don't have to do 3-5 RMs, right? Like if they're doing quality form, they're building up their volume, they're going to improve. So I wanted to actually give you guys an example of a density program within our large group training. So team training is our large group training, right? So I pointed out here, and there's so many different options to go here, but I wanted to give you one of the templates. For example, after our dynamic warm-ups, which are not posted here, we could do 5 minutes of core. Again, core training, a lot of people don't do it, so it's like, hey, why don't we start with that because it's a weakness. We do a 5-minute basically density block. We do hollow holds and band core rotations, right? Where, again, we're doing resisting rotation here, and we're doing resistant extension here. From there, we go power. Yeah, we still want to do some power stuff because my question was like, how do we give folks like the best that we can with what we have? Right? Of course, like everybody, we're going to always try to upsell them into what? More private training because we know we can do more for them, right? We can guide them through nutrition, lifestyle. We can track their, for our Morpheus Coach app and see how much they're sleeping, what their HRV is. But that takes more time, attention, and energy. And of course, that's a higher price point. But I still am like, hey, I want people to do explosive stuff. So you got a 5-minute block of core. We got a 5-minute block of rotational Dynaball slams, right? So boom, they're doing rotational slams and then something like an agility ladder or high knees, right? So they're still getting explosive stuff in. Then we go into 2 10-minute blocks. Just like that EDT that I talked about earlier, we just do 2 blocks of EDT. So for example, here we got kettlebell deadlift for 12 and push-ups for 12. Again, we have to have the regressions. We have to have a progression. And for 10 minutes, they're just trying to get as much of quality volume. By the way, I made up this word. It's called qual-vol. It just means quality volume. Like great reps, right? And just build the volume up in those 10 minutes. Then we'd have a break, and we'd have another 10 minutes, Here we got goblet position, reverse lunge with a kettlebell and a TRX row, right? So is this an ideal, strength session like small group? It's not as optimal. It's not as ideal. We can't customize it as much. But it still gets us, it's this metabolic resistant training where we kind of get our heart rate up a little bit through having shorter breaks. And by the way, somebody's going to say but the science of hypertrophy muscle building says that longer breaks are better. I agree, right? But again, we're doing the best that we can with what we got. We got 45 minutes here in this case for our team trainings, and this works well. And by the way, I have hundreds of before and after pictures for people just doing team training, improving their nutrition, and really changing their body and getting stronger, right? So, and for example, I like to, in team training, it's, I would say, I prefer to rotate things faster. So for 3 weeks, for example, we might do, 12 reps. And then for 3 weeks, we might do 15 reps. And then for 3 weeks, we might do 10 reps. And then for 3 weeks, we might do eight reps. So we're kind of doing this undulating programming, right, where we're switching up the reps and keeping these density, I would say, programs shorter. Again, it's like you have to keep people engaged to come back. Like I promise you this, you could be the smartest person in program design, but you don't have a great connection with your clients. The experience is not great, and they don't enjoy it, and they don't keep coming back. And I don't care how good you are, you're not going to get those people results. Because goal number 1, keep people safe. Goal number 2, keep people coming back, period. Right? And there's a lot of arguments about stuff. I'm like, but if you can't do those things, you're not going to have a successful coaching business. Okay? So real quick here, by the way, I wanted to go over the structure of team training now. It's 45 minutes long. We do a ramp of 10 minutes. We break down the demo in 3 to 4 minutes. My goal is 3 to 4 minutes or less. Right? That means you got to practice in breaking down the session clearly and having people know exactly what they need to do. Then we do 20 to 25 minutes of work. Then 2 to 4 minutes is what I call the close. Either a finisher, and then we bring it in, I tell a story, right? I have a whole structure of how to run team training sessions. By the way, I have a video on YouTube. It's pretty long that goes pretty in-depth about this, okay? So that would be an example. And again, we could go through a lot of different examples of this, but you can kind of see the principles and the framework. So that's our get lean, right? And then it's get fit. This is all under team training. That's our intervals. And we have a number of options here. You got fixed work, fixed recovery. So that's like, hey, 30 seconds of work, 60 seconds of rest, right? That's fixed work, fixed recovery. I mean, put it this way, it's not the most ideal thing because I love heart rate monitors. But again, we do have to adapt it a lot of times. If you don't have heart rate monitors, you may have to work that model, which is fine. We use it too. One of the things I would highly recommend, it's what we're going to start doing next year. For our coaching and initiation, we're going to add an initiation fee for the gym of either $149, $199. But for that initiation fee, we'll just buy a Morpheus band for everybody. So they just get it, right? Because now it's like the chances of them using it go up significantly and they don't have to go buy it themselves. You still kind of made the money, you broke even on it or made a little bit. And they feel like, oh man, I did an initiation fee, but I got a t-shirt and I got, for instance, a Morpheus band. And then you can have like, hey, listen, when you come to your team training sessions, I'd highly recommend you wear this. It's going to help you customize your group conditioning, right? But that's one of the way that we can do it. We can do fixed work, variable recovery, right? This is where I love heart rate monitors. So for example, if we have a group and I say, you're going to do kettlebell swings until you hit the top of the green, right? And you're watching your Morpheus going up to the top of the green, and then you're going to rest until you get to mid-blue or 130 beats a minute, whatever else it may be. We can even do it if you have any type of heart rate monitor. Say, hey, once you get to 130 beats a minute, you start it back up again, right? So that would be fixed work and variable recovery. Then we have variable work, variable recovery. Well, variable work would be something like a distance, because that might change, right? So, hey, I want you to do 2 shuttle sprints back and forth. And that's going to change because you might start doing a longer time to do that. And the variable recovery then is going to be like, again, hey, once you go under 130 beats per minute. This is where I feel like, being able to customize for clients, even within a large group setting, becomes very, very powerful with tools like not just the Morpheus app, because you can get, once you got the band, you can get that for free. But if you have Morpheus Coach, which now allows you to actually put it up on the screen, and I think this is like the much higher level of being able to customize than something like other, let's just call them other interval training models that you see in gyms, right? Then we got fixed work, progressive recovery. So that might be something like, for instance, we're going to do 30 seconds of work and then 30 seconds of rest, and then the next round is 30 seconds of work, 40 seconds of rest, right? So as you get more tired, we give you a little bit more rest. And then we have regressive work and fixed recovery, which means that, like, hey, you know, perfect example is that, like, we're going to do 40 seconds of work and the recovery stays the same, but then we're going to cut down the work set as you get more tired, right? And I wanted to give a couple examples here of the two different models, right? So here's, for example, a fixed work and then regressive recovery. And we got 7 exercises: kettlebell swings, airdyne bike, rope waves, medicine ball rotational throws against the wall, inverted rows, a USB reverse lunge, alternating reverse lunge, and a medicine ball squat thrust to slam, right? And it's 30 seconds of work. And we go round 1 is a 20-second break. So we go 30, 20, 30, 20, 30, 20. Round 2, we extend the work to 30, round 3 to 40, round 4 to 50, right? So you can see this is a about 28-minute workout. Actually, a little bit less. It probably ends up being about 25. But the whole point of it is that, like, as you get more tired, we basically chop it down. Another example here is using density blocks and heart rate monitors. So let's say we got 2 exercises, and this block is 6 minutes long, and we work up. Again, you can either go to 90% of max heart rate, or if you have a Morpheus band, you can say, hey, we're going to get to the top of to the bottom of the red, okay, and then you're going to work to the top of the blue. Again, you can give these zones, which ends up being great because do your slams, right? So we're going to do slams with the Dynaball and get the heart rate up. Then we're going to go step-up jumps, right? Bring the heart rate down and repeat. And you do that for 6 minutes, and each one of those, you do the same thing. Because we have a lot of different options. And the reason I'm giving you options, because I do believe that team training, having variability and novelty, like, it makes it, even though we're doing a lot of the same things, it makes it exciting for the clients, right? So we have things like stations, which have fixed work, fixed rest. We have partner circuits, which I absolutely love. For example, this is a great one for experience. Let's say you have a partner doing kettlebell goblet squat for 40 seconds. The other person is cheering them on for 40 seconds, and then they switch up, right? So you have built-in coaches. So if I have a group of 20 people, 10 people are coaching and helping me coach, you have 10 people that are working really hard. And usually when you're coaching, it's active recovery. Come on, let's go, let's do it, let's go. Come on, you can do this, right? Also builds camaraderie, and now you have this cheerleader / coach that brings you up. I promise you that. You start doing sessions like this, people get more connected. They're more likely to come back. They have a support group. You have variable stations. These are time blocks. So this is a perfect example of this, right? We have a 6-minute time block. We have all these different stations, and we're working in a heart rate zone, okay? And then we have things like complex class. So a complex class might be that everybody grabs their kettlebell. We have specific amounts of time, and we do different complexes for their time. And then we have things like giant sets, where it's 3 exercises with intervals per group, right? So again, a lot of different variations. But the important part here is this, okay, is looking at, like, what are we trying to achieve? All those things that both Mike talked about in R7, if you look at the components, even of our team training, right, you can see, look at the density model of Get Lean MRT. We have power here. It's not ideal, but we're still doing power work, okay? We have resistance training, not maybe strength training, because remember I said there's a difference. To me, strength training is the goal is to get stronger. Resistance training is usually, hey, put on lean muscle. It will still make you stronger, but here we're doing resistance training. So we're still addressing those things that we lose with age. Lean muscle mass, power, strength. And here, Get Fit, we're addressing all the different things when it comes to the conditioning aspect of it. Now, here's the cool part. There's a third part of our team training that we do twice a week. We call them rebound sessions. And again, I've done a full YouTube video on it. It's basically Joel's model that we've implemented here in the class. And what it is that we spend the first 25 minutes working on movement and mobility, right? And I think of all the different methodologies from, FRC to different movement flows and things of that nature. We help people improve their joint mobility, right? We do resets at the beginning as well, and then we go into that. And then we spend the last 20 to 25 minutes doing zone 2 aerobic circuits. And the thing is, we don't make them boring. So it might be a multi-directional sled for 6 to 8 minutes, Jacob's ladder, airdyne bike, I would say different skipping and anything we do in warm-up, but doing it for like 8 minutes nonstop at lower intensities, right? So our heart rate's not going past 150 beats a minute. We're staying in at 130, 50 beat a minute range. And what that does is that we found out that a lot of people won't do this stuff by themselves, especially like things like mobility training, right? Quality of movement and improving their joint health. So we implemented the rebound workout as one of two things, right? It's kind of like, hey, if you're feeling a little beat up, come into this. If you want to move better, come into this. And it gets people coming in to do that and get some of that zone 2, right, conditioning to start building that up. Because again, if somebody that's just starting off and they get an hour of that aerobic capacity working, that's excellent. And then we're getting some of the higher intensity work done at the end of small group sessions and or in some of the team training sessions. Now the heart rate monitoring, what it helps us do, and this is what's great about it, like if you have clientele and somebody's really tired, I can actually, even if it's a fixed work, fixed recovery session, I can now say to the client, like, hey, I want you to stay under 160 beats a minute today. So you're gonna go through that workout, but I just don't want you, I want you to go at like 6 out of 10. But they can actually monitor it now because they do have something that gives them feedback. It's not just like, how do I feel, right? For people that are go-getters, that's very difficult. Okay, so the heart rate monitoring allows us, even within these fixed work, fixed recovery scenarios, to do lower intensity work. So for example, I try to think of this as choose your own adventure. When we created this model, it was like, okay, somebody's coming in, they're just getting like, they haven't done stuff for a while. We can say, hey, come into 2 small group sessions and to 2 rebound sessions. That's going to be a great start for them. And then 2 months in, we might say, hey, let's add 1 team training session where it's a little bit higher intensity. And after maybe 9 months or a year, I'll say, hey, listen, I think it's a good time to add that 3rd small group session. Whereas somebody else might come in and say, hey, look, I got to get ready for a wedding. I can't afford semi-private personal training. You know what? Let's get you into 3 small group personal training sessions, 1 rebound session, and then 1 high intensity team training session, right? It's kind of putting the puzzle pieces together, but we're addressing all these things that help them get to their goals, and they literally have every aspect of what helps us be fit for life, right? And every aspect of the things that people can, I would say, address in their lives to have longevity, to have health down the line. And I think this is such an important factor, right? You have to, again, what I'm thinking about is like, there's many people that will not be able to afford one-on-one and semi-private training. What can we do to have models, to have them get, have the success and implement all the things that we know are going to help them long-term, but then put them into these large group or small group personal training programs, okay? And what I'll do too also is like any of the videos that explain any of this in more depth, whether it's on YouTube, whether they're I would say unlisted or private, I'll put them in a group. I actually have another video that I created that has alternate small group personal training program design that I've been playing around with, and put that in there. We'll put at least 3 months of my small group programming in there, so that you almost have a full-scale model that you can look at and go like, wow, I'm going to mirror this, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to use it. But I think it's very, very important to consistently educate your clients. So one of the things that we do in team training in a small group is that I'll tell stories, I'll tell some research and connect it to what that means to them. And again, saying things like, hey, listen, raise your hands if anybody here would want to live 11% longer than the average person, right? And not only live 11% longer, but do it with like their years being full, right? They're capable, they can do stuff. People raise their hand. And from there you go like, well, if you're in the top 5% of VO2 max, that's exactly like what will happen. Now, here's the thing, it doesn't take as much as you think. If you come to 1 rebound session and 2 to 3 team training sessions per week, and you go for, you do a little bit of extra cardio, and you come to the strength training, like, hey, you know what? You're gonna fit in XYZ years, you're gonna fit into that category, and you're gonna live 11% longer, right? So you have the power of storytelling to educate people so that you can get them on board with the science. Because again, if you just stand there and you talk about science, you have to attach it to their emotion. What matters to them? Whether it's them, it's their parents, it's their brother or mother or something that, again, that's emotional for them, that you can connect the dots and you have to consistently repeat it. Donald Miller talks about, people have to hear something 8 times to register it. Not to remember it, just to register it. So our goal as coaches is honestly to be in some ways a broken record, but with different stories, with different analogies, with different similes, and again, doing that over and over and over and over again until it clicks. That's our mission, right? And when it clicks, we start changing somebody's behaviors and somebody's life. And that's what leads down to, again, longevity and that health span that both Joel and Mike talked about is just not how long you live, but how well you live in that time that you live. So with that said, we're going to take another real quick break. What? We're going to keep it going? We're going to keep it going. All right. Let's go, guys. I'm not going to lie. They were taking a little bit of a nap over there. I'm not snitching on them. Yeah. So even if you, guys, if you asked a question before and we didn't answer it, obviously because there have been quite a few comments in there, please ask the question again and we'll either see it or Des might sneak in there and be able to ask us the questions. You might? Okay.
Let's go. We're back.
How many people we still got online? Who's still awake? Who's still there? How many we get? 220
Man.
people.
That's crazy.
That's
You guys are savages. Anybody?
That's right.
Hey, also, raise your hand if you've been here the whole time.
Can they raise their hands or just post a little
like it,
yeah,
like-
I don't know. Post a hand emoji.
Yeah, do a hand emoji. I'm glad you guys have enjoyed that. Mark said I got to check out. Look, I'm not mad at you. It's only been 5 hours.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
If anybody still has the bandwidth, the mental bandwidth to ask a question, I salute you. But again, we're here to answer the questions. We're gonna let's give it like a countdown timer of like 90 seconds. If you guys still have any questions to ask specifically to anything that we talked about or anything else, then there we go. Somebody's fired up. I love that.
They just say, let's go.
yeah, and
Let's
also
go,
just
Johnson.
thanks for listening. I mean, we started with 500-ish, and we're still half the people 5 hours later. I mean, that's really
Yeah,
impressive. that
Let's
we've got
go.
so
A
many
lot of
sticking
people
around.
there from the get-go.
Yeah.
Still on. I mean, it's got to be at least
Hey.
half, right?
There's somebody's there from Rijeka, Croatia. I know it's like in the middle of the night right there. So mad kudos. I mean, look, guys, listen. This is very important. I think, we've been around for a long time. Combined, I'd say we've been coaching for, 70 years,
Yeah.
probably 70 years, and we've all had gyms. Combined, we had gyms for probably like 60 years. So the reason I say this is because when we get together, we're talking about new research and studies in different fields, whether it's business or training, and we're always learning. And, if you're here, you're in the top 5% of people because you're hanging around, you're learning, and the goal is to implement this. And I promise you, if you keep doing that, you're going to get far in this career and you're going to have a lot of joy doing it. So the counts as long as the audience
yeah,
is right. Yeah.
definitely
We
counts
got
as.
somebody from Singapore. My girl Monica from iFast was on here, so she's
Oh,
been
love
going
it.
for like 5 hours and 15 minutes.
I mean, honestly, to me, this is one of the coolest things about the internet. I mean, the three of us are sitting here in Renton, Washington, and we got people in Singapore and the UK and Australia, and you sit there for 5 hours and get all this information. I mean, it's amazing. So, question from me. When I was explaining the weekly plan, I had zone 2 and Morpheus, green and blue zones. How are those heart rate zones different? Again, you gotta remember when we talk about zones and we like separate them, like it's not that it's arbitrary per se, but a few beats here and there is not that much different. So when you look at heart rate zones and it's like slightly in this in Morpheus and it's slightly across this threshold, it's still the same range, okay? So it might technically in Morpheus or another platform be this zone versus that zone, but if you're talking about a 3 to 5 zone beat per minute difference, it's not a different impact on the body. It's just how we've chosen to categorize that. It's the same thing as saying, hey, if I do 80% of my 1 rep max or I do 88% of 1 rep max, how much different is that going to be in the result? It's not really going to be much of a difference. It's a very minute detail. So in general, Morpheus also adjusts things up or down based on your recovery for the day. But just keep in mind, even though we use zones to categorize things, like the edges between one versus the other are small, which is part of why I don't like a 5-zone traditional system, because the edges between all of those are small, and I think there's too much overlap. Like the upper part of zone 3 and the lower part of zone 4 doesn't need to be separated 5 times across a 5-zone system. So don't sweat the details is what I would say.
And especially too, not that they don't matter. Obviously, like if you're training pro athletes, maybe there's there's some more minutia there. But really, in the grand scheme of things, the thing that I talked about when it comes to group training, I want people to keep coming back for years. And if they keep coming back for years, whether they didn't lift at 75% of their 1 RM, like all those things are truly irrelevant. Like we need some structure and boundaries to work within. And if we can have people doing that over time, they're going to have great success. And we can track, hey, is this getting better? Like we have heart rate monitors, we have Morpheus, we have an HRV, right? We have obviously like the loads on trap bar deadlifts. We have heart rate recovery. We have all these markers that we can say, hey, you're getting better. Look at this. So your body fat percentage is going down, your blood pressure, right? We have all these markers. And the goal is like to get people coming back, to have constructs of science that leads to kind of like the art of training, and that people keep coming back over the long term that helps them with that. So I think, because people get stuck in that, sometimes I know you see the questions too, right? It's like this really minutia question, and it's like, hey, can you get them to keep coming back? Like, that's it. That's the win, right? And yes, let's do smart things and create systems for those smart things, but let's spend more time thinking about how we can serve those people, create a great experience, and keep them coming back than these little things that, when you think about it, it just won't, right?
Quick question too, this is an important one, I'll comment, but how would I adjust conditioning work for an athlete in season versus off season? There's a huge difference there because off season, presumably, if they're in a sport that's not playing their sport, their load is just what you're training them in, and they're not doing any skill work. If you're talking about an in-season athlete, they're spending potentially 12, 15 more hours training their sport, competing in their sport, traveling for their sport. It's an entirely different ballgame. The whole point of off-season training is to build them metabolically and strength-wise and movement, everything together to be able to sustain performance and even improve it across that season and to be able to stay healthy across that season. So generally speaking, my position is if you do your job and that skill coach does his or her job, the conditioning should come from the sport in season. Most of what you're doing as a strength conditioning coach at that point is maintaining their strength and keeping them healthy. If you're trying to do all the same conditioning stuff in season you did off season, you're going to overload the hell out of them, and you're probably not doing them a service. So I mean, you've worked with a bunch of in-season athletes too.
Yeah. So like one of the things that I try and think about is you got to monitor the load for the individual athlete, right? So if you're like a high-minute player, you probably don't need a lot of ancillary conditioning versus if you're like a low-minute player or you're like not even on the court or on the pitch, then you're going to need more of that supportive conditioning work to just make sure that you're getting the conditioning needs met, right? So I just think of it as like this band of fitness, right? You want to keep the entire team in this band of fitness. Your high performers, they're going to naturally get it. Most of your role players will hopefully get it. And then your low performers or people that aren't getting a lot of game minutes, that's where you may need the supplemental conditioning. So that's kind of how I think about it.
Sure.
And that way you get kind of everybody's bases covered.
Des, can you pull up, what's the question that Sparrow asked about the 300 minutes that the doctor
Oh, I
recommends?
said, I read that one real quick. It was
Would you recommend the 300 minutes to your Gen Pop, Joel?
for zone 2?
Yeah.
I mean, look, that's a broad range, and he's being asked, I'm sure, a broad question. So it depends on the person starting out. Like, should they work out up to that? Sure. But if someone's just coming off the street, am I going to say, hey, you've got to do 300 minutes of zone 2? Probably not the starting point. But, like, is that where I want to work somebody up to? Of course, you want to work up to as much as they can reasonably get up to given their constraints. And honestly, some people might never get up to that because their lifestyle is just not what it should be, or they're just not as committed as they should be. So I'm going to work with whatever they'll give me and gradually improve that over time. So the goal is get it up where you can and start where you need to.
There's one question that's kind of hidden there, but it's like if a person's doing skill work every day as an athlete, should you separate strength and aerobic conditioning days? It really depends. I mean, look, I've had NFL guys come in season and they might not be getting minutes, and we actually do conditioning, right? Because I asked them like, hey, what are you guys doing in the field? Like, man, I'm not doing much. I want them to continue to upkeep what we worked off in the off season.
Yeah, NFL's a weird sport like that because I mean you can stand on the sideline for 2/3 of practice if you're not playing.
Yeah.
Or plays you'll do a couple plays and you're resting a lot. Like you're not, So it really, you got to look at. I always look at the GPS, point A to point B, right? Where's the athlete at? What do they need to work on? For some guys, it's like more recovery because they're crazy banged up. I mean, you look at Mike does a lot of basketball. I do high school kids basketball and some pros, but I mean, like if you have a long season, I mean, you're playing like an insane amount. You're beat up. It's like they don't need any conditioning. They need recovery or they need strength training, so they don't lose what they built off in the off season. So it's really difficult to say because you got to look at the sport and you got to look at the individual. And again, point A to point B on the GPS.
Yeah, I would just say, look, the higher you go in sport or fitness level, the more individualized the answers become. Like I can
Yeah.
generalize for people from here to here, but when it's like, I want to get from here to here or here to the extra 1%, that's where very individualized recommendations have to come into play. And there's so many variables, and that's what coaching becomes more challenging, is the more individual, the more high level, to get that 1% takes a whole lot more mental energy, because it takes so much more work to get there. There's so much more room for error. If you go a little bit too far, you're going to push them over the edge. If you don't do enough, they're not going to improve. So that's where coaching becomes difficult. We got a question here. You from Jerry Flynn's from Sammamish?
Let's go.
Yeah, that's close. How does all the conditioning work for someone with mitral valve prolapse? Cardiologist says not to push beyond 150. I mean, I'm not a cardiologist, but I'm not going to disagree with him. So I would do whatever your cardiologist tells you, and probably not someone on the internet. But in general, I mean, there's still a lot you can do below 150 or at a moderate level. I mean, that's where zone 2, is going to fall. That's where things like tempo interval are going to fall. You can still develop a really solid foundation there without pushing to the highest levels. Really, probably what you're going to lack is some of the top end power. Like your top end VO2 might be a bit limited, and some of your higher intensity stuff might not get developed because you can't get there. But that doesn't mean that you can't have a huge amount of development at that below 150. And if you're working with a cardiologist, keep listening to his or her advice, because this is their field. And I've done a whole lot of research and work with mitral valve prolapse myself, so I wouldn't comment on the specifics of that from a medical standpoint.
There's a couple of questions, I think. Physiologic, what does it mean if recovery score is 0? Which obviously it depends on where it's at. But either way, you can answer this best. But I think sometimes people look at like, oh, it's 0, like I shouldn't do anything. I'm dead. It doesn't necessarily mean that whatsoever. But it is giving you some feedback on, hey, like you're probably tired from something in life or your previous training session. And Joel talks a lot about this, right? That doesn't mean that you can't train that day. But you got to understand that if you choose to train that day, it's probably going to, take your recovery another step back, and maybe then the next, following couple of days, you're going to have to adjust to that, right? And obviously, you got Whoop bands, you got all these different things that measure things differently. But I think it should just be a feedback that something's going on, and you should probably adjust in the coming days of training.
Yeah. So I mean, you got to remember, we can't directly measure recovery. Like we don't have internal biometrics that we're measuring through muscle biopsies and hormone analysis. Like we don't know what's happening under the hood. We don't even fully understand what's happening under the hood, let alone know at any given time where things are at. So all the technology we're using, Morpheus and HRV and every other form of tool imaginable, we're doing our best to estimate where you're at. And some of those tools are a lot better at estimating than others, but it's not necessarily even telling you what you're capable of so much as what the cost is going to be if you continue to push at a high level. It's rare. I can't take Morpheus data and predict performance. I can just tell you what's going to happen if you keep going in a certain direction. So you just want to use that information, like Luka said, as part of your judgment. If it says 0, it's probably broken, because I doubt you actually hit 0.
There was a good one on here too that I think was probably best for you.
Yep.
Like, should you track your HRV and your heart rate
yeah. So yeah, look,
same time?
the best analogy for HRV, I would say, is if you were going to lose weight, or let's say you want to gain weight, either one, you'd probably want to get up first thing in the morning and weigh yourself on a scale before you've eaten anything and had anything to drink, because that's going to give you the most consistent picture each day, so you compare yourself against, right? If you weigh yourself one time in the morning and then the next night at 8 o'clock at night after dinner, how much would you be able to gauge the true change in weight? And that's ultimately the same thing with should look like at least, with resting heart rate and HRV. If you measure them in very different conditions, you're just measuring the conditions you put yourself under before you measured HRV. If you do it first thing in the morning, every morning, you're getting a much more consistent snapshot of where you're at. And that applies to both resting heart rate and average HRV or HRV over time. That's one of my big complaints with the way that people measure HRV overnight, is it's not controlled. You don't know when it's measuring overnight. It's doing little snippets because otherwise you run the battery low. It's not nearly the same level of accurate snapshot, and it's not how 50 years of research has been done on HRV either. So I think if you're going to, I personally wake up, measure myself, and get on a scale. And just that habit makes me think about what I'm going to do for that day, and it gives me a very accurate snapshot to see what happened yesterday. How did the foods I eat, how the workouts I did, how was the stress I was under, how did whatever, how'd that impact me? Because I can see those things really quickly if I pay attention the next morning. If I forget about it for a couple of days, I might not have made the connections in my brain. So I really recommend everybody get in the habit, weigh yourself and look at HRV and resting heart rate. That is a very, very good way to learn about your own body, which is the most important thing in my opinion.
Yeah, that.
I was going to send this next one to you. Can I read it and then you answer
Absolutely,
it?
please.
Come on, let's go. I feel like the podcast host right now. All right, so like Goose Performance wants to know, what are the best KPIs to track with your Gen Pop small group clients, size 8 to 12 people? Do these change if you are working with men only or women only groups?
No, not really. I mean, here's what I think that having certain apps that actually is very, very simple way for people to track their stuff in there, whether it's Quick Coach, Train Heroic, EverFit is another good one, right? Where it's like you can send out the program and they have them and they put them in there. Another good way to do it to actually build camaraderie is like, we used to do that. We haven't done that in a bit, but whereas like every 90 days you have testing. And you have basic, for example, like what are all these safe lifts, right? Whereas like trap bar deadlift, and you can work up to a 3-rep max that's like safe. And then you have, for instance, muscular endurance, what might be a 2-minute push-up test. You have something power-based that can be a shuttle sprint that's safe, right? Or even on an Airdyne bike, if somebody can't do that, power output in a very small period of time. It's a great way, and of course, if you have heart rate monitors, excellent. You got the 12-minute tests, which you can even take it down to 5. What's the distance you cover? What's your average heart rate? What's your 60-second heart rate recovery? You can get like 4 to 5 baseline, things that now you can build a 12-week program in your small group, do a test at the end of 12 weeks, and it's enough time to where, with people just showing up, they're going to be blown away by their numbers, and that keeps people coming back because they go like, holy shit, look how much stronger I am, look how much better my endurance is, look how much better my heart rate is. All these things that we talk about health and longevity, they see them and they're bought in. So that would be my recommendation is one, if you want to do the app kind of thing, or have people also, we used to do old school, kind of give people folders and stuff. I think apps are an easy way to do it because people can do it if they want to, and if they don't want to, that's fine. But the tests really, I think, bring people together, and it just makes a lot of sense.
I saw one more. Can you go back just a second? There was
one about B complex.
Oh, B complex.
Vitamins.
So the answer is, this is a long but really, really short answer. If your body is deficient in something, then supplementing it, whether food or supplements, is likely to have some beneficial impact. If your body is already within the range of where it needs to be, then there's not that many things where like boosting it up higher is going to make a huge difference. There are exceptions to that. But in general, like if you're not deficient in B12, then just like adding more B12 isn't going to likely make a big difference. It's probably just a waste of time and money. But if you are significantly deficient in B12, then you can eat foods and or take supplements to boost that, and you'll see greater performance. Now, there are a couple exceptions. Like we know creatine is an exception to that to some extent. Like creatine can be at normal levels, but we supplement with supplemental creatine. We can boost our levels more than we could through just food, and we see improved performance. L-carnitine is probably the better mitochondrial supplement. If your L-carnitine levels are boosted through supplementation, then you can get some benefit. The problem is orally it's a bit problematic, so injectable L-carnitine is a really good supplement for mitochondria. That's a whole discussion we could talk about, but there are very few things where just like arbitrarily throwing them into your body if you're not deficient in them are going to make you better. So I'm hesitant to suggest that approach. I do offer a testing through what I call precision metabolics, where we look at a entire metabolomics test and analyze how your metabolism is functioning and vitamins and minerals you're deficient. All that sort of stuff's the way to do it if you want to go down that road.
William had a question. For a group class instructor that's considering implementing some of the changes in this webinar, how gradually would you recommend adding them to programming? So one idea and things that I've done in the past is like, I think it's how you tell a story about it. So if you go, sit down and strategize how you're going to implement it, and then go, hey, listen, I'm so excited. I watched this webinar, I learned, from this workshop, and there's a better way. We're going to improve. I always, I've been in business for 17 years as a gym, 15 years here in Seattle. And like we're doing a bunch of new things now because I think it's a better way to do them. And I think if you tell the story and say, hey, like I'm so excited to bring this new program, right, this new approach to training, and we're going to do it for the next 4 weeks. Can't wait to hear from you, how you love it. Now people are excited because you're excited because you tell a story about it. It's much different than just coming in and going like, there's a whole bunch of changes, right? Every time you want people to buy in, you have them buy in through a story. And if you believe this is a better model and you bought into it and you're excited about it and you bring it to your people, like they'll be excited about it. So I think that's the most important part. Now, would you just overhaul everything? No, that might be a little, like a little crazy. But for example, if you have small groups and you start this new model, I think that's perfectly fine. If things are working, I tell people, like, don't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. But I do think that it's fair. Every time we did a seminar and something was new, like, I'd also implement it the next week because I'd come in fired up. Like, hey, like, there's something new I learned. Like, this is going to be better for you. It's going to be better for, this group. and they believe it because, again, it's authentic. So
I would say, just to like kind of jump on top of that, a lot of times when you're doing this stuff, find like the low-hanging fruit, right? So we talk about recovery breathing. That's so like easy and like nobody's going to object to, hey, I'm going to help you chill out and relax at the end of your session. So start with something very benign, very easy, kind of onboard them with it, and then you can introduce more as you go. Thoughts on sleep tracking apps?
Look, I think in general, we're all thinking in general, sleep is a hugely important part of this because it's where all the magic of recovery happens. I think that sleep train apps are very different in one's level of accuracy to another, but it's important to realize none of them are actually tracking sleep. Okay, we can't track actual sleep. All we can track is movement and heart rate and things that indicate you're sleeping or you're more likely to be sleeping than not. But we're not directly measuring sleep itself, and we're not directly measuring sleep quality itself. So I personally think the bigger role for these is just awareness, because most people aren't aware of how little they sleep, but they kind of subconsciously are, or maybe they are, but they don't really see it until they can actually see on an app how much little sleep they're getting. So I think it's really good for building awareness. It's good for building accountability. We collected Morpheus from other wearables, even though Morpheus isn't meant for sleep. And we think it's really important to pass the information to coaches, because even just having an awareness that my coach knows my sleep and might be picking on me the next day if I come in, or might say, hey, why didn't you get enough sleep last night, will change your behavior. So I think all of the apps in the world are good if they can bring accountability, if they can bring awareness, and they can give you a tool to track improvement. And you probably, again, I don't put too much emphasis on sleep quality in those apps as much as I do just consistently getting the right amount, and they certainly, for some people, can help make a big difference.
Yeah, beat us to it. Maybe one, two more.
I'll say one more quick to the gentleman from Sammamish with the mitral prolapse. This is just a thing in general. Like, as a coach or trainer, you're going to get people coming to you and saying, hey, my doctor said this, my doctor said that. The reality is, I hate to say this, most doctors know jack shit about exercise, right? And why should they? That's not what they're trained in. I'm not picking on them. I don't know nearly as much about medicine as a doctor, so why would I expect someone who's spent their whole life in medicine to know as much as I've spent 20 years in coaching? So we just have to be respectful of, they are a medical professional. If they've given specific instructions, you don't want to go against those, even if you think it's bullshit, because now you are entirely liable. Maybe you can work with them to have a conversation with a doctor and say, hey, here's what I've found. Like, is there a reason you gave it? You might be able to have a conversation with the doctor, you might not, but I'm just very hesitant to go against a doctor's recommendation. If I think it's bullshit, I still have to recognize that's a medical professional giving medical advice, and I'm not a medical professional. What I'll often do is say, hey, have you thought about getting a second opinion? And I've personally built a network of doctors that I would refer people to and say, hey, I would go see this guy. I trust his or her opinion. Maybe you should go talk to this guy. Like, there's a doctor, for the gentleman with Sammamish, there's a doctor in Kirkland who I'd recommend you go see as a cardiologist, and he will give it to you straight, and I would trust his advice. So I would be very hesitant to go against a doctor's advice and be very supportive of building a network of your own team of doctors, physical therapists, chiropractors, massage therapists, soft tissue people. Build your own network that you can refer people to, and you work together with that network versus saying, oh, that doctor's a dipshit. Like, don't listen to him. You're going to get yourself in trouble trying that. Or you could.
Last question here. Luka, I'll kick this to you because I know you do some nutrition stuff. What things have you guys implemented with clients to make positive changes to their eating habits?
There's things I'd highly recommend. I mean, look, I could go down the list of certs to get and whatnot. I certainly think that everybody should get motivational interviewing, or motivational interviewing in nutrition and fitness, which is more specific, because what you find is that, like, I say this: if any client for 2 weeks went online and went to study the basics of nutrition, the X's and O's, in 2 weeks, you'd know everything you need to know to pretty much get in the best shape of your life. And yet, at the same time, people don't do them, right? Because there's psychology, neurology, and behavior change, and environments, and all these different things. So our goal is, like, to just help them do the next step, right? And a lot of times, remember, it's not telling people what to do, but it's asking and being very, very curious, finding out what they're doing. And I love the magic question, right? Like, by the way, if a person, I ask a question and say, hey, what do you think are some things that you could do to improve? And they'll usually have the answer for you, right? And then you go, okay, cool, well, let's do, which one of these would you like to pick? Which one do you feel most comfortable with? That one. Okay, great. Now let's see how that looks like in real life. Hey, get your breakfast ready the morning before. You don't eat breakfast and you binge at night. There's 1,000 different scenarios. But the point is that, like, I think that a lot of coaches try to be too smart and, like, do these macros, do this, do that, where most people need the next step that they believe they can do. And so the magic question is like, hey, how confident are you on a scale of 1 to 10 that you can do this 90% of the time, right? If they say 9 or 10, they're pretty confident, go along with it. If they say 6, they're not going to do it, right? Science shows that. So we'll say like, hey, what would get you a 10-9? Or maybe we make it a little easier so they can do it. Because success breeds success. So we got to stack wins for people. Like most people have tried diets, they failed. Then they try to do something harder, they fail. So we got to find something that they can do and be like, hey, great job, awesome. Like keep building on that win. And when they get more confident, you give them a little bit more. So for everybody that's going to be different, take the principles that you know work. You know, again, whether it's smaller portion sizes, adding in more protein, having them hydrate more, yada, 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 right? Like, but the thing is, find that next step for them and then keep them accountable and make sure that they're confident in taking that next step. And just off of that, you'll become a better coach, right? And then just constantly guide them every 2 to 3 weeks and make adjustments off of that. I mean, that's the long/short answer, but without diving too deep, but I think that can be helpful.
Jerry, shoot me an email. I'll give you the name of the doctor I recommend. Good cardiologist, great cardiologist, a bit more of a forward thinker than most, and I would trust his advice over just about anybody else out there. So then someone also asked, how do you build a network with doctors? I mean, it depends on the type of doctor. Like, it's going to be a lot harder to go meet a brain surgeon unless you need a brain surgeon. But for the most part, chiros, physical therapists, PTs, like soft tissue, I go see them myself and get some soft tissue work done. Or you have to learn who to refer people to, so you ask who the people have gone to. Like, I worked with the Seahawks for years, so I figured I knew who they are at least for a year. I knew who all their team doctors were. I kind of started with some of them and branched out. Some of it you get clients that come to the door of their doctors, or that have doctors they've worked with their whole lives. You just kind of build that referral network over time. You just have to do it, you know, intently. You have to pay attention.
That's the key. Be intentional about it. I promise you, like most people don't do. High Def does this very well. Like I used to do it all the time, where I'd go with people for coffee, go use their services, and then go like, hey, like let's meet up for 50 minutes of coffee. I'm going to share with you what's working for me. How can I get some more people here? You know, do you have some type of front-end offer? And you always are like, what's in it for them, right? And then when you build that relationship, guess what? Like I train a very high-level vascular surgeon. I needed a doctor, you know, a nose doctor, gastro doctor. He instantly had it because that's the network. So all of a sudden, you get to connect with one person. That person connects you with 2, 3 other people that are really well because they're high up there and they know the best people. Same thing with athletes, sports performance. But then have a Rolodex, right? Have an Excel sheet. And instead of just having those contacts, reach out to them. Send them a handwritten thank you note because they'll remember you. Send them a book. You know, follow up with them after you had coffee. And all of a sudden, 2 years later, like your network is a super powerful network and you have the answer for anything that you need. But again, you got to be intentional. You can't just, you know, all of a sudden be calling all these folks up and you don't have a relationship with them. Build that relationship and it will expand, you know, it will gain momentum and it will compound because a lot of great people know great people. You know, so.
One of the things that we've done over the years at iFast is once we've got that network, it's nurturing it, right? So like you said, handwritten notes, whatever, we would do lunch and learns. Yeah. So like, hey, we'll buy lunch, we brought Pat Rigsby in, right? He's 2 hours away, but Pat would come in and do like a business seminar while we're having lunch. So it's ways to collaborate. You just get everybody in the same room. It's just a great way to, again, continue to like synergize and build those relationships.
Yeah, I mean, Philip Coleman asked knee replacement docs now. If you're in Seattle, I would say Ed Calfane. If you're not,
knees,
then,
man.
yeah, right. You have a knee replacement guy somewhere?
I do.
Ed
In
Calfane,
Indianapolis.
Well, Indianapolis, we got somebody. In Seattle, we got somebody. If you're outside that area.
I'll check with the High Def guys because they refer a lot to that, and I'll see who is in the Seattle.
I've got a great stem cell company locally.
And well, listen, we're about to drop the links up in there.
That's right.
And listen, by the way, guys, too, so remember a couple of things. One, we'd love to hear in the comments, what more would you like to learn? Different topics. I mean, we love to hear back from you guys. You know, what are those obstacles and things that you'd love to learn more about? And number two, you know, we'll make sure, first of all, like up until Monday, you know, these recordings are only $97. We thought we'd do 4 hours. We're probably a 6 plus right here.
Almost 6.
But
6 hours.
The point being is obviously we always try to show up and deliver and over deliver. And so if you want these recordings, the things that we promised and probably some more will drop inside of this workshop so that you guys have some templates. I know Mike was talking about templates for program design. I'm going to share multiple months of my programming from small group. All the videos that are attached to go specifically into each thing that's here that goes into more detail, we'll drop all of that in there so you guys have useful stuff, practical things that you can take away, apply into your business right off the bat. Because again, our goal is for you to apply this because the application is, again, you know, as I said, information, integration, transformation, right? You got to integrate it and get the reps
That's
in.
a good alliteration.
And that's where you're really going to grow the most, and where you get that feedback loop, and you're like, wow, this is working. Clients are loving it, and that's the best thing about it. It kind of gets you hooked on growth. But we'd all love to thank you again, like for everybody that's been here the whole time. Holy shit, like you guys are
Yes.
champions, man. Like,
Savage.
Great. I mean, if you're from Europe or anywhere from across the world where it's like in the middle of the night right now, man, even more kudos. So thank you guys. Look, it's an honor.
Real quick too, for you guys or girls who did buy the workshop already, we're gonna get it up probably tomorrow. And we're gonna get it up tomorrow. And you'll get email access to create an account on 8 weeks out. If you haven't already created an account from something else you bought, you just log in and we'll have a recorded, this whole video will basically there, plus all the stuff we've promised, hoping tomorrow for that. If not, that'll be there by Monday. But we will get this out to you. You will get access to it. Again, you can order it directly on the site. There's links in the email. But we want to make sure that you get everything you've promised and you get it as fast as we possibly can. And again, you'll have until Monday if you do want to order recordings. If not, great. We still appreciate you coming and listening, regardless of whether or not you keep going with us. We're glad that you took your time to sit here for 6 hours. So greatly appreciate that. And anything else you guys want to add?
Nah, man. It's like, we'll put it this way. We'll definitely be doing more things in the future, but that's why, even personally, if you guys send me a DM, I'm sure any of these guys a DM to let us know what you loved, what you'd like to see more of. Our mission is kind of like educating, this industry, which we feel is the best industry in the world, because of guys like you and girls like you, and obviously so we can keep doing more of that and delivering the thing that you want and need. So please let us know in some format or another. Thank you again. We really appreciate you guys. Peace out.
Guys.
Good night.
Enjoy your
See ya.
weekend.